Three minutes, surfers, hold your position.
It's all happening at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. Judgement, where'd he go? He's out!
Katie takes off so deep on this one at backdoor.
Spit through something to Johnson. Sethmoniz, spit, and he comes out.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail, pipe one, super deep, Mamiya comes out!
When it's love, it welcomes you. It appreciates you. It inspires you and gives you a reason to go on. A reason to do great things and conquer great heights. It is there to give you courage, to empower you, and honor your strength. Love is always worth the wait. It is a deep dive into a life of wonders. Wonders that are found in the smallest of things and in the sweetest little moments, but always better in full view. Better for all to feel, better for all to see, and better for all to share. This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. As you walk into the new chapters of your life. But even if you can't fully understand it, even if you can't put it into words, sometimes knowing it's with you is enough. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome into day number 1 of the La Union International Pro. We have a longboard LQS at 1000 down here at the beautiful Mona Lisa Point, and we're going to be crowning some more champions at this event, at this beach, I should say, over the next coming days. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth, Jerry Deegan.
Hi, Jess. Fantastic to be here. Thanks for the offer, and can't wait to get things started. The surf's looking pretty good out there.
Yeah, we have some Asia's best longboarders in the water right now. We have Daddy Widianto from Indonesia taking on Warren Lopez, Ivan Sudena, and Ernest Dumaguin. So this is going to be a pretty cool matchup. 2 Indonesians taking on 2 Filipinos. So a bit of the locals versus the international field here, Jerry.
100%. Warren's a really well-known guy from here, and Danny's been many times to the Philippines and been in a lot of the events here. Danny came equal 5th in this event last year, so he's probably the favourite for this particular one. But I'm looking forward to the matchup Indonesia versus Philippines.
Yeah, we're straight into live action here. Danny Widianto, one of Indonesia's finest, up and riding. Beautiful read of the wave here, taking this one all the way through. One thing I love about the longboarders is that they're just able to use the wave face, I think, really beautifully in a different way to a lot of us shortboarders can. And you can see Danny making the most of that little fat inside section there.
Yeah, and the waves are long today. We were a bit unsure of what it was going to be like. We had fantastic waves previously for the World Juniors, and it's just turned out perfectly for the longboarders.
This is a great looking wave
So
here.
that's Warren. Warren's from here, right at this beach, so he knows the beach well. He's had some pretty good results over the years in local events, not so much the international events, but he knows the wave, and he's certainly up to the task.
Definitely. We've got 25-minute heats here all day this morning, starting out with the men's round one. Warren locking in himself a 3-point ride. Jerry, you were here for this event last year. What are we expecting from the longboarders here?
Look, we're just expecting, I think, for a 1,000 pretty high-quality surfing. The locals in particular, they surf this wave day in and day out. Now, I can say that some of them have travelled the world, and we'll talk about JR later on, travelled the world and got incredible results. So this is a real breeding ground for incredible longboarders.
Our other Indonesian surfer, Ivan, just a quick in and out for that one. Couldn't quite get into it or down the face there. But I feel like once these guys get going, it's going to be a pretty solid matchup. First wave for Danny, 6.17. So the judge is loving what he did from start to finish.
Great way to start. Now that is looking north from the wave to north. We're in Luzon, so we're sort of halfway up the west coast in the West Philippine Sea in Luzon. And because we're on the west coast, that will be looking directly west. So you can almost see, let's say, Taiwan or China if you were head straight that
there
way.
There you go.
Maybe China's a bit further north. But yeah, that's what we're looking straight across the West Philippine Sea there. And if you were, to swim across there, you'd end up somewhere south of Taiwan.
You mentioned we have, I'll get back to this point in just a second. Here we have Ivan looking at this one. Looking to get his heat underway. Beautiful start to this wave. Lovely looking nose ride there. Brings it all the way back around. So he's just hit a little bit of a bump, but got a pretty nice start to this one. He's taking this one all the way through, but not a lot of power in that wave there, Jerry.
No, not. I had a chat to Ivan earlier. He just recently got back from his first ever snowboarding trip to Japan.
Oh, there you
Which
go.
Exciting. Indonesia in the cold weather must have been hard. He's also a really good shortboard rider, Ivan. He's got it all. So, like many of the others here. And he's a goofy footer, so it makes me happy. Two of them.
Here's the
Ernest.
replay of Ernest. Jerry, what are your thoughts?
Well, again, there's not much wave there. He's going to try to turn around and go a bit left. When you can sometimes go left here. Ernest is a guy also who is a surf instructor here, so he spends his time, I guess, pushing people onto waves. Not so much on the point, down the beach. When they show the shot, maybe the drone shot looking south, you'll see the peak in the middle of the beach. It's an amazing place because if you're not surfing the point or if it's smaller, you can go straight to the beach, and it's pretty good fun all around, not to mention warm water and warm days. So, yeah, look, Ernest is a guy who, I guess he's not favoured to win this event, I mean, he's wearing green to start with, but he's a keen surfer and he's a nice guy.
Yeah, Danny Widianto, we talked about that longboard, shortboard kind of balance between some of these longboarders have, and so many of them are actually really talented shortboarders. Danny Widianto taking out the 2023 Asian Surf Championship in the Maldives, which is a pretty big event to take out in the Asian region. Took out big names from Philippines here, took out Marimata Kong, a lot of Japanese surfers on his way to victory last year. We saw Pajar Ariana take that one out as well. So a lot of these guys have accolades in both the longboard and shortboard world, and I think that it makes them a better longboarder for having that.
I think there's no doubt about it. I mean, just more time in the ocean makes you better at anything you're doing. If you're on a bodyboard, you're learning more about how the wave's breaking, what to expect, where to be. The more time you're in the water. And I say this to people a lot because I guess I'm pretty old now and I've seen a little bit. And I see shortboarders that want to surf smaller boards, and I say you're just not going to get better unless you actually get the waves. So the more time standing up on the board, regardless of the craft, the better you're going to be.
I think, longboards give you a better understanding of the wave as well, where the wave almost pushes and pulls, so that you can kind of figure out the pace of a wave, which will ultimately, if you are one to jump between the two surfboards, help you when you're back on a shortboard. and I think it'll definitely make your shortboards feel a lot lighter getting off one of these.
100%. Look, I ride a longboard every now and then, I guess when the surf's small, and I do want to just get waves, and I struggle. And I think to myself, it's going to be easy. Oh, God, I can ride a shortboard. I'm going to be okay on a longboard. I'm so not. You need to practice that. You need to know that it turns differently than a shortboard. I was talking to John Carvey before about it, and he said our head judge is really not looking for shortboard moves. You need to be getting up and down on that board, and it's a pretty tough thing. Again, it's easier to get on the waves, and you get a lot more waves, and that gives you more experience, because what you want to do, like I said, is get the most amount of time you can standing up.
Yeah, you mentioned our head judge, 2-time world longboard champion, Tori Gilkison, so she knows exactly what she's looking for here. And you talk about, there's 2 different longboard styles in the world. We do have that traditional style, which is what Tori's looking for. Then we have that more so progressive style, where there's a lot of surfers like Harley Ingleby comes to mind, who really kind of led the charge of making longboarders just that little bit different, making longboarding that little bit different. He's doing air reverses on longboards and laybacks, and it was just, he kind of did change the game, but longboarding as a whole kind of decided that wasn't their brand. Longboarding is a beautiful traditional type of sport. It's kind of the OG type of surfing.
Yeah.
That's what we saw back at the very start, where people were riding these bigger boards, less fins, and just beautifully reading the wave from start to finish. Looking like we might have a paddle here from our surfer in blue, using up his first priority here. This is Warren, so the local guy, trying to back up that 3-point ride. He's got a 0.74 here, and he's going to take this one all the way through, getting a beautiful finish there. Got a Van sticker on his board. We know Wendell definitely would be looking after him, but it was a pretty nice wave.
Look, it's good. It's certainly better than the second wave he previously had, although that only is his second wave, so maybe a little better score than the previous one. I was hoping it would link up a bit more on the inside. Didn't quite get there, but he's a goofy footer, as is our surfer here, Ernest. Ernest's going to move up the board, get his toes on the nose, and is he going to lose that wave? He did. He sort of pushed it a little bit too hard then, so he's got plenty of time, 16 and a half minutes, so not too worried about him as yet.
And not stressing just yet for Ernest. He's got himself a 2.4 here, but that 617's really separating Danny Widianto from the rest of the field. Last wave from Warren, a 2.5, so just that subtle mistake right at the start of that wave, unfortunately, making him lose the momentum and the speed to really show us what he's got on the back end of that wave. Loved the work he did, though, to get that 1 foot over the nose. But yeah, unfortunately that wave didn't really match what he was hoping him to do. Danny out there with first priority right now. Sitting with second priority is Ivan. So the 2 Indonesians waiting patiently. Let's take a look at this drone angle shot, Jerry.
Yeah, so there's Warren, just sort of trying to get into the little power source there. Got toes quickly there to the nose, and I think he does a little closeout turn here. So not a great deal there, but it's another score. Puts him in second place. So it's not a bad spot to be, particularly towards the end of the heat, which it isn't, but hopefully he'll still be there. I certainly would like to see. I'm a bit biased with the locals, to be honest, because I spent a lot of time here in the Philippines.
Yes.
So I'm always keen to see a Filipino do very well.
Here we go, looking like our heat leader, Danny, having a paddle here. Set wave, bit more energy on this one. He's just made his way a little bit further up the board. Now we're going to see him really start to get to work here. Beautiful nose ride. He's back up the top, holding on. So this is what we were talking about, those longer looking waves, allowing you to surf that beautiful wave from start to finish. He's read this one beautifully, found himself another section of the wave to work with. He spent a lot of time at the front of this board, up at the nose, and he's going to take that one all the way through. Good looking wave there, got both feet at the top of the board there too. Pretty technical stuff here from Danny.
Beautiful. Warren back up and riding. Looks like he scored a long one. I guess we'll get a replay of that one. He's going to race back out, try to beat Danny for Danny's flying, so I love a good paddle battle. Looks like Danny's well ahead. Sometimes the camera angle's a bit, you're a bit unsure of the camera angle. That one shows a little bit more, the drone. But that was a great wave from Danny, and I think it's got to be up near his last one or better. And here's Warren's wave. So straight to the nose, and still there. Yeah, that was a really nice hang 5, cutting back into it, and I think it links up a little bit for him here. Straight after Danny's wave it was. He's going to head back up the front. No, he's not. He's just going to get the back into the little bit of power and hope something happens on the inside, which it does. Oh yeah, got 10 there right away. Another little cutty. Okay, he's happy. So that will by far be his best wave. So waiting on those two scores, Jess.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to be two pretty nice looking scores for Warren and Danny. It's such a technical sport to really be at the top of that board and stay there. Got a quick 10 there from Ernest. He's making his way through the inside here, so really beautiful footwork all the way up and down the board. You can see he's trying to get that 10, but he needs to get back on this inside track of the wave. He's going to try and move up the board, but can't quite get there. I actually think that might have been all right, that one there from Ernest, just not getting that inside section. I don't think there was much on offer.
There wasn't, but I guess you lose a little bit because he did try to get that 10 and that did cause him to lose the wave. So, I guess he didn't finish the wave off, which is something the judges always want to see, really. We'll find out soon enough what happens. So that wave for Danny was a 7.5. He's well and truly on top at the moment, halfway through the heat. And I think we're still waiting on a couple of scores. We're waiting on Warren's score, and of course we're waiting on Ernest's score.
Yeah, beautiful surfing too. I mean, it's such a technical sport, longboarding, and for something that looks so graceful and effortless, it actually is really hard. Even just the cross steps that they do up the board, it's actually, I tried to do it myself and I couldn't quite make it happen. Take me through this wave, Joey. What did you love about it?
Oh, look, I just love it. He's so in control the whole way. It never looks like he's struggling. He never looks like he's struggling to keep the power. Like, that was a great 5. And then he's gotten around this section beautifully. And I thought it was over, but it wasn't. He's just done another cutty. Well, it was over. Did we miss a little bit there? No, he does come back. Okay, another 5, another 1. And there's a 10. And a really stylish 10. That was really nice. And he's still not done. So, well worth that 7.5. That was a great wave. And here he is again. He's picked one up without priority on the inside. And his 10's there again. He's so in control. And to me, it looks like that wave's gone fat and he's going to lose it, but he's just straight back in there. And that's a difficult thing to do on a longboard.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a really great read of this wave. Really beautiful connection with his board. He's got himself a 10 and a 5 on this one. So he's smiling. He looks super happy. He's looking like he's having a lot of fun.
Is he coming in? What's he done?
Looks like he's coming in, potentially. Here we have Ivan out the back, trying to make something happen. He's got a bit of catching up to do in this heat. There's a 5. Beautiful. Making his way back to that power source. Try and get the back end of this wave. Not a lot on offer, though, so potentially a little bit of wave selection hurting Ivan right now. But
correct, yeah. I mean, he did have priority, and I think with 10 minutes to go, he probably needs to be more like Danny and be patient. Danny has... The first wave was fantastic, then he waited and waited for that next one, and it was well worthwhile. And then he's had that little one. But I'm interested to see, is he hungry? Is he, getting a...
Yeah!
He wants a new Alima T-shirt, which is one of our sponsors, by the way. I don't know, he's not out there at the moment, so be pretty interested. And there, he's swapping boards. I thought he was ripping on that board, by the way.
I know, we've got to have a quick board swap. Maybe, he's got that 7.5, he's got the 6.17. He's got a pretty decent lead against the rest of the field. Maybe this is just all right, let me test out my other board, see if it goes better. Board looks super beautiful, but I agree. I felt like that other board, there was nothing wrong with it. At least we know he's got one great one. Coming down to that 10-minute mark here in this heat, it is Danny Widianto in the lead with a 7.5 and that 6.67. Warren Lopez chasing an 8.5 for the lead. So Danny improving on his situation there. 6.67 for that last one before the board change. And
yeah, interesting, the board change. I mean, you and I both think if you've got such a good score and you're sitting well in the lead, you're doing something right. So to change it is quite unusual. But that shows his confidence, I guess. He's feeling like he's pretty much got it covered, and maybe he can do a little better, or maybe you're right, maybe he's just testing. I'm not sure how long he's been here. I know he's had a surf this morning already, but it's pretty unusual. I guess we'll get to chat with him. Whoever's doing our beach can chat with him and ask that very question. There's a couple of sets out the back.
Yeah, a couple of bigger looking waves coming through. Can see we've got our surfer in green out the back, but it will be blue. Using up first priority, this is Warren. He's chasing an 8.5, gets to the nose straight away, needs to get this inside section to try and get a pretty good looking score here. It's steeper wall there. Trying to get some momentum down the face here. A little bit out of control on this one. There's a lot of wall to work with. Takes this one back to the power source. really trying to make something happen here. I'm not seeing 8.5 though. No 8 points on that wave for me. Potentially the judge is going to see more than what I did, but I have a feeling he's going to have to go back to the drawing board.
I think you're experienced enough to know that was an 8.5, and so are the people watching out there at the moment. And we say hello to everyone, and thanks for tuning in. And okay, so this is Danny's new board?
No, this is the last board. So this is the 667 right before the board change. Beautiful looking. All the way up at the nose there, just Danny hanging on. Very stylish. It's a very stylish surfer, Danny Widianto. Didn't know he did this, actually. This is something new for me to learn about Danny. I just thought he was a shortboarder, but he's a beautiful longboarder as well. Has great style, great read of the ocean, uses his board wisely, and he's got pretty good looking scoreline right now.
For sure. So Ernest again is from right here in town, surf instructor. He's got 5 there, and he's hanging on to it nicely. Turns it into a 10. That was very nice. He's back down there with the 5. See if he can get through that section there. And how is he going to finish it off? He's going to cut back into it and see if he can get another one. Come on, Ernest. One for the locals. He's going to hang on. I find I watched a lot of... actually, I saw all of the junior comp, and sometimes I think they hang on too long. You know, there's nothing left on the inside. There's no point. You know, you don't get another point for doing a little cutback back into the white water. So, I guess, I don't know. I can be a bit critical, I suppose, but he probably didn't need to hang on for that last little section. The points were done and won right there.
Yeah, definitely. I think when we were commentating the juniors, I was calling that, cutback city. It was kind of that part of the wave that you really didn't need to hold on to. There was not much on offer. We can see JR there on screen. Probably the big dog longboarder around here, I'd say.
He's big dog longboarder around the world. He's coming in 4th in the world. I mean, that was his position at the end of last year. So 4th in the world, and we're not talking 4th in the QS or 4th in the championship tour. So he is by far the most winningest surfer in the Philippines, longboard or shortboard. Shortboard would be John Mark Tocong or Maramar, but they're the 2 heroes in town, and particularly JR's made it all the way. He's travelled the world, and he's had an 8th and a 4th. So if he keeps going that way, and he has qualified, of course, already, he doesn't need the points here so much. He's surfing because this is his hometown. An 8th, a 4th, what's next? First. So let's imagine if we had a Philippine world champion.
What would that do for the Philippines? I feel like that would be such a massive...
He'd be the new Manny Pacquiao, and if anyone out there doesn't know who Manny Pacquiao is, well, you haven't been doing any sport. He was a world #1 boxer in his division for years and years and years.
Oh, there we go.
Super duper famous. Manny is an absolute legend in this country. And previous to him, I guess it was Efren Bata Reyes, a billiard player. So, as far as sports heroes, they've had a bunch. They've got a really good golfer at the moment, one of the female golfers as well. But to be a world champion and just to be where JR is, it's absolutely amazing. And, we're all proud of him. I mean, I'm not a Filipino, but I lived here for a long time. I feel like I'm accepted a little bit, so we love the guy. And
a bit.
He's softly spoken. He's no bragging. He's epic, that guy.
Yeah, looking to this drone angle shot, we are coming down to 5 minutes to go. Ivan out there with that first priority, chasing that 5.22. Ernest, though, that last wave got him a 5.73. Only needs a 3.81. We might see a bit of a local story here, Jerry.
We could do. So, look, only a 3.81 or a 5.22. We've seen those scores already. So really, the race for second place is on. And I'm not saying one can't get to first place, but Ivan's sitting there with priority as well. He only needs a 5.22. So, look, this is pretty open. And there's a lot of action here. It's interesting. We watched a lot of all of the junior. And just in case those don't know, we just finished the World Junior Champs here, and there was mostly man on man. This is a lot of action. It's kind of non-stop. I'm enjoying this because there's no breaks in between. Some of the heats previously, there was 5-10 minutes in between waves.
Yeah, I know. I feel like we're getting a lot more, especially with that 4-man heat. You're going to get a lot more waves here. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of an elimination round that we had in the World Juniors, so it is that 50% make rate.
Brutal.
So only first and second moving on through in this one. But unfortunately, that's just the nature of our sport. Not unfortunately, that's just the nature of our sport. If you know, up in that top 2 position, unfortunately, it is back to the drawing board. This guy, though, wants to try and do something about it. He's looking here, bit of a weird looking wave. Might get some more to work with on the inside. Goes to do a snap. But unfortunately, right now, there's not a lot of points on this wave.
He's realised that he needs to get back on the back. I'm a bit disappointed that this wind seems to be puffing up. So for the last week or so, we've had really super clean early morning waves, and this wind hasn't puffed up till kind of midday, and it was predicted to do a very similar thing today. So again, they're making the most of it. They're getting good scores. It's not a huge issue, but not quite as beautiful as it has been in the early mornings, and I'm wondering how strong that wind will get. Hopefully not too bad. We do have 3 days to run this event, so it's plenty of time, and the swell is looking pretty much the same the whole time. So we'll have to just work around the wind. We're hoping to get 12 heats in today. What's going on here? Oh, okay. Whoa, that was close. Pretty risky. But it's a good move from Warren, I guess, to take that wave away from Ernest. He knows well and truly that Ernest is just, biting at his ankles there. So, oh, okay, well, that's probably not going to help him. And there's Danny once again.
Danny on this new board here. He's just so beautifully surfed, so well timed all the way through. He's looking to get something more through this inside track. Needs to better a 6.67 to try and increase his scoreline, but you'd have to think he's pretty much taken this heat out. Lovely finish to that one. I like the look of this new board as well.
It looks a little looser. Is that possible?
Yeah, I agree. I actually think it does look a little bit looser, and he was already looking pretty well sorted on that last one. So Danny bringing a quiver of boards here. 2 minutes to go. Thinking back to that last wave of Warren, I do think that was a really smart play. He knows his competitor Ernest only needs a small score. It's a 3.81. He really only had to better that 3.87. We'll leave that in the hands of our incredible judges downstairs. They'll be looking at that wave pretty closely, watching the replays, watching it from the different angles.
And that's where we are, by the way. We're up on the top floor of that middle white building, the white building on the left. You can see the priority board up there. The judges are directly underneath that. We're up to the left on top of the manual priority board, which we probably won't have to use, hopefully. Oh, here's Ernest. Here's his chance. He's had to go for it with a minute to go. Looks like a pretty small, fattish wave. Let's hope something happens for him on the inside. He's waiting. He's waiting, and that's probably not going to help him. He's not going to give up, though, that's for sure. Oh, well, that could be done and dusted there. I don't know that we saw right from the start, but we'll see what happens. And Ivan really needs something to happen for him here.
Yeah, he's looking for a 5.22. Not quite there. Yeah, you see Danny Widianto watching on in the background, wanting his Indonesian friend to get through, but it's kind of just been the story of this man and Danny in this heat so far. Really competitive surfer here. Warren getting the answer back just in case we saw Ernest get that score. We've got scores locking in. Not looking like Warren's previous to last is going to do anything. This is the replay of this last one at Ivan. It's a 5.22, so brings this one all the way back down to the pocket, using that power source to get up to the front of that board, up to the nose. But I just don't see much happening there. No last opportunity for Ernest. Coming down to the very tail end of this heat, Danny Widianto won this heat very
early and very confidently.
Early on,
yes.
confidently. That was the word I was looking for. I was like, come on. But yeah, Danny Widianto taking out this heat. It's looking like it will be Warren Lopez coming in second. Ernest, unfortunately, we will say goodbye to him and Ivan. But that's all right. They'll come back for the QS we'll have here potentially next year. We are going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action coming up after this.
Looking like surfer in red, Danny Widianto will finish first, and surfer in blue, Warren Lopez, moving to the next round.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in vegan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to heart.
Welcome back to the La Union International Pro, presented by Mega World. That man on your screen, Daddy Widianto, took out that last heat very convincingly with a 7.5 and a 7.43, even with a board change in this heat right now in the water. We do have Roger Casagay, we have Benito Narita taking on
Andon Esquivel
and Mark Owen Sarabia. So this is going to be a pretty good looking heat, all Filipino affair in this one. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Jerry Deegan. Straight into action, Jerry.
Loads of action, loads of action. This is Andong. This is so Roger's first wave with a 6.17, fantastic. He is one of the favoured guys to win here. He's also from here. Funnily enough, this particular heat, there's 3 guys from this particular beach and 1 guy from a beach about 3 hours north. So they have all surfed against each other many, many, many times. You've got Andong, who's very young. He's probably the youngest one out there. But yeah, he's a local kid, and Roger, though, he will well and truly be favoured. And these guys will be looking up to Roger all their surfing lives, and he started really, really well.
Yeah, Roger starting out with that 6.17. It was a really beautiful wave. We got to see it in that break there. You know, these are really important events. A lot of points here go towards, you know, being at that top end of the rankings to try and qualify for that CT. So every region is made up of 1,000s. Whoever wins the rankings at the end of the year, that is who is decided on that championship tour. So every point counts, every event counts. Some events have multiple events. Some regions have multiple events. Some regions may have 1 or 2. This man on your screen, though, Roger, looking to back up this 6.17 here. Not much on that one though, Jerry.
No, and I think part of it was he looked down the line and saw a couple of them weren't out yet, and it really wasn't worth carrying on in that wave. He knows the wave. He's 30 years old. He's surfed it his whole life. And that was the quickest replay I've ever seen.
While we have a little break in the action,
there we go.
John, we'll actually come back to this in a second. Here's the replay, I believe, of his 6.17, Jerry.
Okay, yes, and thanks Sam and the gang in the booth for redoing that for us. Yeah, this was the first wave. This happened during the break, so our viewers may not have seen it, but it's a really nice wave, a really nice way to start the surf. Very similar score to the one that Danny got previously as the red first wave. So yeah, almost like a mirror image of that first heat.
Beautiful surfing there from Roger. John, you have Danny.
I'm down here on the beach with our official first heat winner of this LQS 1000 on the beach. Danny, congratulations.
Thank
you. You're from Kuta Beach. You're a shortboarder, you're a longboarder. How was that first heat in the morning out there?
I've been so nervous because first heat, and yeah, just keep rolling.
How did that 7.5 feel? Did you think it was going to come in that high, or did you know where that number was going to land when you sort of finished that wave?
I know, like, I get 7 point, like, oh yeah, because the set and long hang 5 and 10, yeah.
Yeah, I think they really loved that long hang 5, that second part of the wave where you sort of rolled through really nicely. Look good from here. You've been here, this is your 3rd time, yeah?
Yes, 3rd time.
Is that helping you with picking the wave selection, or is it different every time you come here?
Every time like different, because now like windy and a little bit tricky, but still have get good wave. The made like sometimes the sad, the medium, like all the wave can get the good score.
Awesome. There was a board change. You changed boards halfway through the heat, or after you got that 7, you got a 6.67, and then you did a board swap. What was the reason? Was it because you wanted to try? Talk us through why you changed that board.
I want to try my board like this, the new board from the 60 surfboard. Yeah, I want to try it.
And which one went better?
Same.
Same. That's good to be confident in your equipment. Let's shoot back up to you guys in the booth. Once again, congratulations, Danny, and look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Awesome. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, John. Yeah, Danny looked pretty solid on his feet on both of those boards. Like he said, he got those big scores for the long hang 5s and those long hang 10s. We saw set looking waves too. So the judges making it pretty simple on how to get good scores out here today. Bigger waves, being at that top end of the board for long periods of time. Here's this replay of our surfer in green, Mark Owen.
Mark, 27 years old, from Cabulgar, which is just up 3 hours north. Nice little 5 there to start with. Just moving back on the board, trying to get around that section. He's going to walk back up. He isn't. He's just going to cut back into that little bit of power. Hopefully something can happen here. Looks not. So Cabulgar is about 3 hours up the coast, just north of Vigan. Beautiful wave. I like it better than this wave, to be honest, for a short board. Yeah, it's long, it's nice. He's supported by one of the great politicians, a surfing politician, Mr. Ronald Singsong up there, that supports all his surfers up there. So good on you, Ronald, if you're watching, and thanks for the support. And if you want to visit here, come here, go surfing in La Union. It's a beautiful place, beautiful beach break, and then take a ride up the coast and surf Cabulgar and have a look at Vigan and go into San Fernando. There's a lot to see here, and it's about between a 4 and a 5 hour drive from Manila, for those that don't know.
It feels like surfing seems to be a really rapid growth, has a rapid growth here in the Philippines. Maybe potentially over the last 5 to 10 years, it's really started to grow more.
Gone berserk.
Why do you think this is?
I just think because it's been accepted. The Filipino people were ocean people in the first place. Surfing is, once you've got a board, it's a relatively cheap sport, and look, let's be honest, it's a developing nation, so there's not a lot of money. Traditionally, a lot of the people that surf and have become great surfers come from fishing families, so they know the ocean, and I guess a lot of it's us foreigners come in. We've shown them that this is a fun sport and a great sport, and they're just, I guess, athletically motivated, and they've found it. They found the love, like we found the love, But you're right, in the last, say, 10 years, here's Roger again. He's typically one of those that have been surfing here maybe 15 years, and they have been surfing this area around 40 years now. But the local's not so long. That's another great wave. It's a great backup wave for Roger. That section is probably, he knows the wave better than I do, so he probably is going to get around it. I eat my words there. Yeah, but that's a good question. There's Benito also from here looking to better his, he's a 0.3, but yeah, he's going to do far better on that one. Nice little cutty there, bit of power involved. Back up to the nose, and that's hopefully going to be his best wave as well. He finishes it nicely also. That was a nice little tap there, and he's a long way down on the reef. There's also sea urchins on this reef, so be careful, Benito.
I was going to say, when he got off that wave, I was thinking, he's on very shallow water just
fin
there.
Scraper.
He would have sat on his board. There is no way his fins didn't touch the reef just then. Or fin, I should say. But, yeah, I feel like that wave from Roger, really beautifully surfed. He's got that same sort of read on this wave as Danny. Beautiful start to this wave here from Andong. Just really nice hang 5 into that hang 10. He's back up the board for another hang 10. This is a great looking wave here for our young competitor. He's just found a beautiful read on this one and spent a lot of time up at the nose of the board. Gets the finish there too. Gives us a little fist pump. Really nice wave. Pretty technical. Spent a lot of time at the nose of the board there, Jerry.
He did. Like I said, he's young and lithe, and he knows what he's doing. He's way younger than the rest of the crew here, but they're the ones he's been watching the whole time, and he's learning. He's obviously learning. So we're going to watch here. We're going to watch Benito, and a replay of his wave. And this was also a great wave. He's got his. He had a little stumble there. We don't remember seeing that before. What do you think the judges do for a stumble like that?
I don't think, they score you for what you don't do, not for what you don't do. And I think they're going to take into consideration everything else he's done on this wave. Potentially the flow aspect might be clipped a little bit, but all in all, it was a really great wave. He took it all the way through. That is hurting my soul.
Points for a fin scrape.
Yeah, how far in he is. Look.
Yeah, I'd be worried more about the feet than the...
yeah, same. I just would have started paddling down there.
Yeah. Turn your board upside down and paddle. Okay, we've got Mark here. Mark from Cabulgar. Didn't go too far on that one. But yeah, your question before about the surfing and the Philippines. Yeah, they've really taken to it, and it's just incredible. And I know I went to Indonesia in the early days, and the Indonesians, of course, have become fantastic surfers and great watermen. The Filipinos have picked it up, I think, quicker. It's taken fewer decades, let's say, to become a really mainstream sport here. And their results are showing. They've got a guy on the Longboard CT. They've had John Mark Tukong on the Challenger Series. And, of course, Indonesia now have a surfer on the CT as well, who came here and went in many events here before he actually made it. So, yeah.
And then Indonesia just had their first world surfing champion right
of course,
here,
junior.
Bronson
Bronson. Nice kid. Famous dad, one of the most famous Philippine surfers. Rizal Tandang. Sorry, Rizal, I'm not really just called you Rizal. So, but he was
Uncle Riz.
Uncle Riz, great guy. Had breakfast with him on his last day here, and the whole family, beautiful family. So I'm really proud of him. Really happy with him. Roger's in and out of that one.
Yeah, just a quick in and out. Roger locking in a pretty solid score. 7-point ride for that one we saw earlier. Really beautiful.
There's Jeff De La Torre, and his daughter, who will be in the event. His daughter on the far right. His wife is in the event, and there's JR behind him as well. So there's a bunch of generations of La Union surfers there.
Here's that 7-point ride we're seeing from this drone angle shot here. Gorgeous surfing. Spent a lot of time right up at the nose there, along some of those steeper sections too. Really technical surfing here from Roger. Really well rewarded as well. We kind of wrote him off at this point. We thought, he's not getting around this, but he knows this wave so well, Jerry, and he spent a lot of time out here, like you said. He's from here. And looking at this last wave score from our surfer in white, situation change. 6.2 takes Endong to second place based on that last wave. It was lovely surfing.
Was. And this is the Mark one. I appreciate that you said we wrote him off. It was actually me that wrote him off. So you've taken a bit of the fall for me there. Thanks very much,
One
Jess.
team, one dream, Jerry.
Exactly.
This was a nice wave here for Mark as well. He just got himself a finishing turn. That one came through at a 2.9. Not a lot of technical surfing done on that wave. Thinking back to, this one of Endong, that 6.2, I'm wondering, he did spend a lot of time at the nose, but judges maybe considering not a lot of flow aspect to that wave. It just was, all right, let's get some points and get right up to the nose of the board. But the actual read on the wave probably wasn't there as such.
No. There's Ryoe Taka. He'll be coming up in the next heat. But you're right. Yes, that's exactly what happened. And they're sort of separating themselves here, Roger and Andong. Benedetto and Mark have got to get on their bikes and do some work at this stage.
Yeah, coming down to 11 minutes to go.
By the way, Andong is the nephew of JR.
Oh, there you go.
He's the nephew. So there'll be a brother and a nephew surfing today. So of the Escavels, there's 3 of them in the water. And there'll be a couple of De La Torres. There's some family stuff. Lopez, there's 3 Lopez out here as well, all siblings, one of the boys and 2 of the girls. So, real family deal out here today.
Seems to be quite the family sport, surfing in the Philippines. It seems like if one takes it up, they all take it up.
And that's exactly what happens.
Similar to Australia too.
Similar to Australia. My brothers surfed, and whatever. But, yeah, I guess... Yeah, it is a family thing, and generally you're taught. I mean, my dad didn't surf, but I was certainly taught by my older brother. Then my younger brother started surfing, so I guess I got to blame my older brother for my lack of ability because he didn't teach me very well. Sorry, John, I know you're listening.
All right, we got Roger having a look at this one. Needs to get better than a 6.17 here to improve his lineup. Gets a quick little hang 5 at the start of this wave. Got himself a good-looking bowl here. He's just going to trim across this one. and get out of there. Doesn't like the look of the rest of that wave, so no bettering there. He's found himself a pretty good looking lead. Second place right now, Andong looking for a 6.98. Benito, though, to get up into that progressive position needs a 6.6, and Mark looking for a pretty solid score, an 8.36. Big wave here from Andong. You can tell he's young and just keen to get some big scores. Beautiful nose ride at the start of this one. Trying to hold on through this inside section. Might get some more wall to work with. Hopefully it doesn't fatten out too much for him. You can see him trying to work his way up the board here. Carves back to the pocket. Looking for this inside bowl. Just patiently waiting, but there's not going to be much else on offer.
And that tends to happen, and you know that, Jess, from watching the last event, that some of those bigger ones just get to the outside section and they just fatten up.
Bit of frustration there from Benito. Loved the start of that wave from Andong, though.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful, and it was a nice, solid wave, and he got to the nose, and he looked in control. Quick shout out to Roger's wife, Lisa, who lives here, originally from the Netherlands. So I know you're watching, and Roger's doing very, very well, representing well. So hello to Lisa.
Hello, Lisa. So looking at those scores, that 7 and that 6.17. Definitely those two standouts right now. 6.2, though, is coming in pretty nicely for Andong. He's separating himself from Benito and Mark right now. Just that fair bit away. They've got a bit of work to do with 8 minutes 20 on the clock. Jerry, tell me about this wave. It's so interesting to me that there's probably a bigger longboard culture here than there is a shortboard.
Without question. I mean, all of them will have a go on a shortboard, but generally it's been a longboard thing, and I guess that's due to, Luke Landrigan's dad, Brian. He first came here, was one of the first people ever to surf here. They surfed on longboards. And it's just built for longboards. But for whatever reason, here we go with, of course, Roger again. Roger is a good shortboarder also. But, yeah, I mean, it's just, I believe when you get someone really good at something, the next generation follow that person. And that's what's happened here, JR in particular. And Roger and those guys have just got so good at longboarding. And the Groms, that's what they want to do. It's like in Shargow, John Mark, or the earlier guys, and then Dodo and Wilma and all sort of those guys. They got really good on shortboards, and so people followed up with the shortboards. And I guess you just follow your heroes, and you want to do the same things they do. And here, it's a real culture of longboarding.
Speaking of La Union, Shargow, it's pretty well known as being one of the best waves, not just in the Philippines, but in the world. There's a lot of prestige around that wave. This, however, is a pretty famous wave for the Philippines as well. If we're talking about internationally known waves, La Union would have to be up there in some of the highest ones for the Philippines.
Yeah, it would be, because it was essentially one of the first. Here in Belair were the first places, I guess, to be discovered as far as surfing in the outside world, and they've been going here a long time. Like I said, Luke's dad, Brian, and hello to you, Brian. Luke will be coming up in a couple of heats actually. Brian came here 40 years ago. They started surfing. There was nothing along the beach here at all. Brian built a couple of shacks there, and if you look along the beach now, there's some 8-story buildings actually, which actually isn't allowed in Shargow where Cloud9 is. But it's the surf culture here has been quite some time, and it's. The other thing about this place is you can drive from Manila, so people will drive on the weekend, and you'll notice today being Monday, it's a little different. It was packed yesterday and the day before. They all want to come here, and they all, rent a longboard or get a lesson. So the people in Manila have really made this place huge, because this is a weekend place to go and visit.
Looking at this one on the screen, Mark looking to get some damage done here, needs an 8.7, so has a bit of catch up to do. Beautiful hang 5 here. Gets the finish, but can't quite hold on. Hard boards to try and maneuver through those end sections. I
agree. Heavy, long, difficult. You can sort of angle your shortboard straight up vertical. You can't really angle these straight up vertical. So you're always, if you don't get it right, you're coming down sideways, and that's exactly what happens there. Yeah,
you really got to step on the tail of that board to try and get yourself nice and vertical. Yeah, I feel like potentially we might see a slight increase on that last one for Mark, with judges waiting on the score. He's looking to better a 2.67 to try and make his life just that little bit easier, less than that 8.7 requirement, because right now I probably think he's thinking, wow, I need a really solid score. But with 5 minutes to go, probably on a longboard, you get back out there super quick.
Way quicker. There was taking the shortboarders sometimes 2 to 3 minutes to get back out there. Even more if a bunch of sets came through. The longboarders are zipping back out there in, what would you say, 40 seconds or something?
Yeah, so we've still got plenty of time to try and chip away that 8.7 into a 2-wave total.
He was definitely hoping for better there, though.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, if he takes a step back, listens to what Andong has, he's got a 6 and a 5.5 basically. He's locked himself in a 4.27 on that last one. Right now, though, he's going to need to do a little bit more work. He's less than that requirement. However, now needing a 7.5. Surfers on our screen, getting ready for that next
That's
heat.
June. That's JR's brother right there with the green board and the blue rashi. So he's a pretty solid and competitive surfer. Competent was the word I meant to say. But yeah, looking forward to that one. And here's Benito. He needs a decent score. Oh, well, hang on, what happened there? Oh, there he is. Here's Benito. He needs a good score. He needs a 6.94. So he's going to have to really get some stuff done here, get around that section. He started quite well, and the section's not really going to come to his aid there. I'm not going to say he's not going to get around it because I got in trouble last time. But he didn't get around it.
He didn't. So Benito probably going to need more on that one. Lost a little bit of speed while he was giving us his best hang 5. But I think he knew there was just a lack of oomph on that wave for him. There wasn't that extra spice.
It was a bit of a shoulder slump wave, that one. It was like, do I keep going? Do I not keep going? So, again, it doesn't take him long to get back out there. He won't have any kind of priority. So it's going to be very difficult for him now. For both of them, to be honest. I mean, and this is the replay of Mark's before, which got was that a 4.27?
No, that was just a quick throwaway, that one. Let's take another look at this one for Benito. So gets to the start, but like we talked about, there wasn't a lot of energy in this wave. It was kind of slow and sluggish, and although he, put up some really technical turns, gave us a hang 5, gave us a hang 10, there wasn't much pizzazz about that wave. It was quite slow. And even when he was at the nose of the board, it was quite slow. He wasn't,
I agree,
trimming quite fast. So, unfortunately, Benito, 6.94, probably not going to go there, that number. It's going to be back to the drawing board. And like you said, 4th priority with 2.5 minutes. It's not the best scenario to be.
My money is not on him now.
No. Well, he's just locked himself at 3.47. So he's bettered his total, but not that 4.93, so 6.94. And we know what that looks like, if you get those set waves, stay at that top end of that board and just read the wave and the pace of it. We've seen Danny, go into the 7s. We saw Roger go into the 7s this morning. They're out there. We know they're out there. He's just got to identify them
and get lucky with only 2 minutes to go.
Potentially right now you can see he's sitting at the end of the pack, although he does have 4th priority. If I was Benito, get up there next to Roger. He's been on the best waves of this heat. Just take one that's coming where he is, because these wider ones aren't getting anyone's scores at this point in time.
The length isn't there, and the power's not there. The wide ones, you might get your 5 toes to one nose, and then you're in the shoulder, and it's just fat. So, here come a couple of sets. You can see him out the back there, and certainly Roger is deep, and sitting with a really nice lead. So let's see what happens here. It's probably the last throw of the dice for all of these surfers, or for the 2 that haven't quite made it through as yet. And okay, so there's a decent looking wave, this next one. So first and foremost, we're going to have Mark on the inside paddling for that one. And there's nothing there, and you were right in that call. He had no priority, so Roger's just going to try to hold off someone else from getting that wave, because that was a little bit wide, although it doesn't seem to be breaking that way. I'm just wondering what the section's going to do. Oh no, he's going to just power through that. That's a lovely way for him to finish. He can just finish that one and cruise on in. And get a decent score on top of it all. So, really nice way for Roger to finish off this heat. He knows he's done. He's coming in. Thank you, Lord, he's saying. I appreciate the help, and well done, mate. Well done.
Yeah, beautiful heat. This one from Roger, 7 and a 6.17, with potential to even better on that last one. Andong out there with first priority, looking for a 6.98 for the lead, but I don't see much coming with 10 seconds on the clock. So really well served heat from Roger. Love the way he just controlled this heat from start to finish. Andong, the young gun, coming in second. Unfortunately, we will say goodbye to Benito and Mark, but really awesome all-Filipino affair in this one. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back for more surfing right after this short ad break.
All right, that was team number 2. Congratulations, Roger Kasuga in first. And Andong Esquivel in wide, moving to the round 16. Coming up next, team number 10, team number 3.
It's all happening at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. Chionda, where'd he go? He's out!
He takes off so deep on this one at backdoor.
Spit through top to the Johnson. Second knees, spit, and he comes out.
Molly put her head down, grabs the rail, pipe one, super deep. Mamiya comes out.
When it's love, it welcomes you. It appreciates you. It inspires you. And gives you a reason to go on. A reason to do great things. And conquer great heights. It is there to give you courage, to empower you, and honor your strength. Love is always worth the wait. It is a deep dive into a life of wonders. Wonders that are found in the smallest of things. And in the sweetest little moments. But always better in full view. Better for all to feel, better for all to see, and better for all to share. This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. As you walk into the new chapters of your life. But even if you can't fully understand it, even if you can't put it into words, sometimes knowing it's with you is enough. Because when it's love, you feel it.
Welcome back, welcome back. We're seeing heat number 3 of the La Union International Pro. I'm Jerry Deegan. I'm sitting here with John Carby, our event director and all-round good guy. How you going, John?
Good morning, Jerry. I'm good. Pretty fun morning down here of surf so far. 2 good heats. Good to see Roger Kasugai going through in that last heat, local boy.
Exactly.
And also on his own equipment. So him and a guy named Tandoi have started basically customized surfboards with Roger's like knowledge and know-how of boards. So he was out on his sort of own equipment out there, which is
epic.
Yeah, it's a great move for I guess the local industry of Philippine
Obviously
surfing.
It's a decent stick because he won.
Yep, and he knows how to ride it, and that's the joy of getting sort of close relationship with shapers and everything like that.
Sure.
You can tune your equipment, and Roger's knowledge and expertise obviously came through in that wave, and he has the now joy of picking the boards that he wants. Not just that, he can fine-tune them, which is really cool.
That's unreal. Well, in Heat 3, we have Joran Quirihiro. We have June Esquivel, which I believe is the brother of J.R. Esquivel, our championship tour surfer, and he's paddling as we speak. So he's the younger brother of June. 5 on the nose straight away. Looks like he's well in control. He's going to get around this little section here and see what he can do. Cutting back into it. You can see a little double up there. He knows the wave very, very well. And he's found it. So a little more speed, a little more power back to the nose. Nice little wave for him to start off, although he has, it's his second wave. So he had one during the break as well, which was a 3.50, and he's going to finish this one up right up inside on the super shallow sea urchins. So don't put your feet down, mate.
Oh, these guys are non-stop action out here. There we go. As
Ryochi
takes off, and it looks like
Rico. So I was saying Rico June. We've got Joran Guerrero, and we've got Ryochi Taoka from Japan. So we have 3 Filipinos, and we have 1 Japanese lad. This is Rico from right here in La Union.
And we're going to wait for the judges to lock those numbers in. We'll get some replays after this break. We'll throw down to Camille with our last heat winner, Roger Kasugai.
Okay, good morning everybody. I am here with Roger Kasugai, the winner of the last heat. Congratulations for making round 1, and congratulations as well for launching your own line of signature boards, which is called Kasugai Surfboards. Can you tell us about the model you're riding today?
Normally, this one is a Gorilla Nose Rider, the 9.6, but my shaper adjusted a little bit, so we turn it a little bit more curvy. We put a little bit stiff deck here and then a little bit sharp edge in the nose, so it's a little bit like, for me, surfing this one in my old same model specs, these ones are a little bit, hard for me, and then lucky I have some stock of fin to figure out what fin gonna be suited in this one. So I got on a Miss Lucy 10 feet from Kanua Dalen, so this one's perfect for this one.
Okay, thank you. So that is the importance of really dialing in your equipment. And another thing I love since you design your boards is also how it looks. You said you like this kind of faded denim finish because you don't want people to know whether the board is new or old. Tell us more about the paint job and the process of creating with your shaper, Dandoy Tongko.
Well, Dandoy Tongko make the hand shape, and then the designer from the color is the business partner, Juan Dozo. So I was I said, do whatever it is, and then just the same design model, and then just do the color and everything, and it come out so good. I like it.
Okay, so whether it's surfing or board making, progression never stops. So one more round for you perhaps today. It depends on the call of the contest director. But again, congratulations, a 7.0. You did very well. Anything else you want to say to your family or anyone right here watching you?
Yeah, thank you to my sponsors and to my wife, Lisa and Rio. I think they're around, but I cannot see them around, I guess. They're just watching live, or I don't know. They're just around.
Okay, thank you so much, Roger, and thank you guys. Back to the booth.
I'm sure they are around somewhere. Thank you so much, Camille. A great bit of insight from Roger there. As our surfer in green jumps up. Yep, he looks like he's waiting on this one.
Ryohi.
I
haven't got any info on Ryohi. I know he's 28 years old. Not sure that he's been here before. Actually, I think he hasn't been here before. And I was trying to look online for some info, and I really couldn't find any. Don't know how happy he will be with that wave, but plenty of time to go. June is just cruising down there. And again, we didn't see the start of that. I guess we'll see it. Our technical team are just epic in there. They have us really covered.
That was Rico, by the way, in red.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the board. I saw the blue underneath. That's exactly what I was saying.
So currently at the moment we have Jordan Esquivel in the lead. He did his last one just before we went to that break. We might be able to get a replay of it. It was a 5.0, biggest, best score of the heat so far, and he has a 3.5 as his backup. This will be his 5.0. So nice patient start, and just that knowledge. Long 5 on the nose, a few little 10 taps too. Judges might be holding back on the score just a little bit as he sort of only quickly tapped the 10. The judges love to see the commitment on the nose. But this double up section, there's a nicer, longer 10. Nice tight 5. Sticking with it all the way, another 5. That one isn't really going to register on the judges' notebooks, but well put together wave, getting him into that good range with a 5.0.
Nice. What do you think about the wind, John? It's a bit unusual this morning.
We've had about 38 days of no wind mornings. We've started this event this morning. We've had a fluffy onshore, which sort of concerned us all at the beginning, and
it hasn't got stronger.
Yeah, if we can maintain these levels, it actually seems to be pushing a little bit more swell in too. So what is bad sometimes comes with good, and there's the Kuya, older brother, J.R. Esquivel, current number 4 in the world, which is no mean feat, and this is one of his favourite events. And you'd think maybe LQS level. He's already re-qualified for the World Tour for 2025, but he's that professional, he won't take it easy. He's hyper-focused, hyper-ready.
He wants to win his hometown event. I mean, there's no question about it. He is motivated. And what's interesting today is our co-event director, Luke Landrigan, has zapped out into the one spare spot, and he's going to serve. And they're great mates, and they've grown up together here. And I know
Luke is his coach. Luke is his mentor. Luke has taken him under the shoulder.
But my money's on JR. Sorry, Luke. My money's on JR. Quick shout out to my wife Susan and Lily if she's watching, and your wife Christine, John.
Yep, Christine's just with me this time, which is lovely. My shout out to my 2 kids back home, Chili and Asher.
Yeah, it's nice. My wife's with me for one of the first events she's been. Well, apart from the Shargow events, it's the first travelling event she's come with me. She's helping me stay off the beer, which is thanks very much, honey.
So we've got 15 minutes remaining in this heat. Jun Esquivel holding the top spot at the moment, and Rico is staying on this inside. It'd be good to see him. There we go. He's going to put together a bit of a number. Long, drawn-out 5 there, just sort of getting away from the critical section. So he's going to pace it back, lock it in, and probably reset for another 5, maybe a 10. Nice surfing from Rico at the moment. This will be his best score so far. There's a nice drawn-out 10.
That was beautiful.
A little bit of a shame it's on the inside section. Judges still rewarding it a little bit out the back in the more critical area, but Rico knowing that he's got himself possibly into the lead with that.
Yeah, that was really nice. Not only was it a decent length 10, but both feet were right at the front of the board as opposed to one at the front and one sort of on the side, which a few of the 10s have been. I know that the head judge likes that a little more, to have both feet parallel at the front of the board.
When you have an expert longboard as your head judge, they don't get away with the slide tricks that maybe some lesser events sort of you can get away with. So definitely head judges who know longboarding, because they rip at them themselves.
And our head judge, 2-time world champion.
Yeah,
she knows the back and front of every longboarding,
and she knows every trick under the book where you can get away with it. But with the you can see the camera angles that we have, the close-ups, the replays that the judges have available to them.
Yep.
There's no.
I mean, the setup here is great. This is a 1000, but we've got drone, we've got 3 different cameras, we've got someone in the water, we've got a full international panel. They've really gone all out, and very happy that we backed up on the World Juniors, which is basically the biggest event this country's ever seen. But there was no expense spared to back up to this event, and I'm very glad that's the case.
Yeah, absolutely, because we also see this longboarding series, qualifying series, it is basically the track to the World Tour for the longboard community. Yeah. They don't have the Challenger Series, sort of that second tier step, so this is regional qualifiers into World Tour, so it is a competition that comes with a lot of weight, and all these competitors know it, and that's why the field is actually quite small.
Yeah,
because these are the serious players in the Asian region. At this stage, this is the only qualifier. There may be another one, but this is the step towards the World Tour, possibly this event. So, small, serious field. Some of the maybe more amateurs have sort of taken a step back and said, "All right, I don't need to do this."
Well, I don't need to do it, and I probably can't do it. But I mean, and that was my concern, to be honest with you. And by the way, Rico got a 6.83, so that's a pretty impressive last wave.
There we go. He's getting the news out there in the water.
I really liked what he did.
Yep. That's relief.
Look, I'll be honest with you, I had a little bit of a concern because we're so close to Manila, and in Manila there's a lot of longboarders. I was worried that the field, may just be stacked up with a bunch of people that are competent surfers, but figured, well, why don't I join this thing? I may as well. I mean,
I tried.
Yeah, I know you did. I didn't let you in, so. But that was my concern, that there would be a field, 64 or something like that, and 30 guys or girls that are competent, but just were kind of, I guess, wasting their time. I'm glad that didn't happen.
Yeah,
and that's kudos to WSL for making it right.
Yeah, and it is great when you watch an event from start to finish and the level's high. It's far more exciting, far more Probably not as funny, but you can
Yeah,
actually,
well,
you
and I like funny, I must admit, and that's why I was hoping you'd be out there, because I'd be giggling.
I know, I was so close, and it wasn't through lack of trying. It was through, I gave my spot to
There's Kenta Ishikawa, he's pretty flexible.
A far more accomplished surfer in Luke Landrigan, who's home break, local legend, celebrity too in San Juan and the Philippines. One of the first sponsored surfers and everything. So
I believe he was the first surfer sponsored by an international company.
Yeah.
So he's Billabong International, I believe. So that was quite a landmark.
Rico
really.
going to back up. He wants to throw away his 3.57 now that he's got the formula. That won't be it. He's staying busy. That was under priority. So John Esquivel sitting out there with 11 minutes to go. Second place now with priority. He knows that he only needs... What does he need, Jerry?
June needs a 5.41 to move into first place. Here goes Rico once again. And out the back, we have Raohi. Good camera, that one.
I think Raohi has been here before. It does ring a bell, his name.
Yeah, I had a look at his info and I couldn't see any kind of results. But yeah, I wouldn't. Oh, that was nice.
Definitely a lot of style.
He just lost the power there. I mean, that was a really nice turn, but he then took it too high and he just lost the wave, which you can't be happy about.
One of my I guess there's a lot of Japanese in the field, which they have a great longboarding community, and I guess a wave like this, sort of onshore, 2 to 3 foot, is really going to suit them. It may run a little bit longer than they're used to.
Yeah, particularly from a place like Chiba or something like that.
A little bit stretched out for our surfer in Joreen. That might have been a little bit wide on the stance. The judges like that nice tight 5, but he's putting together a great little campaign on this one. He's going to get the finish. Nice kicks off on that floater as Jun Esquivel, brother of JR, maturing really well, also just losing the handlebars on that one.
So June's 20. Do you know how old JR is now?
Well, JR is going to be around 26 or 27. That's one of the Ebenezer boys.
Oh, there you go, 27. So JR's 27.
Yep. There's Justin Ebenezer, just about to make his mark. He's got a tough heat. He's up against his coach, Luke, as well. Luke's just hoping not to get comboed by everybody. And this is Jun's wave start to finish. Nice fast 5. Holding that second 5 a little bit longer, getting through that more critical part of the whitewash into a nice little fade turn to set up another. Nice tight 5 there, but will be fast, and that one's a bit more meaty on the turn into that little floater. Unfortunately, there would have been a great little exclamation on the end of that wave. He read the wave really well, obviously being a home break advantage. There's BR out in the water, our water photographer. Going to get some good shots. Make sure you check out the Facebook and Instagram pages from what unfolds here. It looks amazing from the water, especially when they're coming past her on the nose or something.
Yeah, okay.
Get some really good shots out there. But yeah, all exciting down here in La Union. Beautiful landscape.
So June 5.93 for that last one, which keeps him in the lead.
Puts him in the lead. He was in second.
Puts him in the lead, sorry, yeah. So Rico was in the lead. Rico was an up and down, so didn't get much there. So pretty tight still. I mean, Joran only needs to get a 5.58. It's looking a bit harder for Rael here at the moment, but still 8 minutes to go, John, so heaps of time.
8 minutes to go. Another interesting thing, leg rope versus no leg rope out here. That might be nope, he's got it. He wanted it. He put in a lot of effort for it, just fading back, waiting for this wave to do something. The foot stall, giving a little touch of flavour on that. Onto the nose. He's a very exciting, dynamic surfer. He just hasn't quite got this wave dialed in yet by the looks of things. He's sort of outpacing it and doing a lot of work to get back to the source and sort of letting the wave sort of dictate what he's up to rather than the other guys are sort of dictating.
And it is a wave that you need to get used to. I mean, I was speaking to one of the fathers of one of the surfers in the World Juniors after the event, and he said, look, it's just not a great wave for backhand. He wanted to know, and we don't know yet whether the World Juniors would be back on here again next year. But he said if it is, we're going to go here like a month early, or we're going to go somewhere very similar, because they found that they weren't really prepared for the wave.
I think even after a month, you'll find you're not prepared for the wave. It has a lot of different types of wave that hit this part of the reef. And in my experience, I've been here probably a few years now, and for a few months, just on and off. but I find it's hard to find two waves the
same,
same,
yeah,
which
yeah.
makes it really hard for preparation work. And
it's certainly not a classic point break or / reef break that you like to call it, but there's a lot of debate about that as well.
It's Mona Lisa point, but I also say it's got reefish characteristics.
Yeah.
I don't want to get hunted online.
That's why I said it, because I want you to be hunted online.
Any more than I usually am anyway.
There's Joran. Up to the nose. Very nice.
Joran is chasing a 5.88. This thing looks like it's going to give him a lot more on the inside, so he's going to have to get busy though. This downtime on the wave does cost.
It costs, and really for the last 40 metres he hasn't done anything.
Yeah, it takes away from the flow.
There you go. Yeah.
Nice 5 again, but it's that downtime that sort of costs you points in this longboard.
No flow.
No flow. You sort of lose your flow, which is a big part of the criteria.
Yes.
Style, grace and flow.
Yes.
And it sort of starts hacking into those. Once again, just a little bit tricky. There is Luke Landrigan. So he's coach, contest director, owns San Juan Surf Resort at the end of the beach where we're all staying. Beautiful resort.
Love it there.
Great little family man. He's just an all-round nice guy. Luke Landrigan is
I've known Luke, I'd say, for 25 years, I guess, and he's just a good guy. His dad's a good guy. His wife's lovely. He's got 2 beautiful kids. I mean, he's got it all going.
When I grow up, I want to be Luke.
Me too. When I grow down. Yeah, no, he's a good man, and he's got the life. He leads the life.
He has. So there's a few important scores. This last one for Joran to drop in. He's looking for a 5.58. I have a feeling with that downtime it may not get there.
It'll be interesting to see what it does come in as, considering we had the discussion about it.
And Rohi, his last one was a 3.23, so he seems to be sort of caught in those 3.
There he is. There's Luke. He's all excited. It's probably his first professional event in a long time. He used to do a lot of the events.
And I'm telling you, watch him. This guy knows how to surf. He might be playing it down a little bit, but he's going to go out there quite serious.
There's Tim Hain giving him some advice there.
Oh, he's giving some coaches advice to
Lance. That's Lance on the left. Go Tim. Tim knows the camera's on.
Yeah, definitely. So those scores dropping in. Still waiting on Surfer on 1. They're obviously going through the replay. It's a very important score. I just feel that downtime might have killed him on that one, and priority is with Jun.
Yeah,
so
he took that priority quickly then.
Yep, you can see Rico sort of asking the questions to Jun, but it looks like Jun definitely knowing this one had potential. So you can see the difference. Someone who knows this wave really, really well. Jun a nice tight 5, I'd call that. I wouldn't quite go onto the 10 with that one. Little 5 tap. Good chance of possibly throwing away his 5. It's going to be on that line somewhere, I believe. But you can tell the difference between someone who knows his wave back to front. There's, I believe, Tucker. The Inuis.
Yeah, the 3 of them. Two sisters, and there's Mum. Mums are always with them.
Yeah, there she is.
Hello
and I think Tucker's coming up in about 2 heats. I love his surfing. He sort of brings that rock and roll style to longboard surfing. I saw a clip where he done a full Superman. He didn't quite land it, but I think it might have been
shortboard Superman
at Bells Beach on the longboard.
Yeah. On the longboard.
On the longboard.
Because he's a great shortboarder as well. He's won some titles on the shortboard
and he plays
SUP as well. Apparently he's Japanese champion SUP.
He plays around on those finless skimboards and stuff too. He's got everything. So
Proper
here's Rico.
water.
So Rico's trying to get that lead back. He wants to make himself safe at this stage also. Second is a precarious place.
Well, he might just sew it up here. Well, depending on that wave from White, which the score still has yet to come in, which is interesting.
Yep. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and we may be coming down to the wire here. We have a score to lock in from red, blue, and white still.
Yeah, white. Here comes the white one now.
Yep. Like I said, once again, sorry, Rohe is sort of getting caught in that 3 zone, which is a little bit hard.
So White did not get the number to get up to second place.
And with 2 minutes and 30 seconds, White is in second priority. Green, so the 2 guys who need score are holding the priority positions at the moment, which means they do get first shot at whatever comes in.
Correct. But they need something to come in.
And can they read this reef well enough to sort of get what they need to get?
Well, there's the big question, yeah.
It's the knowledge.
It's hard, particularly hard. Seems particularly hard for Riohi, but I know he's a competent surfer. So let's just see what he can do. He is going to run out of time. Is that B out there further down the line now? So he's sitting really wide. Riohi.
Or B is sitting incredibly
Or B has got
deep.
caught in the rib. Yeah.
There's a lot of the local crew. Was that the... No idea. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Thanks for coming and watching. Monday morning, not a lot of people on the beach yet at this stage.
No, and La Union's one of these interesting towns. If you come on the weekend, you might get a little caught up in crowds and weekend crowd surf. If you come on any other day, you've got the point to yourself, basically. Maybe a few locals out there having fun with you.
Yep, June. Probably last wave for June.
Yep.
And he's keeping his toes way up there, pretty solid. I'm going to get round this section. And he's going to a little tap again. Cut back into it nicely. Loads of style.
Nice bit of power from June as well. He's quite a stocky young fella.
Well, he wants to follow in the footsteps of his older bro, and he's on his way.
Yeah, looks good.
There you go, with a minute to go. Is he going to try to get back out there? Certainly is. He's young.
Well, he caught that under priority, so why not?
Yeah.
I don't know if that will knock off his score or get him to first place with a 6.38 neater. I don't think it's going to get him there. But
no, and there's not much out the back there for white and green at this stage.
But it's also a great opportunity to get a few extra waves in practice. He knows in fourth priority or third priority he's probably not going to get another swing at the bat. So
not out the back for sure.
Just having a little swing on the inside might just be his way of just feeling it out still, just getting comfortable in that competition situation. Because at this level, it's obviously quite nerve-wracking, so keeping himself in the rhythm so he can remember that last wave when he goes out for his first heat.
Yeah, 15 seconds. I mean, that's pretty much done and dusted here. White's going to have a little paddle. No, there's nothing there. So that'll be pretty much the end of it. We will see Rico and June move on into the next round, John.
Awesome. Great little start to the morning so far. 3 heats in. We have one of our premier heats coming up next with four-time world champion. I was going to say fourth in the world. Might be a better way to say that. JR Esquivel. So we'll come back with that heat straight after the break as we see those official results pop on the stage there.
Alright, so congratulations, Rico, the Martin in red, getting the score that he needs to grab that lead. And
let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
When you choose the Philippines, you know you're in good hands. Where large-scale venues meet state-of-the-art facilities. And where world-class hospitality meets destinations that are beyond extraordinary. With all hands at work to give you the best of the Filipino brand of service excellence. Welcome to the Philippines, where we take your business to...
Okay, we are back and we are in heat number 3 of the LQS 1000. Heat number 4. Thank you, Camille. Yes. What a way to introduce yourself. Camille Pilar, a long-time resident of La Union and been involved in, I think, every QS event here in La Union.
Yes, I believe so, since 2023.
2023. Here we are in the heat. We have JR Esquivel, Rogelio Esquivel, as you'll see on there, Justin Ebewiza, Kent Ishikawa, and Luke Landrigan.
Great. Oh, Luke's in this.
This is a great heat for us and for you to
should
call.
Should be interesting.
So, Camille, you've lived here for 10 years. You know a lot about this point, you know a lot about this place, and you know a lot about this people.
Yes, we moved from Manila to La Union in 2014.
Yep.
And that was around the time there were no 7-Elevens, no ATM machines, and the national highway only consisted of 2 lanes. And around that time, this surfer right now in blue, Justin Ibueza, I think he must have been just 5, 6, 7 years old.
Look at him now, he's a giant. He is also a twin, right?
A twin.
Are
No,
they
he
twin or
has
they
an
brothers?
older brother,
They look
John
the
Marie.
same. Joe Marie, I thought they were twins.
Yes, John Marie will be surfing in Heat 8
Yeah. and they
coming up.
Look really similar. And here goes number 4 in the world, J.R. Esquivel. Notice he doesn't have a leash. One of the very few competitors who's super confident, confident enough not to use a leash because he just doesn't fall off. And when he
Yes.
does, he knows how to control the board. One of the best things...
That looks like a new board under his feet.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's been on. He has... The joy of becoming 4th in the world is you get a lot of selection, you get a lot of help, and his boards now... I know he plays around with his equipment a lot, but he definitely have his favourites, so...
And that has also been passed on. The advantage of being able to try different boards has been passed on to his friends as well, who get to try and borrow the boards. But
And-
Kenta Ishikawa in white looking and does not like that one.
And his brother also obviously getting advantage of trying out his brother's boards and sort of getting first selection.
Yes, I've
or
got
second pick.
Yeah, whichever he doesn't like, they can try.
So speaking of which, we do have Jesse down on the beach. Oh, actually, he won that last heat. It was actually Rico.
Rico also from La Union.
So Jesse down there with Rico. Take it away, Jesse.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Rico, congratulations. First round is always nervous, but you must be feeling good to get the win.
Thank you for that. Feel shaky out there because the waves kind of windy, and you need to choose a good one to get a good score.
This is your home break. That must be giving you a little bit more confidence coming into this event, knowing that you know this wave better than your competitors.
Yeah, because every day we surf here with our team, but this kind of wave we just short surf, like because it's kind of windy. Yeah.
We were talking about it on the broadcast, how much we love this place and this region. What do you think makes this, La Union your home? What do you think it makes it so special?
The waves and the food, people, the locals here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty beautiful place. We know you have a lot of fans probably watching on. Feel free to say anything to anyone you know who's watching.
Thank you to my sponsor, Zamora Surfboard, and thank you to everyone who helped me to support, to join this event, and thank you everyone, and shout out to my girlfriend for always be here for me. Yeah.
Awesome, we love it. Congratulations. See you in the next round. Thanks, guys.
Rico, what a legend as our surfer in white. Kenta, our Japanese competitor of the heat, drops off, nice little down carve, waiting for this wave to sort of roll down the reef, waiting for this double up, nice and casual onto the nose as he hits this sort of critical section with a nice little sort of foam drift down the face. Unfortunately, just running away from him.
He loses it there.
So, claim to fame, Luke Landrigan has opened with the highest wave score of the heat so far, and here he goes again. Like I said, Luke plays it down, but this guy really knows how to surf, and he's also a great shortboarder, so he's spending a lot of time on the nose here. If he beats JR, he's going to have a smile from ear to ear. You can see he's having fun out there, so.
Interesting to note that both Kenta and Luke are wearing a leash, whereas JR and Roger in the previous heat was not.
Yep, a lot to do with walking the nose, hang fives, all that up and down on the board. Getting caught up in a leash can sort of slow you down. It can take away from your grace because you're tripping and dropping. It's not going to look so appealing for our judges. But there's also, of course, the risk. If you lose your board, you're going to have to swim in, collect your board and paddle back out. Luckily, longboards paddle a little bit more gracefully and easy than
And it's not a long
shortboards.
paddle back out and in.
I know, but it's every minute out there, in my opinion, is super important.
Of course.
But the confidence to not wear one obviously means you're confident in your steps and not going to get caught up or worry about that extra thing.
Did a score just drop for the surfer in blue?
I still waiting. So are you there? Justin Ibueza has a 4.23 for his opening wave. JR's on a 2.50. He has a second score to drop in, but I don't think it was that. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
I'd love to see a replay of that 8.17 because I believe we might have missed it. So we're into the excellent score where we were hoping to see JR. Actually, we did see that. He was in control. He was smooth. I can't wait to see that replay because that's sensational. Numbers dropping in everywhere. 4 now for Kenta. Here's JR.
As requested.
Talk us through it, Camille.
Okay, that's a nice cut back into the power source and control of the board. Again, note that he is not wearing a leash. And one thing with JR that he has been improving this last season is the rail work, the rail game. So he's been putting in more effort to really dig in those rails and stay in control. As I mentioned, there you go.
Nice variation of where he was on the board too. So using the entire length of the board, he's spending a lot of time up on the tip, but he's also getting back right on the edge of the board, the back tail end of the board, to get those carves in. He's doing rebounds, roundhouses, just traditional classy surfing. And he was in control, so the judges just showing in that a statement. What do they want to see? They want to see a complete package. They don't want to see everyone just on the nose. They want to see a variation of those carves into the nose walks, those transitions.
Yes. I think that's a misconception about longboarding, really, where everyone thinks you just get up and run straight to the nose, and basically you're just going straight. But you have to put in those turns, man.
Absolutely, and yeah, that was a sort of a message to the rest of these competitors. This is what the judges want to see, and if you make it look as good as JR, then you'll be in the excellent range as well. Speaking of which, we have Justin.
Another goofy foot. Justin trying to do what JR did.
Yep, a little bit disjointed. He knows that. There was a little bit of body language there. He knows he can do better than that. At this stage, Luke dropping a 3.77. So Luke's style also works in his favour. He's very confident when he does it. And out there, he has no pressure. He didn't want to get comboed by everybody. At the moment, he's looking like he might get through to the next round. So
he's really just having fun out there.
Yep, but like I said, very accomplished surfer. If you see him out on his shortboard, he's out there ripping. If you see him out there on the longboard, he's out there ripping.
On any board, actually.
Yep.
He also has a beater board.
Yeah, I took that one out the other day, and it was super fun. And
how did it go for you?
Well, it went really good for him. I couldn't make it do the tricks he made it do.
So are you admitting you were a bodyboarder in the past?
I was a bodyboarder. That was
no, that's a fun fact everyone says about you, John.
Yeah, I loved it, and I stand by it. I think if you're involved in the ocean in any way, shape or form,
of course,
your life's a lot better than those who aren't.
I agree. And Kenta Ishikawa from Japan, he actually rides Alaya boards. I think he brought his Alaya with him on this trip again.
Oh, nice. He has been here before?
Last year he was here, and he made other competitors try the Alaya. So we had the likes of Natsumi Teoka, and it was really, really fun. I want to see that again this year.
Looks like not having a look at that one.
No.
Under priority, so nothing to lose there. Just taking a look, and I still think he might have liked that one. He's keeping an eye on it too.
Yes, you can see he's really hungry to get another wave, because a 4.74 is not that big of a score. Justin has it in him to get that score. He just really needs that one wave selection. Very important right now, as it's 14 minutes to go.
Absolutely, and this priority thing comes into it. It might have looked like a mistake to us, fourth priority taking an insider, but someone like Justin who has local knowledge should know, and now that he already has a 4.37 and a 4.23, he knows what little bit more he needs to do to sort of get into that next range, and he's more than capable of it.
Okay, and we can see JR hanging on to priority.
Yep, JR is I guess he's in the captain's chair at the moment. He's in the lead, and his throwaway is a 2.50, so at any point JR can probably easily manufacture a 4 or 5.
That is true, I agree. And one thing about JR is he doesn't just surf well, he surfs as if he's playing chess. It's a strategy game for JR. He employs all these techniques like hanging on to priority, or even as far as letting someone take a wave he doesn't like.
Absolutely.
Or getting a better one in a set.
Yep, he will sell waves to people that he wants them to take. He really is the ultimate competitor, and 2 years he spent on the World Tour. He came in his inaugural year in 8th place and then followed that up by 4th place. So if we continue that rhythm, he'll be number 1 by next year.
Absolutely.
By this year, sorry, we are in 2025.
Yes, we are. Start of a new season.
And he has his place already booked on that World Tour. This one is just for
For the giggles.
He loves to compete.
Yes, for the love and fun of surfing. And him being out there is also to put pressure and to inspire his fellow La Union and Filipino surfers, to really take it up a notch and learn something, take something from page in his book.
Absolutely. You can see Luke also sort of pushing up the reef there. So Luke knows this point also better than most, being one of the first residents.
Okay, does it look like the wind is dying down? Hopefully so.
I feel that it's sort of hopped into this sort of settle-in period, which is sort of really cool. Most of the time here, we seem to have these mornings with no wind. 10 o'clock, there's a little light wind blowing, sort of can vary in its direction. And then by afternoon, we sort of into that strengthening onshore condition. So this morning, we woke up a little bit different, but it has maintained this maybe 5
It's looking a little groggy from all the electrifying heats from the World Juniors.
Absolutely.
And here again is Justin Ibueza, straight to the nose with the 5, pulling it back. Let's see if he can do it again. No, he cuts back. Nice little rail work there. Grabs on. Can he stay on? This is the foam ball. Yes, he connects it to the next section. And here's where it gets a little steep. Hopefully he can keep it there. Okay, do you think this will improve his score?
I'm pretty excited. I believe as JR gets up and he's straight to the nose, nice and quick. There we go, nice drawn out 5 into a 10. JR just pacing the wave really well. And there's that nice cut back. Waiting for to get to work. Staying a little bit busy. So nice little...
tippy toes.
Yeah, bottom turn with a bit of carve into straight up to the nose. So the transitions that JR can manage... is definitely the point of difference for him, and he's going to have most of the field in combination after this wave. But I feel that Justin and
and here we go, Kenta in white, trying to do as the locals do, but unfortunately just misses the connection.
Yep, so I think Justin definitely may have just got his best wave, so this is going to be a really interesting exchange. I believe
he only needs a 4.74.
JR's definitely going to throw himself out into the front.
On the screen, we have young Seabay getting ready for his next heat. This is Marvin Abbott's younger brother.
It's such a great community down here. Anyone who surfs related to everyone else who surfs, it's amazing.
I love that. Did you notice that he's rolling up his shorts to go up a little higher? I think the type of surfing you do also dictates the kind of apparel you wear. You need a bit of some flexibility when you're out there.
This is Kenta's wave that we missed the opening part of it. So nice down carve. Again, second turn. He's just waiting for that whitewash to sort of start doing something before he'll get to the nose. There he is with a nice quick hang 5. And that was sort of once again where it ran away from him. He did make the transition in that one. But it gets into that shallower inside bit.
Yes.
A little bit
always tricky in this part because it's where the water is also pushing back out to sea.
Yep, so we're on the edge of the reef there on the low tide. That's where the water's running out. On the higher tide, it sort of pushes in a little bit further and sneaks out a little bit further down the line. So some really interesting and unique characteristics from this point, Mona Lisa Point down in the beautiful...
I personally enjoy the point when it's a bit mid-tide.
Yep.
Like from low to high or high to low. Anything mid is when I think the sections really fill in.
There we are, Justin Ebuiza dropping that requirement of a 5.50.
He is now in second.
Luke is going to be out there pulling his hair out at this stage.
I don't know, he looks pretty calm.
With 8 minutes and 35 seconds, and now Luke is in the priority position, looking to advance with a 4.55.
And on the screen is Lucas from Taiwan, getting in the zone. I wonder what he's listening to.
That's the pre-game. What's the best pre-game, Camille? What do you think?
10 cups of coffee. No, I'm kidding.
Italo Ferreira with about 5 Red Bulls, or would you like?
No.
Would you like to chill, relax, and vibe it out?
I think anything to quiet the mind. That is what is useful in situations like this.
Yep, I guess there's a big vary. Some people want to pump the mind up. They'll distract it with some heavy music. Others want to get into the zone with some nice, quiet music. But yeah, I guess it's letting the world go behind you and sort of focusing on the job at hand, whatever works for you.
Yes. Anything to push you to just do it.
Yep, here we go. Numbers are starting to drop in for JR Esquivel. And as we thought,
It's a 7.93.
A
So
smidge off excellence. So one excellent
Smidge.
score, and what he went over on the other excellent one, he sort of missed out on the other one. So JR.
a 16.10 total heat total. This is the highest so far in this round.
Yeah, and he has the fielding combination. So JR, listening to those numbers, you can see him on screen now. Probably not even going to react to that.
Yes.
Round one, he's going to stay super cool. Kenta paddling again.
Scratching away, but does not.
Fourth priority, nothing
get
to
that
lose.
one.
So nothing to lose, nothing to gain, other than Kenta desperately wanting to throw away.
And just below 7 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
We're
So
almost at the critical zone.
what we're really noticing is that local knowledge. If it was a crisp, smooth point that we normally see, I think it'd be a lot easier for the competitors to read, and sort of with this little light onshore, I think it's
Yes.
making a tricky wave even more tricky.
John Kennedy Martinez on the screen with
Oh, here's your selfie. What do you think? He's gonna get the approval?
approval for the social
Approval.
media feed. That is his girlfriend Kath and their cute little dog. I like this picture. This is what surfing's all about, bringing everyone to the beach, sharing good energy, and hoping for the best.
I saw Roger on his interview before. He had no idea where his family was, but he knew they were somewhere.
Yes, for sure, they're just around here.
And there you go, Kenta. He's sitting
This
really
looks
deep.
better.
So he's adjusted his
Oh.
strategy. He's taking a risk. Anytime you're sort of leaving where the locals are sitting,
Yeah.
you're risking a few things. Look at the style on this man. It's just incredible.
Oh, wow, that is a signature JR move.
Yeah. Controlling a
It's
hang
like he's
10.
levitating on that nose.
Controlling a hang 10 and trimming and sort of changing direction is incredibly advanced.
Yes, very technical surfing,
Yeah.
longboarding is.
It is incredible to keep the nose up and also maintain a sort of trimming up and down style of the wave. It blows my mind.
Yes. And it's called the art of trim, isn't it? We learned a lot from the wax head last year.
Yep, the art of trim and wax heads a lot. So watch this. Just watch the technique in this. Just cool as a cucumber, up on the knees, waiting
Nice
for it to
fade.
do it. And then watch him, gets right to the nose, locks in the board, and he's still going to have an element of control that's just second to none out there. It's not going to go into his top two scores, but
It's still nice to show a little clinic.
it is, and it's just a one maneuver that just shows that, yeah, I've got this. If he had to link that together with his other turns, a single maneuver, which that was a 4.20, that's the capability that JR has. So I'd liken that to just one snap.
One snap.
On a shortboard.
One nice whippersnapper.
Yeah, one nice whippersnapper. One nice vertical snap. It wasn't like a major move like an aerial or anything like that, but just to get a 4.20 just by spending 3 or 4 seconds on the nose, incredible.
Okay.
And they're all chilled, I guess. Here we go. Like, this is just,
It's
we're
like
getting
the
to the pointy
ocean
end.
has gotten really quiet.
Yep, we're at the pointy end now. Luke's been holding priority now for probably about 5 minutes. He knows exactly what he's looking for. And he's not going to stress,
No stress at all.
because I don't think he has any. Justin's probably a little bit stressed at the moment, sitting in 4th priority.
Yes. He's also sitting on the inside almost.
Yep. He's actually
No priority.
no priority. He's actually
Oh,
gone
there. Last priority.
Yep, last priority. And he's sitting quite far down the line.
But
where-
there are good set waves that do come at this, what we call the second peak.
Does it look like there's some of these second peak sets rolling in at the moment? Hard to tell on the
Well,
camera
I'm
there.
nearsighted, so you tell me.
Maybe. We'll go with a maybe then. We'll lock in an affirmed maybe.
Hopefully.
But yeah, interesting strategies, like I said, for Kenta. Definitely.
I think I'm seeing something.
Yeah, definitely a bold move to be sitting deeper than most of the locals. If I'm out there, I'm probably going to be sitting on Luke or JR's shoulders at the moment. JR having the best of it. And this,
Let's take a look at this replay again.
is this the 8?
And see there, I heard Jerry mention in one of the previous rounds that you don't have to stay on the nose for too long. Sometimes you lose speed when you do that. So that's what JR did. Just a quick tap from 5 to 10 and then back.
Yep, 793. This is his 793. So this was his almost excellent, and you can just see he just doesn't have any downtime. Even when he's sort of transitioning, you can see his eyes set on the prize, and this is
Okay.
from the deep. Body language, nothing.
Looks like a short ride, but up and riding is
tail,
Luke
Landrigan.
Landrigan.
The rare longboard store, but he's definitely got a beautiful, smooth style about him. Hoping this wave steps up on the inside.
Yeah, I'm loving the camo shorts as well.
That would
Matches
be
perfectly with the green jersey.
that would be his Alima brand, I
Yes,
believe.
it's by Alima.
Yep. So he's got his own little surf brand down here too, Alima.
Do you know what Alima means, John?
Don't put me on the spot like that. No, it means sunshine.
No, I think it's like when you hold up your hand, 5, lima is 5.
Ah, there you go.
I think it's a Siargaunon or a
Oh.
Visayan way, but Justin Ibueza up and riding straight to the nose with a 5.
Clear 5-2, which is always great. Like he's half his foot was hanging
Yeah,
over the front of the
that was
board there.
what I observed as
Yeah.
well. Half of his foot was out there. Again.
Small tap done. That one may be to his detriment. Like you need to make sure you've got your foot on the board and you're showing that you're in control. Otherwise, it's sort of deemed a tap.
Yes, just a tap.
Just a tap. So again, with 1 minute 23, we're sort of really towards the pointy end at the moment, and JR going again. It's really going to boil down.
Leader of this heat.
It's going to boil down to Landrigan and Ebenezer at this stage. JR now just having fun.
Nice. Just dancing right there.
Yeah. Once again, it'll be interesting to see how our judges like the party trick. The heels on the nose. Oh, I think this is a brilliant wave.
Another one. And there, all the rail
He is
getting buried in the water.
He's going in between switch and regular. I mean, switch and goofy, which he is. Like
He's goofy.
JR is just. I don't know which way he stands anymore. He's so smooth and so good at what he does. I believe that was just for show.
Yes.
He's coming in.
That
with
was
30
just for
seconds.
himself.
Yeah. He's just really showing, and probably it's a message to the other competitors that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's me, guys.
Oh, let's take a look at that fin.
Important numbers to drop in before we go to the
Okay.
fin. Still one to drop in for Luke, so very important. Luke's last wave. Is he going to get the 4.68? JR is sort of irrelevant at this point, and JR and Luke's going to
Luke
swing
takes
again.
this other wave with 10 seconds to go.
He's smiling. I don't know who he's giving peace to. I don't know if anyone's out there. He's having a ball. Oh, he's shouting it to
Yeah, just
everyone.
riding the foam
Justin
ball.
Ebenezer.
Back to the wall. Super stylish. Oh, and Kenta, did he make it up before the buzzer?
Oh, it's all happening out there. Okay, so this one will count for Kenta. Luke Landrigan not getting enough on his second to last wave, and I doubt it for his last wave. So now Kenta.
This might be his best wave.
This may be his best wave. At this stage, he's going to need a 6, so it definitely needs to be his best wave. He's smiling, he's happy, he's having fun. He either thinks he got it or he...
Almost got fin chopped.
Either way, he's having a ball. So here it is. Is this a 6.0 on the nose straight away into a nice carve?
Yes.
Back to the whitewash, and he's got a little bit of a misstep there into a little foam climb.
But still makes the connection.
Still gets the connection, still giving up this wave. A few little sort of, I wouldn't call them major maneuvers. There's sort of more of a positioning down carve onto the nose there, not quite on there. Is it a 6? I don't know. I don't know if the judges are going to go that high with it, considering that
A
Luke's...
4 and a 3.93.
Yeah, they have
were
to
his best
consider
waves.
Justin's 5.5 and also Luke's 5.3. I feel...
But
it
that might have
won't
been
be
his
there.
best wave. We just don't know if it's a 6.
No, and he may squeeze into the 5s with that, but a 6 might be a bit of a stretch. Great surfing.
All right.
On an amazing time, a little bit of pressure, so we're going to wait for
Heat
this score
4
to drop
done
in.
and dusted. Thank you for
Almost.
having me here, John.
Almost. Don't wrap it up yet. We've got a score to drop in.
Okay.
We're very, very eagerly watching the screens and watching the crowd. If Kenta gets this 6 or not.
Okay.
Too excited to get out of here. You want to get down to the beach and interview more people.
Who's doing the interview for this?
I think you are.
Then I have better get down there.
No, you're all right. They can wait. Jay will be there.
Okay.
All right. You can get out of here, Camille. We'll
Okay,
wrap it up. Let's
once-
let this next heat introduce the next one. So let's go to a break. Thank you.
Next heat, stand by. 2 more scores to lock in. Surfer in white needing a 6.0 score. A 6.27 on Surfer in white. Now he is in second place. Green looking for 4.95 and looking like last second of that heat. A 3.2 for Surfer in green last year is not enough. So white moving on to the next round.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
It's all happening at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. Chionga, where'd he go? He's out!
Katie takes off so deep on this one at backdoor.
Spit through something to Johnson. Sesmonese spit and he comes out.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail, pipe one, super deep. Mamiya comes out.
When it's love, it welcomes you. It appreciates you. It inspires you. And gives you a reason to go on. A reason to do great things and conquer great heights. It is there to give you courage, to empower you, and honor your strength. Love is always worth the wait. It is a deep dive into a life of wonders. Wonders that are found in the smallest of things. And in the sweetest little moments. But always better in full view. Better for all to feel, better for all to see, and better for all to share. This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. As you walk into the new chapters of your life. But even if you can't fully understand it, even if you can't put it into words, sometimes knowing it's with you is enough. Because when it's love,
Beautiful scenes here at Mona Lisa Point for the La Union International Pro LQS 1000. Results of that last heat, it was JR taking the win with a 9 and an 8.17. Kenta, however, he did get the score, 6.27 in the dying stages of that heat, put him up into second. Saying goodbye to Justin and our fellow commentator Luke Landrigan. Beautiful performances from everyone, though. So we are still in the round of 32. This is heat number 5. I'm Jessie Starling, joined by my dear friend Jerry Deegan. Jerry, who have we got in this heat?
Jess, in this heat we have John Kennedy Martinez, and he is a local from here. So, yeah, he's already got a 7.83. I guess we'll see that soon. I've got a bit of shock there. I looked at the wrong way around. So we have Taka Inoue, so a Japanese man who's been here many times, here with his mum, his 2 sisters, and he's a riddle waterman. We can talk about that later. Carl Vincentino is also from the Philippines. And Chen Cho Yuan, who I don't know anything about, the fact that he's 20 years old and he came equal 17th here last year. I don't know if you know much about him. Obviously, he an equal 17th, probably not his greatest result ever, but he was here. He knows what he's doing. This is Carl. Yes, Carl Vincentino. So Carl's 20 and he's from here. He's a surf instructor, and he's best mate of Warren Lopez, who we saw
compete earlier
and get through to the next round. So I wonder if these two buddies can be in the same heat together. I'm sure they don't want to be, actually.
Yeah, I feel like they're on other sides of the draw, so they might just be okay. This was a really beautiful wave here from Carl to get his campaign started. 5.17, which isn't a bad score to lock in at the start. This is the way we want to see those. 7.83. Wow, beautiful hang 10 at the start of this wave. A lot of time up at the nose of the board. Carves it back. A lot of power, a lot of flow, a lot of style for this competitor here. Bit of foam to work with here, so he's just biding his time. Now he makes his way back up the nose for a long hang 5. Goes for the hang 10 and then brings this one all the way back. So one thing I learned is that style is still a part of the criteria here for longboarding.
Without question.
And
he's got it in spades.
It definitely comes into play. Someone who is very stylish and 4th in the world for longboarding right now. He's down on the glass with Camille.
Okay, I am here with leader of the pack, JR Esquivel, making it through to that last round as if it was just a walk in the park. So JR, walk us through the equipment you were riding. It looks familiar. It looks like it was the board you used in Huntington.
Yes, this board is Luffy. He made this one and bring it to Huntington, and I used it in the contest there and got 2nd place. Stop.
So if you used it at Huntington Beach, maybe it's a board made for beach breaks, and somehow in our windy conditions today, the point is looking a bit like a beach break. Would you agree?
Yeah. Waves are a bit hard today. There's a lot of winds and bumpy, and it's hard to choose the right one. And lucky I got good waves and got a good score. And yeah, this board can handle windy and clean waves. So yeah, I'm super stoked and thankful to Luffy for doing great boards and giving me boards like this. Thank you so much.
Awesome. And bumpy waves are not a problem for you because being 4th in the world, you're already pre-qualified for the World Longboard Tour this year. So joining this qualifying round, what's in it for you?
Yeah, this event is actually I don't need to qualify again because I already have a spot for this season, and yeah, I joined because this event is like practice for me and try to improve myself, and yeah, just to have fun with the boys and everyone. And yeah,
I love that, and I'm sure everyone is more inspired knowing that their idol JR Esquivel is in this competition with them. Thank you so much. Congratulations. You want to say anything before I let you go?
Yeah, thank you so much to my sponsors, Vans Philippines, Surftown La Union, Union Athletics, Alima, Cemento Surf, Salad Stoke, and to the board, to Luffy and Tanya, thank you so much, and I hope to see you soon.
All right, amazing. Back to you guys at the booth.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Camille. Thank you, JR. That was a really awesome interview. Great insight to know that that was the board that he got 2nd in Huntington in. And, you know, we spoke about it in that last heat, Jerry. 4th in the world. That's such a huge achievement, not just for JR, but Philippine surfing, especially in the such short, rapid growth they've had here. And He seems like a really humble competitor.
He's
as well.
humble. He's a nice guy. He stops and talks to everyone. He takes photos with everyone. He's an amazing surfer. He thanked his Vans support there. That's Wendell. So I know Wendell's down there watching. So thank you, Wendell, for supporting number 4 in the world. Let's hope he could be number 1 in the world this year.
Here we go, up and riding. This is Tucker just taking this one all the way through. Beautiful Stacey style here for our surfer in red. Hang 5, hang 10 for a moment there. He's spending a lot of time up the nose of the board. Tricky section to stay up there as well. And he holds on for the finish. So the judges will be loving the bit of time he spent at the nose of the board there. So Tucker getting a little bit funky with it here.
And Tucker's another shortboarder who enters a few of the different shortboarding events also. He's a SUP rider. He's shortboard, longboard SUP, shortboard SUP, and longboard. He's doing it all. He comes from a family of water people. I won't say watermen because his 2 sisters are both suppers as well as longboarders and shortboard. Water women, water peeps, water them. I don't know what we're meant to say this year. Not really sure what's politically correct, so I'll just say it all so I don't get in trouble.
Oh,
or am I in trouble for saying that?
That was really good. That was really good.
But he's fantastic, and Sakura and Kaede will be up in the women's draw, hopefully today as well. So, you know, that's a whole family deal, and Mum down there on the beach just cheering them all on. So fantastic. His score has yet to come in. We'll wait for that one. At the moment, John Kennedy Martinez is well and truly ahead of the pack with a 7.83 and a 4.67. So very early days, 10 minutes to go, Jess. So it's going quickly. Why is it going so quickly this morning?
It is. You know what? It's because we were doing 30 and 35-minute heats for the juniors because it was a bit bigger. We had to pick and choose the times a little bit more when it did come down to the tide and the wind. So feels like these 25-minute heats are flying by, but with these 4-man competitors and the short period swell we're having, there's so many opportunities out there.
Non-stop action.
Looks like our surfer in blue. This is Chang having a look here, our Taiwanese surfer. Just a quick in and out. Didn't like the look of that one there. It's great to see so many different regions come into this event. Tucker's first wave there, 5.77. Feel like each year this event is coming more and more multicultural.
It is, and he's not our only surfer from Thailand as well. There's two of them, 2 men in the event. And traditionally, you didn't get guys from Thailand. I mean, it was Japan, Philippines, Indonesia, Taiwan, and now we have Chinese surfer. We have guys from Thailand. It's crazy, yeah. So surfing, it was previous to our discussion earlier, not only is it going fast and growing quickly in the Philippines, it's growing fast in all of the region, all of Asia.
Look at that, we got a paddle here from Chang, so he's up and riding again. Loving the look of his board here, beautiful colour, gets a quick hang 10 there. Lovely cross steps back down the board to try and make the most of this inside section here. Good amount of time there in the hang 5. He definitely wants to be there for longer. You can tell he's hunting for it, and then gets a bit of an end turn there. So great ride from start to finish there from Chang. I feel like that might come through at a mid-range score. Probably wants to spend a little bit more time at the nose though to get up in that top range.
I would say that's exactly what they seem to be looking for. That's where the scores seem to be coming if we look at what's happened in the last 4 heats previous to this one, and he knows straight away. So Tucker is well aware of how to score and how to get the best scores. He's very experienced. That wave, unfortunately, didn't let him know. So there's the funny thing, you know, he knows how to score, he knows the scores. Does he know the wave as well?
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Here's this replay of the last one of Chang. What do you think of it, Jerry?
Yeah, again, I thought it was pretty good, pretty smart right there. Bit of a turn, bit of downtime here. Finds the power source once more, gets his foot back up there for, you know, a bit of a tap. And then he's sort of into the washy white section, and he did finish that turn off. It wasn't, I guess, the greatest turn ever, but I think that's going to be his. Well, let's have a look. Is it in already? Yeah, 4.87. So not only is it his best score, it puts him into second position. So, you know, second position is where you want to be at the end of the day. He's going to have to do some work to hold it there, but he's in a nice spot.
Yeah, I feel like these heats are jumping around a lot, especially that last one we saw. JR, he obviously held it from start to finish, but second place, every single competitor other than JR was in it at some point in time. Just kind of showing the caliber that we have of the competitors here. They're so good, and you're not safe.
It was really close, that last heat. I mean, there was JR smashed it with 17.17, and then it was basically 1 point between the next three competitors. And I think, to be honest, Kenta got to the end of that wave, and I don't think he thought he'd got the score. He had a kind of a wry smile. It wasn't a happy, cheerful. It was like a... So he knew he was on the edge, and, thankfully for him, he got it. It's a long way to travel from Japan to get knocked out in the first round. So commiserations to the other two. I don't think Luke minds it. I just caught up with him just before we came back on, and he said, as long as I didn't get comboed by anyone, I'm happy.
Fair enough. I would feel that way as well. Luke is obviously a very talented surfer. We're going to have him in the booth for the rest of the day. After, I think he comes in around heat 7. He's going to give some pretty great local insight here. He's kind of the man.
He is, and that's Shohei Akimoto. He's a Japanese competitor that will be up in the next heat from Miyazaki, apparently.
Yeah,
so
beautiful.
Looking forward to that.
Up and riding, we have Carl having a look here. So he has a 5.17 on the board, so he got a good start. Needs to find that back up. He's looking for a 3.7, bit of a wider one here. So potentially, not getting the steeper wall he's hoping for. He's trying to read this inside section to maximize some points. Not much happening on this wave so far. There's the hang 10, beautiful surfing. Love the risk, but he goes down right behind him. Our current heat leader, John, just looking at this inside section. Ooh, I would not pencil dive off that.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking. It's relatively shallow. Maybe he's a little bit further out than we think he is. And this is from the start of that wave. So straight to the nose, nice 10. We get round that section. And, could have almost pulled in the bazzer there, but not quite. So, he's come quite a long way in before he's done that pencil dive. So he's waiting for a bit more power there. And he's just finding it here. He's going to head up, tap the nose before he... Oh, no, he didn't. So, there wasn't much. There was a nice couple of positions out the back there, but there wasn't a great deal on the inside.
Yeah, so a couple of maybe missed opportunities. We've got scores to lock in for white and green. See if that changes any sort of situation. 9.5 minutes on the clock, though. Still that 7.83 separating John from the rest of the field. So, John, local boy, is he from around here?
John Kennedy. Yeah, he's from here. And he's done a bit of travelling. He came equal 13th here last year. And also, he just recently came second in the Calico and Odyssey waves, which is in Eastern Samoa, which is in the Pacific Ocean, as opposed to being here in the West Philippine Sea. So he's an accomplished surfer. He is from here. His results, that would be his best result. That was on the national tour. That wasn't on, it's not a QS, but still a very good result for him. And he's a local guy here. He's surfed here for many years, 24 years old. And nice guy too. I've met him a couple of times.
Yeah, I feel like all of these competitors and all of the people and locals from around here are so beautiful. It's what makes the Philippines so special.
The Philippines. If I could just jump in on you there, we came here in 95 the first time, myself and my wife. And she doesn't surf and I'm a surfer, and, of course I just wanted to stay and surf and surf and surf. If it wasn't for the people, she never would have stayed, to me. And I probably said it last time I was on microphone, and I'll say it every time in the future. For me, they're the nicest people in the world, I'm an Aussie and I love Aussies, but I'll be honest, they're the friendliest nation I've ever been to, including my own. If I can say that, don't bag me out too much if you haven't been here, because you'd learn if you came.
Oh, the most beautiful community and such gorgeous culture about them as well. So welcoming. That was a beautiful hang 5 to start off this way for Carl. I really liked the style and the grace he had at start. Weird inside section here though. It's not really happening for him. Gets another quick hang 5 there. Great start. Probably didn't get the total package of that wave that he wanted.
A lot of downtime in the middle of that one.
Yeah, there was. You know what? Longboarders would go through some wax. They would go through a block a week.
A block to cover the whole board to start with. Yeah. Do you ever use deck grip? Like, do you use deck grip on the back but not on the front? Because I know
no, not
deck grip on the front seems to be coming back a little bit. I remember in the late 80s maybe the whole board was deck grip, and you couldn't not wear a rash vest because you just got rashed up by that stuff.
A couple of the Style Masters and the shortboard starting to bring that back, but I just don't think it works as well as wax. personally?
I'm a wax guy.
I'm
you
a
know,
wax
I like
girl.
the back deck grip, and I like it with not too much of a kicker on the back there because
Oh, no, I like the
I'm not
kicker.
getting any air. So I want it as flat as it can be, to be honest. But yeah, the wax they would use plenty here, and it's hot here. You leave that board in the sun here, and it's melting off in an hour as well.
Yeah, and there's a couple dark coloured boards as well. I was thinking that before. I was like, my God, they must go through some wax longboarders. They'd love a wax sponsor. But yeah, 6.5 minutes. Sorry, a little detour there.
That's all right. And I did thank Wendell before. There's a couple of others. Ronald Singsong, he supports many of the surfers. And Jeff Ortega from the Philippine government here, I think I can't remember. Sorry, Jeff, I can't remember exactly your position, but he's been here for 4 or 5 years. He supports surfing. He supports kids' sports and kids in general. Great guy to support everyone here. And also Taz Tamaki from the Philippine Surf Museums. Watching, we're sending him a rash vest from the previous event so he can display that down there.
Beautiful surfing being demonstrated on your screen here, John. Just absolutely loving this wave. You can tell by the end he was really feeling that one. So looking to better a 4.67 to back up that 7.4 or 7.83, I should say. My eyes are going a little bit cross-eyed here. 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes to go. That was a really great wave at this point in the heat.
Yeah, like each heat, there seems to be a standout so far. I think previous ones it's generally been the man in red, but this heat, the man in white, John Kennedy Martinez, seems to be the man to beat at this stage. Well, is the man to beat at this stage. He's well ahead, and I'm wondering if that will push him even further ahead that way, just waiting on that score.
Here we go, looking like that is Jay Root coming up next. One of our youngest competitors. He seems like a Grom.
He is a Grom. I think he's 12 years old, and he's won a few junior things. Next Gen Boys Longboard Comp, and he came second in Belair in the juniors shortboard.
Oh,
so he is another that can surf on anything. But yeah, he's a kid.
Yeah, you
I don't
can tell.
even think he's in high school. Maybe this coming year is his first year in high school.
He's small, you can see he's quite a small figure, and that's a big board. So I'm excited to see what he can do with it in this next heat. Right now in the water, though, you can see Carl heard that last score, 6.67 for John. Wants to answer back. Beautiful hang 10 to start this one off. Gets a bit of a turn in there. Looking for some more green face here. We're seeing a lot of white water, not a lot of open face. I don't feel like there's going to be a lot of scores on the board through this inside section. He might get one more turn, but he's starting off his waves really strong. He's getting some really technical turns or technical maneuvers at the start, but not much at the end. Tucker looking to get a better score to save himself. He's currently in 4th place. So I'd love to catch up with that start of this wave. But he's going to get out of there and try and get back out there with 3 minutes 48.
He'll make it out there, but will he get a wave? Here it is right from the start. So nice start, 5 on the nose straight away. In the power, hasn't gone slow like Carl's last wave did. It's going to wall all the way through, and he's back up there. A little quick 10, did he get it there? I'm not really sure. But he's looking good, he's looking really smooth. And we know from about here on in what he did on the inside, so he's going to get, I would hope, his best score here. And I love that finish.
Yeah, me too. That was a great finish. And then rebounded, sporked back up the board again. Really used his board beautifully from start to finish of this wave. It felt like he had shades of Roger. I feel like Roger really had that total package that the judges are looking for. So he only needed a 3.4
My money's
unless Carl improved on that 4.9.
Of course, okay, yeah. 3 minutes remaining. Yeah, it'll be interesting. They're waiting the scores. I don't know that everyone everyone at home knows that the judges downstairs have a big television on the side, and they get to see replays of whatever they want to see. So if they're not entirely sure, the head judge will ask for a replay, and they will then rescore. They get to watch it as many times as they want. Sometimes that's why it takes this long for the score to come in.
Yeah, they definitely want to make sure they're getting it right. Last wave for Carl came in at a 5.23, so he does better his situation. Tucker now needing a 4.63 based on that last wave. I feel like it as a package, the question mark is definitely there for it to go there.
I feel like he got it myself. I mean, again, I'm not a longboarding judge, but it was a terrific wave. I enjoyed watching it. He was stylish, He had flow. He had everything he needed to have. So, you know, I probably am wrong almost 80% of the time when I make a call. But there you go, he got it. He
got it. It's a 5.77, and you know what's important at this point in the heat. He's got priority over Carl.
It was actually a 7, so that was...
Sorry, it is a 7,
So that was a terrific wave. They did love it.
Yeah, the judges absolutely loving that one. So 7-point ride, second high score of this heat. Now, this man on your screen, Chang, needing a 7.9 to get himself through this heat. Beautiful 5 to start this wave off. Walks himself back down the board, looking to bring this one around. A little bit of loss of flow there. He's looking to use this wave to his advantage for the rest of it. Needs to get back up to the nose. There's a 10, bit of time at the 10 as well. Brings it through to the inside. A little bit off kilter. Feel like he's ever been slightly off with the flow of this wave here. Gets a carve to finish this one off.
Wow, great exchange.
So another one where he steps that front foot back, really technical turn.
Checks his watch, 1 point for checking your watch. And here we go with John again, bit of a victory lap here.
Really beautiful style. All round, just been great heat for John. Good looking scores. We do have Carl needing a 7.54, so answering back. We've got waves coming everywhere at this point in time. Beautiful 5 for this one for our surfer in green. He had a big smile on his face just there at the end. Trying to get a couple more points on the board through this fatter inside section. Gets up for another 5 and it brings it back. You're going to have to think that's probably all the points left on that wave. 30 seconds on the clock. Judges have a bit of work to do now.
There's 3 scores, waiting on 3 scores, of course, so I don't think that the white score is going to make it. Oh, here from the beginning, this is Carl's wave. Oh, so he started really nicely, which is what he has been doing. And let's see if he can go through a bit of a slow section right there. Just trying to find the power. He's back up to the nose. Oh, wow. There's a nice long extended 5 right there. And then it again was just chasing the power in that wave. Well, that's 3 pretty decent 5s. I mean, we'll certainly find out very soon what was happening there, but 3 scores still to come in here. Well, there was 4, so wow, that was amazing. He needed only, well, not only, but he needed a 7.54. We will see. You know, I don't dare to make a call on those particular waves.
Yeah, pretty interesting. He got that wave under Tucker's priority as well, so if he does get the score, that is going to be a bit of a mistake. We are going to wait around and see. We've got 4 scores to lock in, so a score for all surfers. Judges definitely have their hands full. It's this point in the heat where it's nerve-wracking to be a competitor. You just want to know the outcome. But
yeah, walking up the beach freaking out.
And every single surfer has the potential to get there. I do think Chang probably needed a little bit more to try and get that 7.9. There's his score.
There you go, yeah.
5.73. So it's unfortunately we are going to lose our Taiwanese surfer, Chang. This last wave for white didn't go into his top 2. It was a 6.63. So he's thrown away 6s in this heat. All comes down to these last 2 scores. So Carl needs a 7.54 on that last effort. Tucker needed to improve on a 5.77. It comes in, it's a 6.03. It's not enough, so it's going to be John taking it out. Tucker holding on for second place. Unfortunately, we do say goodbye to Carl and Chang. Plenty more action just like that coming up right after the short break, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Finishing off with left in second and right in first. Congratulations.
Welcome back to an action-packed day 1 of the Union International Pro LQS 1000. Thank you to Mega World for sponsoring this event. Right now, it's the round of 32, heat number 6. Shohei Akimoto taking on RJ Chico Lopez, Jairu Zen Arabalbo, and Sitipong Chapman. So we have an all-international affair again, Japanese, Thailand, 2 Filipino competitors. Joining me in the booth, I'm Jessie Starling. Jerry Deegan, welcome in.
Thanks, Jess. Lovely sitting here with you on a beautiful day like today and enjoying it. Again, like I said before, it's going too quick, but I do like the fact that this is a pretty international. We've got a couple of guys from here. So Jeru Zen Arabobo is from here, and also RJ Chico Lopez is also from here, both La Union. Shohei Akimoto is from Miyazaki. So I know his wife Arisa is watching from home, and good luck to you. And Sitipong Chapman, it's a funny name, Chapman, for a guy from Thailand.
I grew up with a family of Chapmans from Narrabeen, Australia.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, he's been doing the Australia. He's been doing the tour, not the tour, but the Thailand competitions, and he got a 3rd place in the Thailand Open of Surfing Longboard just last year. So I'm not entirely sure where in Thailand he's from, and I know Thailand, they don't get great waves all the time, but they certainly get waves. So good luck to all. 22 minutes to go. No one's had an early wave on this one. The ocean's gone a little bit quiet for the first couple of minutes, but I expect some actions pretty soon.
Beautiful timing for a post-heat interview now that there is no waves. Camille, who do you have?
Okay, I am here with John Kennedy Martinez, winner of that last heat, and we were just catching up talking about his new board, the first time he's surfing this Dandoy Tonko shaped board in a WSL event. So can you tell us about the specs of this board? It looked really good under your feet out there.
Actually, I'm using it already 1 year now. It's Lady Lag, it's 9.2, and Kuya Dandoy made it for me for a lot of competitions. I used it for nationals here in Philippines, so I got this board last year, so I can I can ride it now very well.
Okay, so that's a very valuable insight from your shaper. Looking at your frame and your build, Dandoy made a wise call, giving you the Lady Log model, which is, I guess, more suited to surfers of your build. Is it a 9.2, 9.4? Tell us about the specs.
It's 9.2 and 22 and a half. And I don't know the volume because Kuya Dandoy, I'm not saying.
Okay, it's top secret for sure. And over here at the beach, when you came out of the water, a lot of your friends and your supporters came out. You really are one of the crowd favorites here in La Union. Would you like to say anything to them?
Yes, I want to say thank you for supporting me, and my friends, family, and a lot of people who support me. Thank you so much.
With a 7.83 as your best score, I think we're going to see even better scores in the excellent round from you, John Kennedy, or Jong Jong as he is lovingly called. So once again, thank you, congratulations, and back to you guys at the commentary.
Awesome. Thank you, Camille. Great insight into our last heat's heat winner, John. This is pretty great looking surfing here from Shohei, one of our Japanese competitors. Oh, just getting a little bit off kilter on that inside section. So this is a pretty solid heat right now between all these competitors. Let's take a look at this replay, Jerry.
Yeah, right from the start, a bit fat, and he did well to actually get on it and stay on it. Finds a little bit of power here, and he's going to head up the front there, and he's quite an extended 5. That was really nice. Found a bit of shoulder there, nice little cutty, little cross step as well, and a nice little inside section, and another 5. I think this is definitely going to be the best wave. There's only been one other ridden. That was during the interview, I believe. And he finishes off. It's a little bumpy on the inside, but he finished it off standing on his board, and the judges really like that.
Yeah, we definitely want to see those waves completed start to finish. Here we go, up on your screen, Jairu, beautiful style to start this one off. Ooh, this is our 12-year-old competitor, so one of the young guns, but really classy, really nice grace and flow on this wave. He's using the board really beautifully, gets a quick 10 there. So we've had 2 5s on this wave. carves this one back to the pocket, using this wave all the way through to the inside, very light on his feet. Unfortunately goes down right at the end, but I'm really impressed by his style on that wave.
There's the future of Philippine longboarding. I mean, look how young he is. I mean, I didn't even start surfing till I was 12. He's already in a pro comp. Yeah, unreal. So I think he has a very bright future. Plenty of style. He'll grow into his body. He'll get a bit heavier. He'll have to have heavier boards. But he's surfing really nice, and I can't wait to see what score they give that.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. With priority out the back is Sitipong, so also goes by Henry, and spent a bit of time training in the Mentawais and Bali with one of Longboard's greats, Matt Chinoski, last year. Matt obviously has his own mentoring program, the Art of Trim. I know that Henry or Sitipong works pretty closely with him. So, yeah, big hello to Matt. I know he would definitely be tuning into his students'
We were sitting
heats.
here last year with Matt.
Yes. Very big mentor in the longboard
And
industry.
a bucket of knowledge, that guy. I mean,
Yeah,
there's nothing
is.
he doesn't
like
know.
A thesaurus. He's like Wikipedia of
Yeah,
surfing.
Matapedia.
Matapedia.
He's amazing. There's just nothing he doesn't know, and he doesn't have a list of notes either. He just comes directly out of his vast knowledge of surfing and surfboards and fins especially. Yeah, g'day, Matt.
Yeah, he's the brain. Here we go, Henry, on your screen. So just finishing off a ride there. Bit of power surfing here from RJ. Just trying to make this one work through the inside. 10 for a moment, long 5. And then comes through this inside section here, making it look super beautiful. Fumbled just a little bit.
Of
But
course he fumbled when you said making
yeah,
it look super beautiful.
it happens, doesn't it, Jerry? It happens. And then now a flurry of waves here. Our Japanese competitor Shohei just taking this one all the way through. I'm consciously trying not to say anything that's going to jinx him.
I promise not to hassle you.
Great looking wave here though for Shohei. He's found one with a bowl and a nice wall all the way through. He's got some carves done. Spent a bit of time at the nose of the board as well. There we go, extra 5. And then he's going to carve this one back. I love the way they really stand and lean on the tail for those carves.
That's the thing that I find hardest to do when I get a longboard, to be honest. I try to turn it like a shortboard, just using my weight on the rail, and it just doesn't work. I mean, it's too much equipment there to do that. So you really got to get right back on that, get your knee there, the power right on the back foot, and lean into it, but use those legs as well. It's quite an art.
Yeah, well, it's different, right? You have to think about the wave differently and read the wave differently to how you would as a shortboarder. So these guys approaching the lineup very differently to how I, say you or I would, but making it look super beautiful. We have all of scores locked in so far. So after those first few wave exchange, it is going to be Shohei out there in the lead, 5.83 and a 5.33. RJ has himself in second with a 4.5 and that 3.33. Henry or Sitipong needs a 3.71, got that 4.13 for that first wave, and just a 3.03 for our young gun. But out of all of them, I feel like I was most impressed by Jay Ruse because it was just classy.
It was classy, and you know how young he is, and you know how hard it is to find that style at that age. So, yeah, I guess the judges are looking at technical only. They don't consider age, weight, height, But for us, to know that he's that young and surfing that well is amazing.
Yeah, I was really impressed. I don't think I was expecting that, hence why I was probably more impressed by him.
Of course, your expectations were low, and he showed you more than you thought you were going to see.
I wasn't sure what we were going to get. Sometimes when you see 12-year-olds throw their hat in the ring for a shortboard QS 1000 or 3000, just because of their weight and size and their lack of power against some of those older competitors, they don't really level up. But I thought Jay Rue really had this beautiful grace about him, and if he got the wave, I do think he could really answer back to some of the big dogs in this heat. But 15 minutes to go, we are 10 minutes down. He's got time to try and find some more waves here. Looking like a bit of a lump coming through.
Well, that's interesting. RJ, who is a local, is sitting really wide. So, I mean, the other guys have gone way inside. He's the most experienced at this wave out here, and he's sitting quite a fair bit wider than the others. He doesn't have priority either way, so maybe that's the reason. I'm not sure. But he's had 2 waves already. The first one wasn't as good as the second one, but interesting to see where he's sitting.
Yeah, I think it's funny as well. We haven't really seen those big scores come through wide today. They've definitely been surfed on that deeper bank. So potentially some mistakes, priority errors. I understand you don't want to be sitting and holding hands with your competitors who have priority over you, but the better waves are definitely from this deeper bank. Here we go. Shohei trimming left to go right. There's a 5. It's a long 5. He's still there, hanging there at the start of this wave and kicks out, but technical maneuvers here.
Technical manoeuvre, exactly, but had RJ taken off where he was, he would have got the outside section. So it's funny, he did trim left to go right, but then it did shut down on him. So he didn't get the length of right. He got a beautiful 5. So we'll know exactly what they're scoring for 5s because that was a nice long one with nothing else on the wave. So that'll be an interesting score.
Yeah, they want to see a total package. They want to see, beauty, grace, flow, style, power, technical maneuvers from start to finish. So I think the shortness of the wave didn't help. It came through at a 2.83, so isn't going to better his situation. But he's still got 2 mid-range scores out there, and it's got him in the lead.
But it does give us an insight on the judging. It's not. So that was a great 5. They score great 5s. In a short board, you can do one great smash and get a 7. I guess here, it is about the whole package, which is exactly what you just said before.
Yeah, it's definitely about the total. We want to see just everything kind of tied together with a beautiful bow. 13 minutes on the clock. Japanese surfer Shohei having a look here. He gets a 10, hanging there for a while, so he's got that on lock. Carves back to the pocket here. You can see he's trying to find a bit of a longer wall. Beautiful surfing here. There's the 5. Steep section board almost hops out, but he's using and reading this wave really lovely. Quick little 5 to finish this one off. And he's going to get through to one last section.
And he took off a lot wider without priority there too, which was interesting.
Yeah, I quite like that wave from start to finish. I feel like one thing these longboarders could probably look to is there's not much on offer past that, I don't know, I want to say 100 metres or 50 metres from the shore section. There's really not a lot going on there.
No, there's a couple of wiggles really is all. I did see one decent sort of closeout re-entry, but you're right, you're exactly spot on. It's just from there where that one's breaking essentially. I mean, it's fat, it's just a couple of wiggles on the inside, not really big enough to do anything.
Yeah, definitely think there's a lot to be watched and taken back from some of these competitors, because I think we've seen like these beautiful lengths of rides, but I would say the last 5 metres of the wave probably aren't even looked at by the judges.
No, they're more for 20 metres possibly,
Yeah. It's definitely the bigger and steeper part of the wave out the back that is getting the majority of the scores.
Yep.
But it's all learning. We're in the first round, so they're probably just trying to feel out what the judges are thinking right now. So from White using priority, getting straight to the nose there, so got a quick 5. Gorgeous style here, looking to get back up to the nose of that board. Trying to find some steeper wall to work with to make it extra critical. There we go, walks up, gets a 5. Trying to get this steep section on the inside. Takes this one back to the pocket, little bit off balance. Better looking wave here. The wave's definitely bigger than that last one. Gets a 5 again. And goes for the closing maneuver. So, pretty solid wave.
So light on his feet.
He's so light on his feet. And now our surfer in green, this is Henry out behind him, carving back to the pocket here, looking for a little bit more nose time. There's a 5, brings it back round again. Steeper section here, see if he's got anything to work with. Beautiful carve. And that will be all she wrote for the end of that wave. 10 minutes 40 on the clock, scores to lock in.
Yeah, I think he listened to you there. He didn't dig around on the inside. Probably can't say that. He didn't muck around on the inside. Sorry about that, folks. He didn't muck around on the inside, wasting time and wiggling to get to the end of the wave. He pulled off, started paddling back out. So either he's listening to you or he's aware of the lack of scoring potential right on the inside there.
Yeah, last wave score for Red, 517, so doesn't go into his top 2. Last wave for J-Roo comes in at a 3.2, so judges probably wanting to see a little bit more control, I would say. Waiting for that last wave for Henry to lock in. He only needed a 3.71 to get up into second.
Yeah, well, that's very little, and to me, that's, there's a happy man. Oh, that's our Japanese competitor from the next heat, Masaya Tsukamoto. He looks happy, ready to roll.
Just gave someone the bird.
He did just give someone the bird. That was funny. That was well timed. Whoever filmed that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Just giving us a bit of insight. I love the personalities from all these competitors. So 9.5 minutes on the clock. Last wave scores for green. Still locking in. So the judges really considering taking their time. Is it that 3.17 to put him up into that second place, needing RJ to answer back? feel like this has been a really beautiful eye-opener to longboarding for me. There's so much technical aspect that comes into it, a lot more than what I thought.
Yeah, okay. Well, for me too. I mean, I was here for the last few events and up in Bel Air and everything last year, and really enjoyed longboarding and really discovered, like you said, a lot about longboarding. I mean, I've always known that it's a parallel sport to shortboarding, just as good, you know, better in some ways, not as good in other ways. So yeah, really enjoying it.
Last wave scores locking in for Sitipong, 6.07. So rockets him up into that second place position. Now he's only looking for a 5.09 to take that lead off Shohei. So best wave of the heat so far. Now this guy needs to answer back. RJ looking for a 5.71. Good looking wave here. Needs to get a little bit more going. He's a bit of a power surfer. You can see that that's his strength.
He's a big boy too, yeah.
Moment for the 10 at the start of the wave here. Brings it back to the pocket. See if he can get another moment of 5. Yes, he does. This wave, though, looking to dwindle right now. There's not much going on here. He might get an end section, but a bit of frustration there from RJ.
Yeah, I feel the same way, yeah. I mean, again, the longboarders can catch much smaller waves than the shortboarders, but a guy like RJ is a big guy. He needs a little bit of power. You know, he's got to be possibly twice the weight of Jeru, or maybe more. You know, so yeah, maybe 3 times. So he needs a lot more power. And I know last year he did all right. It was bigger last year. Well, he got an equal 13th, but there were more competitors in this last year, so he got through a round or two. But he's a big guy and needs some power.
Yeah, that guy on your screen just then, Marvin Doctolero, coming up in that next heat. So we are almost rounding out this round, actually. We've only got 2 more heats and then we'll have our round of 16 decided. Here we go, looking for a 5.09 for the lead. Beautiful 5, long 5 there, actually, from Sitipong. So bringing it all the way back here, trying to cross step up the board. Get himself some extra points, looking for a steeper inside section here. You can see he's just trimming.
Waiting for the link. Go.
And here we go, see if he can get much done. Quick 5. And that was a really great ride from Sitipong. He's still going to get another section to work with. I keep riding them off, and then this way just keeps going. So, yeah, I feel like that was pretty great. I love there was a long 5 at the start of this wave. And now our junior surfer, little wobble there, but gets a good-looking 5. Brings it round, looking to get some more green face in front of him. But you can see he's just struggling to get this over face. A lot of downtime, which the judges would take into consideration. He's making his way back up the board here. Quick 5, bit of wobble. Probably not the wave he was hoping for. And he goes down. I love the risk that he's showing, though, going up the board in those steeper sections.
Yeah, he's not scared. He's a young fella. He's doing all he can. You know, I don't know how realistic he is about where he's going to come in this, but it all goes down as experience, and they talk about you learn a lot more from your losses than your wins. And you know, he's a young guy surfing against professional surfers. You know, I mean, he's in a comp that the 4th in the world is surfing in. So I mean, that's pretty daunting, but nice that he's not daunted, I guess. You know, he's out there.
Yeah.
Certainly not in the same heat, but I'm sure he would have loved to have been in the same heat as JR. But yeah, no, he's just taken it on. Good on him.
Yep, good on him. Last wave scores for Henry, 5.13. So our surfer from Thailand getting himself in the lead with 5 minutes to go. Now Shohei looking for the answer back. 5.38 is what he's looking for. RJ needs a 6.66, so he has a bit of work to do at this point. And the man we're just talking about, the young gun, 7.96 is a pretty solid score that he's looking for. 5 minutes on the clock. It's been, I feel like, less waves caught in this heat, even though there's been so many waves caught. I feel like in the heats before, everyone was getting like 10 waves.
Yeah, there were a lot more waves. I mean, it started slowly, this one. I think within the first 5 minutes, there was only 2 waves ridden. A few more now. And the last one also ended in a flurry as well. So whether this one does or not, I don't know. But yeah, a few less waves. I'm glad that the wind seems to have turned even a little more west, a little more direct onshore, but a little lighter. So that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, we'll take it.
It's not the beautiful glass we like to see, but it's still pretty good. And look at this one.
Yeah, here we go. Here's a paddle. Use of priority here from Shohei. Quick 5 to start this wave off. Brings it back round to the power source.
And he's going to find the little section in here. He's back to the nice 5, nice long 5 there. Another little cutty back into the power there. He's going to move up and try again. So that's 3. Oh, that's 10 as well. So that's really nice. Long time on the nose in this wave. I think he spent almost half of the wave on the nose, so he's going to be very, very happy with that. He's going to try to get round it, which he's not going to do. Jump off, young man. Stay away from the sea urchins.
Oh my gosh, yes, please.
And he's happy.
You know what? I was walking the beach the other day and there was a huge sea urchin on the beach. I was like, what? They're huge here.
They are. They're the same as in Cloud 9, massive. You don't want anything to do with them. But yeah, this is a nice wave. A lot of time on the nose. This is a really long 5 here, really in control. Lots of flow, not a lot of downtime here. Back to the nose for another long one. Gets his feet up there, I think, for a 10 for a minute. No, he wasn't there. A nice little closeout Rio. Gets around the section and then he's done. That's a really, really good wave there from Shohei.
Yeah, that is. That's a great looking wave. Just that total package factor that we were talking about, that, you know, you need that from start to finish.
Yes, and that was from start to finish. That was terrific.
Looking like our heat leader trying to defend his spot here. Actually, he's just gone down to second. Last wave of Shohei is 6-6. So now looking for a 6-3-7 on this wave. Nice looking 5 there. Brings it back to the pocket. Needs to get a little bit more nose time to really drive that number up there. But these two guys are kind of going for it. Beautiful 5 in a hard part of the wave. And City Pong is going to get out of there.
Henry, right?
Henry, yeah.
Henry. Henry, now I know what to call him on the beach. And again, like I guess the first heat and the second heat, the first two have really moved away from the third and fourth place getters for the time being, with only 2 minutes to go. A young fella's got a set just right in front of him here. This could be a really nice wave. They tend to stand up and you think they're going to shut down, and they often don't here. So straight to the nose. He knows the wave. Yeah, I guess it has shut down a little bit, so of course I said that, and it did, but he was in a good spot. He probably could have run across that a bit more, but he wanted to get the manoeuvre in, and he can get back out there and get second priority as well.
Yeah, it's a definitely good priority to have at this point in the heat, especially when you need to answer back. Waiting on scores for green. We've got an important number to lock in. Is it going to be the 6-3-7 he needs to get to first?
Yeah, good question. Again, as I continue to, I'm not going to predict it because guaranteed it'll go the other way. Look at him, he's happy. He had a real big smile. There's a wave coming in. He doesn't care, he just wants to surf.
Yeah, good looking wave here. Beautiful hang 10. Got a bit of time up there. Still 5 on the nose and a 10. Yeah, you can tell why he was smiling for this one. Really allowed him to open up and show his style. And finishing this wave off through the inside. Love the technique he has had on this wave. With a minute to go, that's the way to round out.
Yeah, that was really nice. What he doesn't have is the power to do the turns that the other guys have. The other guys seem to have, they're heavier and they can really hook into the turns, whereas his turns aren't quite as severe. It's much harder for him to do. But this 5 that turned into a 10, I mean, he's there a long time. Still there, still there. Nice little cutty, and he's going to sort of head back up there again. He loves being on the nose, this kid.
25 seconds remaining.
Okay, we'll see what the judges have to say about that one. Still that little inside section he's done.
20 seconds.
We're nearly done with 20 seconds to go. Next heat is paddling across, ready to roll.
Yeah, it was a 4.2 locking in for J-Roo's last wave. Best wave of his heat so far. Last over blue, 2-1-3, didn't come into that top 2, so it was Shohei taking it out. Sichipong or Henry coming in second. So we've had a great heat for heat number 6. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back for heat number 7 very shortly.
And we are live. John Carby joining you in the booth with a local legend, Luke Landrigan. How are you, Luke?
Good, John. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Out
Welcome
there.
from La Union. Out there, we have Crisanto Villanueva, Masaya Tsukamoto from Japan, Marvin Doctorlero, and Perry Ventura, all local La Union boys.
Except for Masaya,
Except for
I
Masaya,
guess.
yep.
It's a long way to be Japan local. And local boy Luke Landrigan. You've lived here your whole life, right?
Yep, lived here all my life.
Not many
Up in this
La
beach.
Union locals say that.
Huh?
A lot of Manila people move here and call this place home.
Yep, a lot of the city peeps moved here too. So we go 25 minutes. This is Heat 7, Round 1. And after this, we're going to the women's round, are we?
I believe so. I haven't seen any update as of yet, but waves are pretty good. There we go. I believe I can just check it right now. Something else. We'll have an update for that hopefully throughout this heat, but
No, waves are perfect for longboarding.
That wind this morning, I was a little bit concerned about it. Hang on, up and riding is
Masaya,
our Japanese competitor. I think he'll be sticking on the local boys quite closely, you'd think, to know where to sit.
Yeah, he's been here a few times. I've been seeing him here in the last 5 years.
Oh, wow. So busy
So
guy.
yeah, he knows most of the boys, and I believe he also left some boards here for some of the local guys last year.
Nice. It's one of these things that I've noticed a lot from international competitors. Here's that replay of earlier. So white taking off super deep, red sort of risking everything at that stage.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah.
Is that an interference?
I believe white never's actually made it to red. It's a bit of a risky move by Cristiano.
Here we go, surfer in green, Per Ventura. This guy's really good on his footwork. He's very critical on his footwork.
How's the haircut? That looks beautiful.
Very stylish.
All right, and Camille will be down. Just hang on, we'll get to keep on live action here as Marvin gets to work a little bit scrappy on that 5 to 10. He's going to come off the back of this. Nope, just falling off there. So let's get down to Camille with our last heat winner, Shohei.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I am indeed with a very happy Shohei. Shohei, genki desu ka?
Hi, genki desu.
Okay, so he told me that this is his first time getting interviewed. That's why he's utterly stoked to be here. But it's not your first time in La Union. How many years have you been coming to the Philippines?
Maybe 15 years ago or 20 years ago. Yeah, long time no see. Yeah, long time. Yeah.
But now see now. All right. So you also have a lot of experience in competitions, in surfing competitions. What do you think changed? Like, what is it about now that make you more confident, more successful?
I'm so happy. I like a single fin and change style, and I'm so happy. Yeah.
So you changed style to single fin. What were you riding before?
Little bit high performance, but nose rider. I'm nose rider, and now it's so easy. Single fin, I like it.
Okay, that makes sense. So you will really love La Union. Perfect for your single fin, a bit more traditional longboarding, especially if you hit another spot right here. Have you gotten to surf Karil?
Yes, I like Karil. Yeah, so never time.
Okay, so do you want to say anything in Nihongo, anything to everyone back home?
Okay. お忙しい中応援いつもありがとうございます。本当皆さんの応援のおかげで試合勝つことができました。次のヒートも落ち着いて自分のサーフィンできるように頑張るんで、次も応援お願いします。
Thank you. Arigato. Back to you guys.
How good was that? Thank you, Camille and Shohei. A big Japanese present for a long time here in La Union also, right?
Yeah, correct. They've been traveling a bunch actually to this part of the Philippines. Actually, sometime during the late 80s, they did a Nippon surfing competition here. Late 80s. I'm not sure if it's 88 or 89. Here we go. Surfer in green.
This is the replay.
Perry Ventura, our local boy. He's very, very stylish and very good on his footwork. He's actually part of our national team.
Perry made it into the
Yes.
into. What number is Perry sitting on at the moment?
He has been leading for the first half of the year, and towards the end he got third, so he just made the cut.
All right, Perry Ventura. So that was that was his 5.90, and this one is the replay.
Here's King, another local guy. You could see their style ones. They're like really focused on just riding longboards compared to longboarders who still shortboard.
Well, JR, surprisingly enough, is an absolute weapon on the shortboard as well. Here goes King again. Looks like these sets are rolling in. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a great exchange coming in as King gets to work. Some nice little drop knee calves, just waiting for this thing to stand up so he can get to the nose. And there it is, a little bit stretched out on that 5. But loving these little powerful down calves, a little tippy toes there, and then a foam climb.
Yeah, I know King made it to the national team too. So it's Perry, King, and JR.
Oh, wow, good. And who's the one filling out the number 4 slot on that?
Jong,
also from here.
So from here, who got first on Heat 5.
And here's the replay of King again. Nice little drop knee down calf there. Waiting for the wave. Just sort of sticking with it. I guess this wave has a particular rhythm. These boys know exactly where they want to be. And that patient, stylish, sort of keeping busy without doing too much is the judges are really sort of loving that and rewarding it at this stage also.
Correct. It's flow is they really look at the flow of transition from one maneuver to the next maneuver in the longboarding criteria, because in the longboard there's style, in the shortboard there's speed, power, and flow.
Yep.
And in longboarding it's footwork and how you use the whole length of the board.
Style, flow, and grace.
Style, flow, and grace. So.
Yep, using all the board critical sections of the wave. Oh, here we go. In priority.
Here we go. Masaya. You know what Masaya means in Tagalog?
I don't.
Happy.
That's a nice name. I wonder if he knows that. Definitely tricky wave for someone who hasn't spent a lot of time on this. Union is notoriously tricky, but Masaya is actually doing a great job of it. He's chosen a really good wave here. Staying very busy. Maybe not quite as flowy as the local boys. Do you think that might come down to wave knowledge? Here we go.
Here we go. Perry Green. Perry Ventura.
Oh.
Nice. Hang 10. Very, very stylish.
Nice. You clearly see his toes over the rail. I was saying before, there is opportunity to sort of sneak those sneaky cheat 5s in. Is there
no leash too?
No leash too.
He's that confident. I remember he was surfing.
I can hear the beach blowing up from here, so.
I remember him surfing in Cabugao for the nationals on solid 4 to 5 foot waves without a leash. So he's that confident. He's one of those guys who doesn't want to wear a leash.
Yep. And that's a long point. Longer than this further out.
Same with Perry. Same with JR.
Yep. Nice. King loves that turn, right?
Drop knee
turn. Tell us about that, Luke. You're a longboarder, one of the coaches of the national team. What do you think helps?
Yeah, with this wave, there's a lot of not specifically this wave, but riding the wave in the point, there's a lot of downtime, so you really need to go back to the source, to the whitewash.
Yep.
And you have to do variety turns, otherwise the judges are just going to see you doing one turn.
Yep.
So you can do drop knee, you can just do a proper turn, or you can mix it up.
At some point, do you think you're in danger? He just done about 3 drop knee turns. Would you be suggesting maybe swapping that out a little bit and maybe 1 or 2 per wave rather than 6?
Yeah, I think where he was on that wave, he really need to do a drop knee just to kick the tail of the board.
Beautiful, yeah, and that's what I'm asking of these insights.
Yeah.
For someone like me who's a little bit.
You longboard. I've seen you longboard.
You've seen me run off the end of longboards.
I've seen you ride the longboard and go straight handers.
Real man crab walk. Real man crab
and a
walk.
soul arch.
That's what it's all about. Some impressive numbers actually dropping for Messiah. A 7.17 joining his 5.0. So Messiah is putting his stamp to the local boys, saying, I'm here to show you. This may be the replay of that one right now. Nice wave, and he has kept busy the whole way through. He's not doing too much while sticking in the source. A nice 10 there. And carve. So that sort of style of he's just in this down carve setup again. This section, I'm sure the judges love. Super critical, super smooth past that whitewash section, back into the open face, and just back into the work.
Yeah, nice ride from Surfer in red from Japan. And there you go. Surfer in green just dropped a 6.4. He is now in first place. And Surfer in red dropped a 6.5 and a 5.23. Still in third. Surfer in blue is in second with a 7.17 and a 5.0. And Surfer in white only needs a 6.91 to advance. Lots of time, John. 12 minutes, and there's a lot of waves coming.
Yep, so halfway through this heat right now, and yeah, there's some great numbers already halfway through. These guys are really finding the rhythm. Priority sitting out there with our current heat. Second place, only needing a 5.13 to regain the lead. What's it like being out there? You want the lead, right? You just have that safety blanket when you're in first place, but things can change pretty quickly out there.
Yeah, out there you would want to get the first few waves of the set.
Yep.
Just in case it goes flat for the next 20 minutes.
It has been pretty consistent. The morning we sort of had a wind blow up, and I was a little bit worried that the wind was going to continue to strengthen. It seems like it's settled into this maybe 10 knot wind.
Yeah, usually in the morning there's that morning, I don't know, what's it called? Like morning sickness in the morning, where like even if there's no wind, there's like a lot of movement in the water. And once that first sun hits, it sorts of like calms down. I don't know how to explain it scientifically, but
no, that's it. You nailed it. I think you just hit it. Just happens. There's Jeff Della Torre, one of the OGs from down here.
Yeah,
out there.
Daisy's
all the time.
husband.
Daisy's husband. Great power couple. He coaches in China at this stage.
Correct.
So, like I said, and he's shortboard and longboard also. And here comes
Surfing Blue Masaya on his
again.
third wave.
Call it out.
He's still in second. He needs a 5.13 to take the lead.
It's really great with his shot. You can sort of see the intricacies that he'll do with his feet, like how light he is on his feet. Just that grace that he has to move up and down the board. It really becomes effortless and so gentle. Lots of use of tippy toes and heels, and it's just these small details that. Oh, that was a nice down carve.
Here we
from
go.
Perry
Switch foot, riding a Zamora.
Shout out to Ian Zamora.
Shout out to Ian.
Has lots of local guys on boards, and now I think he's shaping out of Cebu for a bit. He's got a few.
He was, yes.
Yeah, had a few collaborations going out of there with Electric Century.
No, A-Frame.
A-Frame, sorry. My apologies to A-Frame. Great collaboration there. And he's going to town on this wave. That's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with all that switch foot fancy stuff, and looks pretty good. There's JR. What a man.
All the boys.
Look how excited they are, just really ripping down there.
Yeah, we've been lucky with waves. I mean, before this, for the Pro Juniors, we've got really good 7-day window of waves, and now swell dropped, and it's just perfect for longboarding. Here we go again, the replay.
Yep, and it's almost similar. He really makes the most of this wave. He's a little bit different style to the local boys, so he does stand out a little bit. Point of difference for the judges to see. The Japanese, the Filipinos, everyone has their sort of own accent, and that was sort of some of the intricacies with his feet. You could see him sort of do a heel stall without doing too much. It's
Masaya from Japan. He needs oh, there you go. He got a 5.33. He's now leading.
5.33, that's it. He just got the requirement. He wasn't looking for too much above that. I think he needed a 5.5 at one stage in 5.33. This is... I'm not sure if that was a replay or live action.
That is live, I think.
Yeah. Oh, no leash.
This is your board. Here we go, Joe Marie.
Joe Marie, geez, he looks like his brother.
And his next heat.
JR will be down there giving them some tips, you think?
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, so JR's the cooler of these guys, right? Sort of takes him under his wing.
Yep. Here we go. Surfer in red. Needs a 5.8 to advance. Nice drop knee. Waiting for this section. Another drop knee. Waiting for this section to stand up. Just ready to go to the nose. On the nose. Oh, and just loses that.
Loses it. Luckily, the board did flick out behind him, giving him an opportunity to get back out with 8.5 minutes to go. If that had gone in onto the wave, he would have lost another possible minute or two swimming in to get his board and getting back out there. So thankfully, even falling off, these guys sort of have an understanding of how to flick the board where they need it, right?
That's amazing.
Sort of
even if they know they're going to wipe out, they know where to step, and so the board goes behind the wave.
Lucky. So still that one score to drop in for Cristianto King to see if he moves into a second position at a sort of critical time with 8 minutes.
Here we go. Here's Taibo from Samar, one of the best longboarders from the Visayan region. I know he is riding a Dandoy surfboard. Taibo Tabs. Good luck to you, buddy.
Yep.
Go show him.
A shout out to all our Philippine shapers here too. We've got a pretty good industry starting to grow on the back of the national tours and events and stuff like this. There's Dandoy, Electric Century, what's the others? Some that you know?
A-Frame, and there's peeps from Davao, the Fish Do Fly, I think they're called. And then there's
Hayden over in
Hayden, and yeah, there's a few here. There's Stick Boy, there's Abro. Yeah, it's good to see that some of the locals are using locally shaped boards. So what's the update, John?
Cristianto did not get what he needed, a 4.57, so still remaining in third place. Doesn't do anything to him, still needing a 5.80. So his last wave dropping in at a 4.57. Won't get him into the lead. Now he'll be out there with fourth priority.
There you go, our surfer in white from Japan on the next heat. Kikuchi Riki.
The one thing I do love about the longboard is the age spread is quite big. You can stay in this game a lot longer, and a lot of the world champions are actually in their 40s and doing quite well, right? Because
true.
You mature, you get a lot more sense. It's a little bit easier on your body than the longboard, so you can just sort of hone your skills longer and longer. So age for us older guys, not a bad thing. You still got a chance, Luke. You just had to get through your heat.
Here we go, Masaya.
Oh.
Leader of this heat. Nice floater.
Yeah, a bit more critical sections on that one. Now he's going to want to get to the nose works to get that full length of board. Nice critical nose ride too. I think the judge is going to like this.
Here we go, waiting for the inside.
First priority. Red in second priority.
And he's still on it.
What do you reckon? It's sort of alluring in that inside section. There's Marvin coming.
It is harder than what it looks.
It sort of looks like it's going to give and then sort of runs down the channel. And
these guys are just so good, making it look so easy.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be a floater. Nice foam climb.
Oh,
layback.
A floater layback. And a body surf.
And he's lost his board. So at 5 minutes, in second place, his board is just ahead of him though. So nice,
there we go. What
smooth
did it in the outside?
step, nice and controlled.
Nice.
Long 5, 10, wrapping back.
The art of trim, as Waxhead would call it.
The art of trim. And into a floater. Real shame he couldn't quite hold that one together, because that was a well put together wave. This has just been an exchange. We're going to have scores for everybody to drop in. This is King. Oh! Holding his board, so scores to drop across for everybody. Us from red, Cristiano then, King. Obviously just a throwaway for him, falling off quite early.
And surfer in green got a 5.3. He didn't get that 6 he needed.
Green still to drop in. We're still waiting on one for
red.
Blue, might push his score a little bit higher. So I believe Blue, Masaya might actually go better than his 5.33. That was a really nice wave, but I've been wrong so many times. We're still waiting for a surfer for Perry, a 6.11 to move up into first place and make it a little bit harder for our surfers in white, and we're waiting for a score from Marvin, who's looking for a 7.03. I don't think anything jumped out to be that high, but once again, I made a terrible call before on one of our heats. So I've got to be careful what I say.
Yeah, so who's in the next heat? We have Jo Marie, local boy, in red. Jefferson De La Torre in blue, who was from Balair but now lives here with his wife and his beautiful daughter. In white, we have Riki Kinochi from Japan, and we have surfer in green, Edgar Calvo Taibo Tabs from Samar, representing Visayas region.
Okay, so Perry dropped a 4.10, so doesn't put him into first. He's going to stay in second place. He doesn't make the requirement any harder. Still one wave for Marvin to drop in. I don't think it was going to be high. I'm pretty sure the judges will be looking through the replays again as everyone's paddling back out.
And our medical partner.
There you go, Isla Medical Foundation. So these guys, Mel's based in the States. They basically come to these events. They look after the community. They look after the athletes, the staff. I've been down there. I think we've all been down there at some point, and they look after us. So amazing team, Isla Medical Foundation.
Even when there's no event, Mel still helps us. Like we were in the Malibu event for JR's final event for the World Tour, and we all stayed with her. She's such a nice lady.
She loves the games. She loves surfing. She loves the Philippines. She's awesome. Her and her team, like, they're just going through it now. I was down there the other day. I fell over a post that's just beside them. They were first on scene because I was next to them. Oh, Marvin dropping a 5.0 for his last wave, so not his requirement, but he's still in that place where he needs a 7.03 with 1 minute and 40 seconds. Priority is with our surfer in third place, which is Cristianto.
Kung.
And he only needs a 5.80. It's well within his wheelhouse. He has a 6.50 and a 5.23. So in his head now, he's got to be thinking of those scores and sort of understanding. He's had a few falls on his last two waves, which have probably knocked him out of third. And here he goes, up and riding, King.
Straight to the nose, hang 5, another hang 5, and a quick 10. And waiting for this to stand up again on the inside. And a nice drop knee. And cross-stepping to the nose. Quick 5 and a floater. Oh, we'll see.
Initial feeling, what do you think? Yay or nay?
Close.
Come on, commit. Give me one. I'm going to say...
He has 45 seconds. He could still get out there.
I think he's sort of resigned to it. Body language on him. What do you think? Do you think he's going to get it? The best thing about the judges is they have the opportunity to look at some of those other scores. Yeah, and the replays and the other scores. Here we go. We're going to have an exchange. There's Marvin up and riding.
Marvin, our La Union Surf Club president. And behind him is Perry in green.
Big shout out to the local Board Riders Club too, the La Union Surf Club.
Yep.
Awesome. Just awesome. You guys do amazing things down here on the beach. You're responsible for so many rescues, for making sure all the lessons are done safely and everything like that. So
we're waiting for one more score for red.
All locked in.
Is
Not
it all
enough.
In?
Yep.
There you go.
A 4.93. So on that note, we are going to shout off to an ad, and we'll see you after the break.
let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
And we're back. Heat 8 of the men's La Union International Pro. We have two La Union locals. Jomari Buesa, Jefferson De La Torre, Ricky Kuchi from Japan, and Edgar Calvo from Samar.
Samar being represented. So Samar is East Coast.
Yep.
In the Visayas, and there's Jefferson De La Torre, guy from also Samar originally, moved here.
Belair, from Belair.
Belair, also on the East Coast. Oh, and powerhouse, knows how to surf this wave. Also a good shortboarder. What's going on with the boys out there? A radical start. What a fast start.
Here we go. Ricky Kukuchi down.
So everybody, I think, involved in that last exchange, possibly except for
Green,
sitting there at the back. I know. Green was involved. He was on the first one. He's paddling back out at the moment.
Yeah,
everybody involved.
There you go. First of Green, a 4.33.
Ooh, and a little paddle battle for priority there. Green taking it. Here's Jefferson. Nice, strong, powerful. You can see the maturity in his wave straight away. The way he sort of a bit more aggressive in nature, which is nice. Putting together great hang five, lots of down carves, a lot of power in his turns and purpose. Just getting a little bit caught up on that foam climb at the end.
Here we go. Jomari Ibueza. Nice. Long hang 10.
Getting through that bumpy section too, which would have been a bit tricky. And just unfortunately, judges will note that.
Yep, for sure.
But strong start. So numbers not taking too long to come in. Just one for Jefferson, which probably got the best of the exchange. And this is the last one.
Table is 4.33.
Also nice. So this one is what they're setting the standard on so far. They'll be comparing Jefferson to this one, taking a little bit longer on his score, because that's probably what they're looking at the stage, trying to get the tempo for the heat and seeing where they sort of set the scale.
Yeah, shout out to Tabo's shaper Dandoy, based in Samar, where he's from, shaping a bunch of boards for a bunch of Filipino guys. I know he shapes for Roger too, and a few of the other women surfers.
Well, let's use this time to shoot down to Camille on the beach with Messiah and get the latest from that last heat. Down to you, Camille.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. I am with someone who is very masaya or happy, because that is what masaya means in Filipino. So congratulations. You must be super stoked to be back in La Union. Good to see you again. How do you feel?
I'm really happy to be back here. And also I could share a really nice wave with a good athlete from local. Yeah, arigato.
Heat 7 was actually one of the heats to look out for, because in a social media post, Marvin Abbott even said that Heat 7 was almost like a finals. You were up against Perry Ventura and Crisanto Villanueva, who ranked first and second in the National Longboarding Tour here. But it seemed like you had the most flow. You seemed to read the waves here in Mona Lisa Point very well. What kind of practice did you do prior to coming here?
I went to Australia before 1 month and stayed there and training at Point Breaks, where it seems like this point, like here.
Oh, is that so? Where in Australia?
Gold Coast and Byron Bay, around there.
Do you want to shout out to anyone that you met in the Gold Coast, any of your friends over there, and also in Japan?
Yes. 応援してくださった皆さん、ありがとうございます。先月からオーストラリアでいい波でキャンプができたんで、しっかり今日臨むことができました。また明日も頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, so おめでとうございます。
Best of it.
とてもかっこいいです。Masaya. Okay, back to the commentary.
Thank you, Camille.
great interview, and shout out to all my friends. That's my sort of region. I'm Sunshine Coast, which is just a few hours south of the Gold Coast. A few hours north, actually. Gold Coast is south of me.
So, leading this heat, we have Surfer in Blue, one of our older surfers, Jeff De La Torre.
He was leading the heat until Joe Marie just dropped a 2.50 to take the lead. I don't believe this is how it's going to stay at the end, but Jefferson got the best of it. That opening exchange with a 5.40, and then he just fell off, and here he goes again. He is out there to win. Jefferson never gives an inch. You can see the concentration on his face. He is giving it all.
Daisy said he has to win, otherwise he can't coach her.
To coach the best, you got to be the best, huh? I like it.
Daisy said, if you want to coach me, you have to win your round 1 heat. So here he is, waiting for the inside.
And he took that, I think, under priority. He had a minor fall on the one before with a 1.13, so that did get him back in first place. That's going to better his 1.13, and he's going to probably extend his lead, but there is a few waves to drop in. Here's a replay from Ricky. Trying to get down the line. Nice backhand carve there, setting up the nose walk. Gets a 5. Back up for another carve.
This is Ricky.
Nice little sort of under the whitewash and then up into the lip and getting absolutely sent forward. So, Ricky as a guard drops the score. Lots of numbers to drop in, so we'll wait to see where it lands as our surfer in red, Joe Marie.
Straight on the nose, Joe Marie West are riding our Ross Concept surfboards out of Bali. And we go surfing green, Taibo Tabs from Samar.
So just to save any confusion for the listeners out there, these are their nicknames.
Yeah.
Luke knows these guys very intimately. That's what they're normally called by. A lot of these Philippine names come out and no one knows who they are.
Most of their social media too, it's not their real names.
So no one knows who they are when we're calling out, say, Edgar. They all know him by his nickname. So to save any confusion, that's how everybody knows these guys. So especially having someone like Luke who knows everyone super intimately, knows all their nicknames and go-to names.
Here we go, surfer in red.
Ricky again.
Nice, quick, hang 5.
He's not in red, but his board
Oh,
definitely
in blue,
is.
In white, sorry.
Just pick a colour. His board's red, he's in white, and once again, that's his signature sign-off by the looks of things. Just a little bit late to that end section on both occasions. Hard to get 10-foot aboard.
15 minutes left, there's a lot of time.
What size board were you on out there, Luke?
I was on a 9.4.
9.4?
My only goal was not to get comboed by all of the surfers in my heat.
You got comboed by JR?
That's acceptable. That was a given.
That was a given? But you came in a respectable 3rd, did you?
No, I came in 4th.
Okay. But you look good doing it, so...
All good. It's always good to get out there, surf with the boys. I mean, most of the local boys, this is the biggest comp of their life, and this is the one and only comp they've been waiting for all year round. It's in their home break. Whoever wins this could get a spot on the world tour.
It's pretty incredible, and it really is incredible to think that a surf in your backyard might lead to
qualification for the world tour.
An opportunity to sort of be on the world tour. And then what's the opening tour?
It's
Huntington Beach, and then off to Bells Beach.
And then Abu Dhabi, and then back to El Salvador.
It's an incredible dream tour for the longboards. Bells Beach is one of those places, the longest running surf event in the world. To be down there on the cliffs in Victoria, Australia, Huntington Beach, the excitement of what goes on down there at the beach. There's no surf crowd that happens in the world. Maybe in Brazil, down there like Huntington Beach. It's incredible atmosphere everywhere.
Here we go, surfer in green, Edgar Calvo from Samar, quick hang 5, and he's out of there.
One more score to drop in for our surfer in white, Ricky, but looks like Jefferson did get himself an additional 5.0, so Jefferson standing in front place. This is the replay from Edgar. Not much on this. Quick nose tap, waiting for it to stand up. Gets on the nose again. Critical 10.
Nice.
And then the wave just gets away from him. So nice and critical on that 10. Everything was sort of happening around him. That's what the judges like to see. They like to see that's what's known as sort of critical hang 10, right? Where it's all steep, it's all intense.
Yeah, using the entire board from nose to tail and putting it in critical sections. Like nose riding, there's you can be on a critical part of the wave and then you can be in the flat part of the wave. So
yep, and the judges rewarding that with a 3.67. So that quick 10 was basically the only maneuver on that wave. The judges liking it. Would have been great if that wave had held up for Ricky, and he would have definitely added to that score. Enough to put him into second place at the moment, needing a 6.73 to move up into first to take over Jefferson. So Jefferson definitely in control of this heat at the moment. A little bit harder now for Edgar, only needing a 2.81. Definitely he's got a 4.33 and a 2.57 as his two scores, so he's currently sitting in third with 12.5 minutes halfway through the heat. Plenty of time. He's going to be sort of knowing what he needs, and then Joe Marie, who's up and riding, needs a 3.71, so still building their houses, so to speak, still building on their scores. As they sort of hit this second half of this heat, they're going to find their rhythm and start. The numbers are going to be, I feel the lead may change. Second place is definitely going to be back and forth for a while yet.
here we go, Joe Marie on the inside. Nice 5 and a quick 10. And get out there, buddy.
Holding it together, what do you think of that one?
Yeah, he only needs a
3?
A 3.71. Here we go, paddling. Jefferson, the heat leader. Quick 5. And just waiting for this to build up again. Here we go. What is he gonna do in the inside? And quick 5. Quick 10. And nice drop knee. Setting it up again for a nose ride. Waiting for it, and a quick drop knee. And oh, it's just right at the inside there.
Right. On the inside, he almost hit the beach. Got
It's
some
pretty
tahoe
shallow there.
and
Look at
went
him
back
swimming.
Right, so 3 scores to drop in, and this was green that we missed out. A nice 5, nice and smooth. 5 into a 10, grabs a rail there just to get through that whitewash section, getting away from the turbulence. One of those ones that sort of looks like it runs away.
Yeah,
And
shout out to locals from Samar. I'm sure they're watching Edgar Calvo's heat now.
What part of Samar is he up the top?
I'm not sure which part, but I know he surfs a lot between Borongan and Giwan.
Yep, so Kalikoan, Giwan,
There's a bunch of stuff
Borongan.
there.
There's
Surf
an East
spot
Coast,
here.
plenty of waves. Here's some more local girls.
There's Mara and Ashley, sisters.
Looks like they're in a heat against each other.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but so there's those two, and also
Tauka Natsumi is in their heat, and Maricel from Siargao.
and there is Ian Suguan.
Yeah, one of the national coaches.
One of the national coaches,
Shout
Team
out
La Union.
Team LU. And shout out to our Red Bull staff, giving free massages and...
Ooh, we're off next, so I think we'll be down there filling those bed spaces. What do you reckon? Yeah, here we go. Numbers still dropping in as the competitors make their way back out. Priority is sitting out there with Ricky. Ricky currently in second, but like I said, that could change because there's not too many requirements, and Ricky's the only one that didn't get a swing at the ball on that last exchange, so he's going to remain the same, but he's going to paddle on this one. Oh, that's going to be a priority error by the looks of things. Unfortunate for Ricky. It's one of the things longboarders aren't really known for, their gameplay and their strategies.
Here we go, Joe Marie. Quick hang 5, another hang 5, and a 10. Oh, that was a good one.
All right, Joe Marie is definitely finding his rhythm out there now. Maybe washing off the nerves on those first few. I think he's hitting that pace. That was a beautiful critical 5 into 10. And the toes clearly on the nose.
There you go.
That's some nice surfing from Joe Marie. Look
Nice
at that.
flowy web, he
knew
likes it too.
I think as soon as he hit that first critical 5, 10 back into 5, he knew that the score was coming. He just had to compose himself and finish it off, and he did that well, and you can tell by the body language he wants more.
And see how, watch the nose ride here.
Yeah.
In a bit, where it like elevates. See that? It elevates. That's probably the hardest part.
We saw JR
nose
before
riding.
holding that in perfect and actually still managing to trim on the nose like that. Jo Marie doing a great impression of that.
Here we go again. See, some of the nose rides are just hitting the water.
Yeah.
But that first nose ride he did was elevating for a while.
Defying physics.
True.
Putting all that weight, it's just how, and there's Jefferson going again. He may have now trouble for the lead with that last exchange from Jo Marie, because that was, I believe, going to be the best wave of this heat. But Jefferson has this great ability to know where to be on the wave. The way he's stalling, dragging, and getting there, Jefferson's looking really good out there. Sort of bringing this variety of everything too, so judges are going to love this one.
Here we go. Edgar Calvo in green.
Yeah, awesome spots over in Samar. Philippine East Coast is great. Over here on the west, it's great. There's the replay from Edgar on the nose.
Nice outside 5 and a quick 10. Walking to the nose, a quick 5 again. Waiting for this to stand up on the inside, holding his rail. And still waiting. There you go. A quick 5, and he's out there.
Beautiful. See, Samar surf on a Samar surfboard.
Let's see. Let's see what the judges give red.
I'm definitely interested to see red and also blue again. I think blue might improve on his 5. I think that'll go, but I have been wrong before. Look at these wide ones coming in.
For some reason, there's a lot of sand out in the point. That's why it's breaking mostly on that side. You've noticed that when you went surfing? Like you could walk halfway and there's sand.
I haven't been surfing at the point yet. I've been spending my time on the inside bowl. That's one of the beautiful things about La Union. There's a flavour for any surf you want to do. There's this point, and then probably 300 metres or 500 metres down the beach, there's another point that's similar and no one surfs it. And then in between's a beach break with your sort of shore break. You're outside, and then there's this rip bowl.
Yeah, that's true. We did a span of like, what, 600 meter radius.
Yeah.
You have another reef break, which is called Nirads, and then you have on the beachy, there's like a left there, and on the inside bowl, there's like a sometimes A-frame if you get lucky, and there's a left and a right too, and then you have this point.
Yeah, there's a lot happening, and it's great for beginners. There's a whole bunch of like really notable surf schools. I think Daisy has one, you have one, JR has one,
yeah, Ian has one.
Ian has one, and these guys like are seriously good at not just push on level for fun experience, but high level. And there we go, Jo Marie Ebewiza did throw away his 5.0 for a 5.37. So second place, didn't quite get into first, but only needing a 5.04, and here he goes again, chasing a 5.04. And like I said, finding his rhythm, that was a solid 10.
Nice.
Well held.
10 on the outside. 5 and another 5 and a 10. There you go, he's waiting for this inside again.
Again, I think he is finding his
hit.
rhythm. Oh,
there you go.
Nice. Notice that all these surfers are wearing leashes also, very contrast to what we saw in that last heat.
Yeah, I think some of these guys are just making sure that when they slip or when they fall off, they wouldn't want to be swimming in and losing some time.
Yep. Hotly debated amongst the longboard world. The guys who don't wear leashes hate them. The guys who do wear leashes don't necessarily hate them. Obviously like them. Or not like them. It's very hard. It's the main reason so you don't get tangled up, right? So when you're cross-stepping or whatever, you're not catching that leash and tripping yourself up. That's the basically only reason, right?
And I think some of the purists really don't think it's necessary to be.
Ooh, nice casual there. That little bit of style on that hang 10.
Here we go, surfer in green. He only needs a 4.48 to advance.
Once again, did Jo Marie better his 3.43? I think he may have on his last wave. So Edgar's going to be chasing a 4.48 at this stage, but I believe that requirement may also grow. So a timely wave for Joe Marie just to make it a little bit harder for Edgar also.
There is La Union Surf Town. That
Beautiful.
is, we are at Escape. Thank you to Jerry and his wife and his family, and AC, the manager, for taking care of us.
AC is always such a pleasure, so helpful here. There we go. Joe Marie did better his score as Ricky takes off on the nose. Joe Marie jumping into the lead with a 6.50 as Ricky just having a little trouble maybe with the selection. That local knowledge for Joe Marie is definitely helping. Jefferson is also picking everything of Jefferson's gone all the way to the beach. Jefferson dropped a 3.87, so the judge is not really loving his last one.
Yeah, if you haven't surfed this point for quite some time, it's a really tricky wave. Even me, I've been surfing here all my life. I still find it tricky most of the time.
A lot of the feedback I've been hearing over the last from the competitors is there's no two waves the same out there. Even though generally on a point break you're going to get this sort of rhythm and understanding, La Union, with what you said before, maybe just a little bit more sand out the point than regular can just change the characteristic day to day, hour to hour.
That's where that bay is, where all the surf schools are based.
Yep, there's Luke's San Juan Resort on the bottom there. I'll say the premier
off the
resort
rocks there.
Resort in this town, and you can just see this coastline. On the back there, there's another amazing point break called Kirill. Needs a bit more swell to get in there, but protected from basically every wind possible.
Yeah, I would say it's one of the longest waves in the Philippines. About 300 meters when it's on.
Okay, Joe Marie just starting to light it up out there now. A 6.10. He now has a commanding lead. Jefferson now needing a 7.20 to catch him. Jefferson in second place with 1 minute 50 to go. Not in a bad position. Edgar needing a 6.07. He's got a 4.33 and a 4.30, so potentially Edgar's sort of stuck in that 4 zone, needing something. He's had a lot of those waves that have sort of kept racing him down the line instead of him being in that good position. So if Edgar can find one of those nice green ones, I'm sure that he could get into that 6 range. And then Ricky, he's got a couple of 3s. He's going to need to find something. He's gone super deep as well, which I noticed on your heat you did. That's sort of insider knowledge. For me, I think the best strategy would be sitting with the local boys.
Yeah,
the guys who are dropping 6s, and Joe Marie in second priority. What do you think?
Here we go. This is basically a victory lap for him.
Yep, you think he'll come in after this one? Oh, and there's the girls out there.
Yeah, on the girls, we have Natsumi Tauka in red, our World Tour surfer.
Yeah, Natsumi.
In blue, we have Mara Lopez. In white, we have Ashley Lopez. And in green, we have Maricel Dizon. So 3 Filipinos and 1 Japanese.
Natsumi won this one last year, did she?
I believe so.
I think I've got a note of that somewhere. I know she's been here before. She loves this break.
She's always comes here. The last 3 years of this regional qualifications, there's always a strong presence of our Japanese competitors.
36 seconds. Jefferson's going to be moving into a position here to make sure Edgar doesn't get something under his priority. So Jefferson, with his knowledge and experience there, you can see he's sort of sitting inside, still in priority. He'll be playing a blocker. Surprising he's actually taking this wave, but he knew the time, so sort of a victory lap also for Jefferson. He's going to continue to be Daisy's coach by the looks of things.
He still has the job.
He's still got the job. He got through his heat. The official results are going to pop up on the screen any second now. They're just going to have to lock in these numbers. More of a sort of nothing will change that last exchange. Even Joe Marie just dropping a 5.03 for his victory lap. There it is there. Joe Marie Ebewiese coming in first place, Jefferson De La Torre in second, Edgar in third, and Ricky coming in fourth place and wrapping it out. We'll go to a break and be right back with Jess and Jerry.
let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
Welcome back. Beautiful scenes here of Mona Lisa Point down here for the La Union International Pro. This is the LQS 1000. Big points on the line here. Round of 16, heat number 1. We're into the ladies. Natsumi Taoka taking on Mara Lopez, Ashley Lopez, and Maricel Daizon. So one Japanese competitor taking on 3 Filipino, but it looks like we may only have 3 women in the lineup for this heat. So it's just going to be Mara, Ashley, and Natsumi. We're going to go straight down the beach because Camille is with the last heat's heat winner.
Thank you, Jessie. Yes, I am with a very calm and very collected Jean-Marie Ebueza, who advances to the next round by really mastering patience out there because his first few scores weren't so good. So tell me what it's like out there when you know that you really need a score to get through and it seems like the waves aren't coming yet. So how did you manage to stay calm and not get nervous?
So I did this. I wait a good wave and I need to get a good score. So I get a better wave. Then I get 6.5 and 6.17. Then super stoked to my hit today. And thank you so much to all supporters there and for to my team, Elusurp team, and to my family, sa partner ko kay Azalea and kay sa anak ko kay Kai. And yun.
So family, friends, and community support are very vital in the career of our young professional surfers. And actually, this is the same board that you used in last year's event, so this seems to be a board that's been working very well for you. But if you could make a wish in the future, what kind of shaper and what kind of board do you want to work with?
For me, my dream board is same board with GR Skibel, the Luffy, and I already tried the board of GR Skibel. The Luffy board was so good and so very nice. That's my dream board.
Okay, let's see if we can make dreams come true here. Luffy, if you're watching, here's another name to watch out for. Jean-Marie, congratulations once again, and see you in the next round.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Camille. So that did conclude the men's round, like I mentioned. Jerry, I didn't even get to introduce you. Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing Jerry Deegan is in the booth with me to call through the next 2 heats. How are you, Jerry?
I'm very well. You're the amazing one and enjoying being in here with you. And this is a pretty interesting heat. We only do have 3 surfers. This is our Japanese surfer, Natsumi Taoka. She was ranked 1 last year, I believe. And she won the Bel Air event. She did very, very well, and she is basically our highest rated female surfer in this event, and she's showing what she can do now.
Yeah, loving the pink rashies as well, not going to lie. That is a really awesome feminine touch to the simple things, you know, but she is definitely talented. Someone who I've loved watching, Ashley, she looks really beautiful and graceful on her board. This lady, though, Mara, she was the wild card in the World Junior titles. She has a lot of accolades here.
She does. She's very much the local. Her sister is the other one, Ashley. Her brother was in a previous... 2 of her brothers were in previous heats on the men's. It's a real family affair. She's quite a youngster, Mara. I think she's only 15 or 14. She's pretty young. You know, I make the mistake, I do some research, believe it or not. My friends would die if they knew I did research. Do you want to just go through this one first?
Yeah, let's look through this wave. So Natsumi, she's just so beautiful, so stylish, really poised, lovely 5 there. She's got a lot of time up that nose of the board. She cross steps back. Really identified a great wave here as well. Gave her a lot of time to not only showcase her talent at the nose of the board, but her talent at the tail as well, to be able to come back and do some carves. So Natsumi, great start, 7.33, and then backed it up with a 4.27. So yeah, she's looking pretty switched on in this heat.
Absolutely, all the way through, onto the shallows. Don't stand up. Yeah, I was doing some research. And the younger ones, you know, I go through the WSL site, because there's a lot of great info on the WSL site if anyone needs it. But if they're kind of young and they haven't done much, there's not a lot of info there, and so you sort of head to Facebook. Then you realise that they're so young, they've all lied about their age originally to get onto Facebook. So their ages are usually 10 years younger than what Facebook says.
Beautiful hang 10 to start this one off for Mara Lopez. Can't hold on for the back end of that wave. So sisters taking on each other in this heat.
Yeah. It's probably always a shame to have to go up against your sister. I mean, unless both of you can get through. And there's always a chance of that. You know, going up against Natsumi is a bit of a tough ask, but they're certainly capable. And the two at the top have got pretty similar scores at the moment.
Yeah, very similar scores. So Ashley looks like she's got a little bit more power behind her. She's got a 6.57 and a 3.67 to back it up. Needs a 5.04. Both of those ladies, well, all 3 of these ladies, I should say, have beautiful timing and grace on these waves. Ashley really trying to get into this one. That is going to be a priority change. That was a really committed paddle. So we'll wait for that one to turn over.
See whether they give her the second priority, because the sister wasn't quite out there. No, they didn't. So she's gone to last priority. She's 19 years old, Ashley. And yeah, crazy surfing family, 4 of them in the event. I don't think that happens very often.
No, I don't think that happens very often at all. The other 4 surfing family I can think of is probably the Wrights. They've gone a fair way. Tyler, Kirby, Owen and Mikey. They're a pretty talented family. The Vaughns are a really talented surfing family.
You know some of the Vaughns very well, I believe.
I do. The 2 older brothers had a bit of a junior career, then dropped out. Now Joel's on the CT. Huey was supposed to be here, but unfortunately broke his toe as he was here. So then had to leave the day before the event started. Talk about heartbreak.
And you'll be heading off from here to Pipeline to see that event?
I will. I'm excited to go and tune in. I've never been to Hawaii, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
This is the first time for
me.
me.
Do you think you can paddle out Pipeline, maybe get a wave one day? Or?
I definitely want to try. I'm not sure if I'll be able to catch a wave, considering we'll have all the locals, all the CTs, everyone else who's a tourist there to go see the event.
I hear you loud and clear. It's like, you know, when these events are on, or the junior event, or when I run the Shargo event, I basically, you know, put my surfboard in mothballs while the thing's on.
I wish you did surf more at Shargo.
Yeah, it's hard to get a wave, you know. I mean,
it is hard.
The locals, I know all the locals and I can get away from the locals, but when you've got another 80 young, hot grommets, you know, compared to me grommets, it's pretty hard to get a wave. I just mothball it up and make sure I spend a couple of weeks or a month in the country afterwards or beforehand.
You know what? Even after that event, I still feel like the locals get the most waves. They hold the line up beautifully.
They do. They are pretty generous if you're out there in the line. If you're going to sit wide, you're never going to get one, ever. But if you sit in the lineup and you know, they will rotate with you if they know you're there and you're fairly capable. But if you're sitting wide, no, there's pretty much no hope. See that building in the background there?
Yes.
They are building a new hotel and casino up there. In this country, originally there was a couple of casinos. They're not much of a gambling country on things apart from the cockfights, which is a big cultural thing here. If you ever get to go and see the cockfights here in the Philippines. But Casino Filipino ran the couple of casinos in town, and about 10 years ago they started to let foreign companies come in, and I think because of the centre, you know, we're kind of in the centre and the hub of Asia, you know, Manila in particular, they've allowed the foreign companies, so there's a couple of Australian companies and other countries coming in and opening up big casinos, and I guess that's money in the government's pocket, and probably money out of the locals' pockets, unfortunately. But yeah, they're doing that. So this place is changing. There's 4-story buildings. There's a 6-story building. There's a place called the Awesome Hotel up the road there, and I think that's 6 stories now.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's bigger and better. And there's Daisy Valdez. Daisy's the real stalwart of Philippine surfing, both long and short board. And here we go, Mara. Nice little clean one. Even though the wind's up, look at that's a really clean face there. She's on the nose there, nice tan, looking super stylish. Just drifting back there, get the weight back, keep the wave going. And she's going to go back up the front there and hang on for a little while. So that's pretty nice. Finish. A little bit concerned about the fin there, but she got around behind it. So nice wave there from Mara.
Yeah, that was a great wave. A lot of time spent up on the nose of that board. Beautiful technique to walk up and down it as well. Like you mentioned, that is Daisy. Gorgeous colouring of the longboards here as well. I feel like everyone looks so stylish just with the colours of their boards too.
Right, and that's Kayla, that's Daisy's daughter as well. So, we've just had 2 sisters.
Mum and daughter
and
in
now
the
we've
heat.
got mum and daughter, yeah.
No way.
Yeah, mum and daughter. And Daisy is an absolute stalwart of Philippine surfing. She's been going in the comps for 15 or more years. She's from here. Jeff is from here. The husband surfed in the very last heat and made it through.
Oh, wow, full
so
fan.
yeah, and there's another daughter as well. So yeah, they're a real super local. They just live right on the beach here, down the road, just in between here and where we're staying in Urbiztondo Beach. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see mum and daughter go up against each other. Or they did last year, and I think mum did pretty well against daughter. So we'll see how daughter's progressed over the last year.
Yeah, see what 12 months has done for her surfing. Right now in the water though, Natsumi, she's out there in the lead, 7.33 and a 4.27, just the 2 waves so far. It's a nice healthy total. Ashley, she's in second, 6.57, 3.67. That last wave of Mara, beautiful surfing, got her a 5.5, so needs a 4.75 to get the jump on big sister Ashley. And if I know anything about sisters competing against each other, I know that the older sister always wants to win.
Big shout out to your older sister.
Yes,
True.
my
Wish
big
you were here,
sister,
True.
True. I miss her so much.
We all miss her.
Yeah, next year hopefully she can come back. She was here last year, so getting a little bit of both. Now we have a couple more athletes on screen just saying hello. Got our surfer Antoinette. She's coming up next as well. She's looking super locked in. 11 minutes 20 on the clock. How does this year feel like it compares to last year? I feel like I watched a bit of the broadcast last year, but it feels like we've got better conditions this year.
Yeah, last year was a bit bigger. Today's great. It's really great longboarding waves. Now, I could go and talk to the Waxhead or someone, and a guy like that would probably want much bigger surf, but I think for this particular event, this is pretty good. It's the 2 to 3 foot range, longish lines. Last year it was a little messier at times and a little more difficult. This year, yeah, it's pretty nice. So my memory doesn't really go back a whole year, but I do vaguely remember that it was a little messier and a little different.
Yeah,
so
I remember
there were more
tuning in.
competitors last year as well.
I remember tuning into the broadcast last year and I thought it was like pretty tricky conditions, but this year seems to be pretty evenly. It feels like great conditions to have evenly matched affairs. It just feels like sometimes when it gets bigger, I could imagine it'd be so hard to just handle those bigger boards in those big conditions.
It's hard. And then, of course, if it's fairly big and you're inside, you can't duck dive a longboard the way you can duck dive a shortboard, so it's pretty difficult getting back out.
Yeah, you got to roll.
Eskimo roll was what they used to call it. I mean, if it's a smaller wave, you can push the back down and go over the top. Otherwise, I guess an Eskimo roll, yeah. So these conditions are really good. We've been incredibly lucky this year because the World Juniors had absolutely spot-on conditions as well, bigger than this. But completely manageable, had the greatest final day, some people say ever, or even though the surf was a little smaller, just the results and the surfing was just phenomenal. So yeah, no, this whole time we've been super lucky. And I mentioned earlier I was mildly concerned about the wind this morning. It hasn't burnt us as yet. Mm-hmm. It's still there, but it hasn't really destroyed the waves.
How does it kind of factor in just for the Philippines as a whole to have an event just as prestigious, as the World Juniors? You crowned world champions here 2 days ago. I'll get back to that point in a second. Mara Lopez, she is up and riding. Beautiful 5 there. There's the 10. She's looking for a 4.75 on this wave, trimming through this inside section. Gonna come at 2 turns on this one. Great control of the board. Cross steps her way up for a quick 5. Has to make her way back down so she can get through to this inside section. Then she gets a little bit more nose work done.
Gave herself a little finger click there at the end. She was very happy with that. She only needs a 4.75, so that'll be right about there, I think. And prestigious, the World Juniors. I mean, first year we had our first ever QS 5000 in Shargau, which was a milestone. And to get the World Juniors is, well, in reality, it's a bigger event. It's World Champs, so it was amazing. And I'm very proud of the people that organised it. And made it happen, the sponsors and the organisers and WSL and Carby and Cara and Wenner and the crew and anyone else I haven't mentioned. Just amazing. Really, really happy. And the Philippines is shooting for the sky, and the sky's kind of reachable. Can't wait till there's a CT here.
Yeah, I feel like it's not long until we're going to see bigger and better events keep coming back to the Philippines. And it's a place everyone wants to come back to as well. It's such a beautiful part of the world, and we talked about it earlier. The people really make the place. This lady on your screen, Natsumi, she's up and riding, looking to better a 4.27. There's a beautiful hang 5 there. Brings this one back. She's got such an awesome style, really poised, great posture, and she's bringing this one into these foamy looking inside section here. So potentially not going to go into a top 2. Looking at that last one for Mara, wasn't the 4.75, it was a 4.33, so she still needs more. Big sis though, she's looking out the back here. Ashley Lopez, there we go, great start to this wave, gets 5 across the board, walks her way up and down. She's looking for a bit more clean face here, dodges our photographer.
Tim Hayne, give some credit to Tim Hayne out there.
And tries to get through this inside section. She's looking to get a bit more weight down the front of that board. She gets across it. There's 5. Spends a bit of time up at the nose. Brings it back around. So she's looking at better a 3.67. I say she's probably done that on that wave.
I completely agree. It was a nice wave, nicely done. She hasn't given up, but again, she's going quite shallow. She knows the wave. She lives here, but it's scary in there. Oh yeah, it's shallow.
Oh, very.
And up and down there for Mara, I suspect. Tim Hayne, he's out there shooting. I thought it was someone else earlier, but I noticed Tim Hayne's big nose, so it must have been him. He's got out there and got a bit of a thing going. He likes it here. He likes to shoot from the water. This is Mara's previous wave.
Spent heaps of time at the nose of that board. Lots of 5s, a couple occasional 10s. She liked the feel of that one too, so 2 scores to lock in for the sisters. Who do you reckon gets the better of that exchange? Because one was quite, what you want to see. Spent a lot of time at the nose, but one was probably better as a total package.
Yeah, they were very different. I don't know. You make a call, then I'll make a call. He's right. Okay, so Natsumi's going to go back out and get priority. I like the way Ashley started. I like the way she got into it. But I liked the fact that Mara was on the nose for so long. So I might just give the nod to Mara.
Love the call, Jerry.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be wrong, right?
No.
So you have to go the other way now.
I think they were both great waves, super different rides. Interested to see where the judges are really setting the scale for total package, length of ride, variety of manoeuvres, or just that real technical stuff.
Ashley had a lot of variety, a lot of things going on, and Mara spent a stack of time on the nose.
And obviously this is the heat 1 of this round, so we kind of do reset the scale when it comes back to the women. There's different styles involved. There's a lot more grace, I would say. These ladies just know exactly what they're looking for. This is Natsumi spending a lot of time at the nose. She's going to get out of there. So she's got a score to lock in. Her previous to last was a 5.07, so actually bettered her situation. Ashley, she bettered hers. It was a 4.73, so Mara was chasing a 5.81 on her last wave. And you can tell the judge is spending a bit of time on this one.
A long time on that one, yeah. Yeah, very important with 4.5 minutes to go. I mean, look, anything can go on here. She could go to the lead in reality. So we'll see. I'm pretty excited to see what's going to go on there. And they are really taking a long time. I haven't seen a single score dropped in yet. So They know the situation here. They know how important it is, and they want to get it right.
Oh, absolutely. They definitely want to get this score right. This is a pretty crucial moment in this heat. 4 minutes to go. Big Sis is probably thinking, I'm going to have to get something more. Natsumi looking a better 5.07 on this one. Gets up for a nose ride there at the start. 5 toes over the line. Beautiful carve back to the pocket. A lot of power in that one. So graceful, so poised. Brings it back. She's got great cross steps up and down the board. She keeps coming around through to the inside here, and now you can see her moving her way up that board for a 5. She got a nice nose ride there. And a lot of poise, a lot of technique in this wave. And she just stays classy. I feel like she's got a really unique style. I love it.
Yep, all the way. And a bit of a shout out there to Maricel Dizon, who was meant to be in this heat. I don't know. She's got a beautiful young baby, and Dencho, her husband. I know they're here in town, so I hope she's feeling okay, and there's no serious reason that she actually wasn't the 4th surfer in this heat. So hello to you, Sel. I hope you're well.
Yeah, we hope everyone is happy and healthy. 3 minutes to go. Still waiting on that score. There it is. It's a 5.47, so wasn't enough. Mara now chasing a 5.81 to take Sis. Big Sis out from second position. Like we mentioned earlier, same thing goes in this women's division. Top 2 go through. So if you're not in that first and second position, you are falling out of the draw here. Mara, she's having a look. The junior national champ for both longboard and shortboard. She's a super talented surfer, very well round, very well versed in this part of the world as well. Knows these waves, competed here a lot. Unfortunately, she was in hospital not too long ago with pretty awful sickness, so she did miss her first round at the World Juniors. She came back though, competed through the elimination round. Unfortunately, she still looked a little bit fragile, I'd say, in that elimination, but
well,
good
she
on her
popped
for
out of
coming
hospital
back.
in the afternoon and surfed the next day. Yeah, I didn't think there was much chance she was going to surf. She wasn't well at all. So yeah, gutsy effort to just to show up, and it was big. It was big and messy and difficult. It wasn't like it was 3 foot. It was 4 to 5 foot and heavy-ish, and she just paddled out there and took it on.
Looks like we've got a bit of cat and mouse going on between the two sisters. Oh, I just can only think about how that
Thinking
could
about
feel.
you and your sister.
Oh,
Yeah, Ashley's all
that
over
is
her here.
The worst feeling in the world. I think at the end of the day, if that came down to True and I, we never did that with each other. We just kind of let the surfing do the talking.
All right, well, Ashley's going to let her go this one because she figures there's no... Yeah, okay, so very clever. So you wouldn't have a paddle battle, or you wouldn't have a...
No, True and I would come in on the beach and wrestle if that was the case. That is the worst feeling in the world to have, let alone by just another competitor, then, have your sister do it. Oh my goodness, True and I would not have been loved that. But these guys, super competitive. You can see how much they want it.
They want it bad. There's no, no love lost here. It's dog eat dog, and they'll do anything. Not anything to win, but they'll do anything within the rules to take that title or take the win or go on to the next round. And sadly, one person's got to get knocked out each round here. 2 people in mostly, but this one just one person.
Yeah.
So they probably figured they had a bit of an advantage in the first place. So it might be just that little tougher to get knocked out when there's only a 3-person heat.
Yeah, well, there is only 0.33 separating these two sisters, so not a lot in scores here. And with 30 seconds to go, Ashley's got priority. You're going to think that anything's going to come through. Ashley's probably going to take it. Mara, she's hoping for a 2-wave back-to-back set here. 20 seconds on the clock. I feel like there's probably only going to be potentially one more opportunity.
Yeah, I think so, and I think Ashley's going to let her go.
She's having a look here, but it's not going to eventuate for her. Unfortunately, that may be all she wrote for Mara. Here we go. Natsumi getting her final wave of this heat so far. Takes this one back to the pocket. Looking for a bit more time up the front of the board. There's the 5. She hangs on for quite a long time. Right at the very end, she walks her way back down. And beautiful surfing. Really graceful win from Natsumi Tauka. We are going to go to an ad break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back for round of 16 heat number 2 of the women right after this.
let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
We are back. That is a very happy Natsumi Tauka on screen. She took out the first heat of the women, starting out in the round of 16 here. Coming into heat number 2, we have another family affair here. We have Daisy Delator in the red, Dia Novisari in the blue. Kayla Jane Delator, daughter of Daisy and Antoinette Valdez. So this is a pretty solid matchup here, Dia. She'll be looking to do it for the Indonesians in this one, but mum and daughter, my goodness, Jerry, that is a heat.
It is. And I tell you what, I'm not entirely sure, but before Daisy got married, her last name was Valdez, so I guess there's some kind of relationship there, maybe with Antoinette as well.
Wow.
It's something I probably should have looked into, but she was definitely Daisy Valdez, before she married Jeff and became Daisy Del Toro. So, yeah, we'll see. But Dia from Indonesia, sister of Danny, who surfed far earlier in the men's. Maybe he might have been in the first heat of the men's, I think. Yeah. Also from Jamba in East Java, but lives in Bali now. And she's been on tour since 2009, and she's very experienced. She was second in the Manakawara Pro in 2024. And Daisy, Daisy is the most... I don't know what the word is, but she's probably been in more competitions in the Philippines than any other woman surfer.
Most well-versed?
Most well-versed, maybe that's what you say, yeah. Yeah, amazing. So that's the beach here. We're just down on the bottom left there. That's the point you can see there. And that was where we often surf when the point's no good, which was that other peak towards the other end of the beach there, Urbiztondo Beach. And here we have Antoinette, first wave of the heat.
Yeah, beautiful wave here. She's still looking to get a little bit of damage done, so maybe this was just more of a, all right, let's get this heat underway. Love how she really lifted her front foot on her surfboard there to really guide it in the way she wanted. So I feel like that may have just been a heat starter. Not sure if that's going to come into play at the end of the heat. Yeah, there it is. It's a 1.5. So definitely going to be wanting a little bit more than that in the next 21 or just under 22 minutes here. But I couldn't imagine having a heat with my mum. I really couldn't.
Well, neither could mine, could I, because my mum's 86 years old. But
well, imagine you had a heat with Lily.
Oh, I'd love to have a heat with Lily. I'd hassle her for her inside position. I'd drop in on her. Hi, Lily. I hope you're watching.
Hey,
Lily's
Lily.
my daughter, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like my mum and I would get scrappy. My mum is the most competitive person in my household.
Does she surf?
Hands down. No, mum. Oh, occasionally. She surfs in Indo. She just doesn't like little cold water. Even though we live on the Gold Coast. I know. She's a queen. All right, this is daughter Kayla Jane. She's up and riding. Beautiful style. Wow, gets a quick 10 there. Brings this one round. Steeper section to work with here. And she's going to get out of that one. This is our Indonesian surfer. Wow, beautiful style here, Jerry. She's just holding on. Bit unbalanced. So she's going to take this one all the way through. There's a beautiful 5. Brings it back. She looks so poised. Spends a lot of time up the front of her board. Shows us some variety. Carves that one back to the pocket. And she's going to get out of there.
The board's similar in a paint job to the one her brother was riding,
I
the first
have a feeling
one.
it's probably the same board, to be honest.
Yeah.
But while we have a quick break in the action from the ladies, Camille, you're with Natsumi.
Thank you, Jessie. I have with me the first female quarterfinalist for the LQS here in La Union. And welcome back, Natsumi. It's always so good to have you here. And of course, always so good to have you on the interview. Can you give us a quick update on the conditions out there? Because on the screen, it looks like you were finding really nice open walls. Is it getting better? What do you think?
It looks like clean, but some wave is bumpy, windy, so it's a little bit tricky.
And you opened that heat with an excellent score right away on the high 7 side. So how did that feel knowing that, oh, okay, I had one good score already?
Yeah, I got 7.3, and it's really good start for me. So I'm not getting nervous. But after I got 7-3, I couldn't find any good waves. So yeah, it's really hard to get some good waves.
Okay, so the Philippines has always been so kind to you. You finished first in Balair last year and also third here in La Union last year. What do you feel about this year?
I'm so happy back to Philippines. I love Philippines. I already qualified for this year, but I like competition and I love Philippines. Yeah, so I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you so much for coming back and just having fun and for choosing La Union and the entire surfing community. Do you want to say anything back to friends, family back home?
はい、日本で応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。一つずつヒートを丁寧にこなして優勝を目指して頑張りたいと思います。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
All right, thank you. And back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Camille. Thank you, Natsumi. A lot of love between those two. It's awesome to hear that she loves coming back to the Philippines, and she has had a lot of success here. This is our lady Antoinette.
It is interesting because it's a fairly long trip, and I guess it's kind of expensive, and it's not massive prize money. Here comes Daisy. Daisy knows what she's doing. She's a really good surfer. She's got plenty of power, super amount of experience, as I keep mentioning. And, she's a pretty good mate of mine as well, her and her husband, lovely people. And she's a good surfer. Bit of a bumpy inside section there, but she's going to see if she can link up. Okay, she doesn't. So as far as Natsumi, it's expensive to come here. Even the prize money, don't know if it would fully cover the costs and the accommodation. So the fact that she did come, already qualified, goes to show how much she loves the place.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the place. I come back any day of the week here, just the Philippines. It's amazing. On your screen right there is Hiroka. She's coming up in that next seat. She looks super happy. Love her earrings. They're awesome.
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
They're awesome.
I didn't even notice she had earrings on.
It's the feminine touch, isn't it?
It is. It looks good. She looked good. And she's wearing the pink as well.
Yeah, that's why I was like, it's all kind of tied into one, isn't it? 17.5 on the clock here for this one, though. 3.83 and a 2.83 has Kayla Jane out there in the lead. Dia, her first wave was a 4.83. She's got another score to lock in. Daisy's first wave, 5.5. So straight to second place. Daisy looked definitely the most in control on a pretty tricky wave there. I thought Dia had really amazing poise from start to finish on that wave too. So she's got a score to lock in. She only needs a 0.68 to move up into second. Antoinette with a 2 and a 1.5. So I feel like this is going to be a pretty good matchup, Jerry.
It is. It already is. And I don't know the plan. I guess we need to talk to the event directors to see if we're going to carry on further down the track if they've made their actual decision. I often will make a call and then I'll be wrong. So I don't want to preempt them. Okay, so we've heard officially from Sam, our director, that it is off. So we've got this heat, 2 more heats after this, and then we'll come back in the morning. And I think it's a terrific decision. That wind is starting to puff up a little bit more than it was now. I can't imagine it's going to die off. There's the Inyo sisters and mum right there. The next heat is Sukara, so that's her in the blue, preparing. So 2 more heats after this one, and then we will return tomorrow morning. Hopefully it'll be nice and clean and similar size. That's what the forecast is, so fingers crossed for that. But we have time. We have 3 days to run this event.
Yeah, and by the end of tomorrow, we potentially could have our semi-finalists and finalists decided. We just have the round of 16 of the men's. This heat is deciding who the quarterfinalists are for the women. This round, I should say. We've already got 2 quarterfinalists locked in with Natsumi Tauka and Ashley Lopez. So they're 2 pretty stacked quarterfinalists already. Then these ladies battling it out for a spot in that next round. Like I mentioned, Kayla, she's still at the top. Daisy's in second. Dia looking for a 0.68. You're going to have to think, though, next time Daisy stands up on her feet, that requirement's going to go up.
Absolutely. That's Yeryong Lee from Korea, who lives in Guatemala, funnily enough, which seems like an odd place, but I guess there's certainly more waves there and it's much warmer.
You been to Guatemala?
I haven't. I'm going to Peru in April with my lovely wife Susan. She's always wanted to do Machu Picchu, so we're going. I'm looking forward to it. I certainly will hit the coast at some stage.
Definitely.
Her bucket list was Machu Picchu. My bucket list is Chicama. So they're in the same country. We can both tick out a couple of bucket list things off. So super looking forward to that.
Love that teamwork.
Yeah,
One team, one dream.
One team, one dream.
I love it. Absolutely. You got to tick both off. You got to keep every party happy.
Absolutely. And we'll do the trekking first, and then, she'll want to trek far more than me, and I'm not much of a trekker, to be honest, so then I'll head down to the coast. So, yeah, really looking forward to it.
When are you going to Peru?
End of April.
I was going to say, unfortunately for the listeners, Jerry has made friends with the reef and cut up his feet, so I was going to say I hope that heals before you go trekking.
I just need the toenail to fall off, which hopefully it will do soon.
On screen, Kayla, she is finishing off a beautiful ride. She's got great style. You can tell she definitely looks to her mum for inspiration. Wow, Daisy holding on there at the nose right at the end of that ride, so probably get a replay of both of these waves.
Mum-daughter paddle battle.
Mum-daughter battle. I'm loving this. I don't think I've ever seen a mother-daughter heat before.
No, I certainly haven't. I don't think they surfed against each other last year. I could be wrong there, Again, I told you my memory is poor.
Here we go, Dia on your screen. Spending a bit of time at the top of the board there. Wants to go that little step further, put some extra points on. She can't get the finish there, though, so she's going to have to go back to the drawing board. She is on what looks to be the same board as what Danny Widianto surfed earlier. Let's look at this drone angle shot, Jerry.
Yeah, that's Kayla as well, and this is an interesting shot. I like the drone shot. Sometimes it makes the surf look a bit smaller than it is, I think, and a bit flatter, I guess, but toes to the nose. She got there, little section there, just going to chop her off, but another little backup wave for her. What does she need? She only holding 2.83, so yeah, she's going to do better than that.
This was this last one, and Daisy came in at a 2.9, so didn't get much out of the back. Had a little bit of a fumble on that wave, so lost a little bit of balance, a little off kilter. Dia, this wave came in at a 2.53, so did go into a top two. Has put her in second, but maybe not for long because Kayla only needed a 3.54. This wave was just a bit of a mishap, though. I feel like she never quite connected with it.
No, I agree, and I think the wind is causing a little bit of a problem. This is you can see a bit more white water. There are a few white caps out the back. The wind on the back of the wave is pushing the wave over, and the scores are actually a little lower than what we've seen, and I think the wind is not helping them a lot now.
Here we go, live on your screen. That was Antoinette. She's bringing this one through to the inside, so she still wants to kind of get a start in this heat. Hasn't got over that 2-point ride yet. Beautiful 5 on the nose there. Goes up and over for the finish, so that's a better wave there for Antoinette. Last wave of Kayla, 5.17, takes her straight to the lead. Take me through this replay, Jerry.
Yeah, it's a bit bumpy. She's trying to just find her rhythm there, and it seems to be a bit of a struggle. She's got up there. Okay, boom, she's done her first 5. Wave goes a bit flat. She's trying to find that little inside push, which she does find. But, okay, she gets it there, and then she doesn't really complete this manoeuvre. She was too horizontal on that, so she didn't actually manage to land it. So I guess it'll get around what her first score was, maybe a little lower. I don't know that's going to take it to the lead. It may go close to taking her into second place. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it came through at a 4.2, so now she needs a 4.21 to get up into that second spot. Right now we have daughter in the lead, Kayla. We've got mum in second, Daisy. Dia looking for that 3.58, and like I mentioned, Antoinette looking for that 4.21. It's really interesting to watch a longboarder compete and how judges judge longboarding as a shortboarder, because it would be very interesting because they pay so much more attention to footwork.
Yes.
When no one ever really looks at the feet of shortboarders. You know, people shuffle up and down a little bit.
You know what, they never used to. They look a bit more now when you see, like you watch a commentator with airs, that's exactly. Yeah. You'll see that someone's pumping and he'll move his foot forward or she'll move her foot forward.
But nothing like this.
No, there's no walking up and down the board. There's no cross step, obviously. Yeah, there's a lot more footwork in this. There's a lot more platform to do it, I guess.
Here we go. Daisy looking to get that first place, gets a 5 in a pretty steep part of the wave. Wipes some speed off here, and she's walking up. There's a good looking 5, spends a lot of time at the nose of the board, comes down, see if she can get any more green face on this one. She's sticking with it, then she's going to get out. Here's Kayla Jane on the answer back to Mum. She really wants to get the win here. And she's just biding her time, a little bit off kilter there. So I feel like that one might not go into the top two. Mum, you're going to have to think is going to better that 2.9.
Yeah, I think without doubt. I mean, it was a nice wave. It was a bigger wave as well. There was plenty of speed, plenty of flow, and she did get her toes up there quite a couple of times. So, yeah, no, I'm going to give her the points right here, right
Absolutely. Beautiful start to this wave here for Dia. Gets 5 across the board. She's walking up, trying to gain a little bit of speed through this steep inside section. Nothing much else on offer, so a bit of wave selection issues for Dia in this one.
Yeah, I think it was a little small to start with, and then it just shut down across the reef, so there wasn't much potential there.
It's interesting, you do actually have to spend a bit of time at this wave in particular to understand it, because it's not just paddle out and you know it's a very shifty wave.
You've got to see it coming in, you've got to know where it's standing up, and a lot of factors here. The tide's a factor. It tends to hit the reef slightly nicer on the higher tide. It hugs the reef. The wind's a factor because it pushes down those wide sections that you don't really want it to do. It's a tricky wave. It's a really tricky wave. I mean, I've surfed it a few times and I've never really mastered it, you know. But again, it's because I'm always here during the comp, so I don't get many waves, to be honest. But super tricky.
There we go. This is Yushan Huang coming up next. Again, the amount of wax they would use is just mind-blowing to me.
She's got a spare one in her hand.
I never even thought of that, you know, but there's a good wave to the camera. These ladies are so beautiful, not only in water but on land as well. Big love to everyone back home. Big love to you. Yeah, 7.5 minutes. I feel like that next heat is going to be a great matchup. We're going to have John Carby and Luke Landrigan take you through that heat. Right now, waiting on that score for Daisy to lock in still. Kayla has got big numbers coming her way, though. Looks like potentially the best wave of the heat so far. There it is. It's a 6.67, extending her lead. So, Mum, Daisy, she needed a 6.35 on that last one. Came through at a 4.9. So, right now, still looking for that 6.35. Dia looking for a 5.57. This wave needs to be a 6.2 if Antoinette wants to move through that next round. Super foamy wall here, not a lot of green face.
No, nothing there for her. I mean, there's no need to get desperate at this stage. I mean, she was holding some priority, and I don't think she needed to take that wave. But I don't know what her experience is really in surfing competitions, but with 7 minutes to go and priority, she just paddled pretty hard for that wave too, Kayla. So we'll see if Mum gets priority there. But yeah, you know, you don't need to. You do need to wait. You do need to be a little patient. You know, when there's 2 minutes to go, sure, go for anything. But Mum's
just had a paddle too. Just had a couple fumbles there.
They're swapping.
Here we go, Kayla. She's up and riding. Great looking wall here. Good looking 10. And she's looking to end this one off. Floats that section, comes down. Can't quite hold on. Those turns are really hard to make on those longboards. Just need to be out and over. You can tell she's frustrated by it. I wouldn't be too frustrated at this point in time, though. She's got a 6.67 and a 5.17. That's a pretty good looking, healthy lineup right now.
Yeah. 6 minutes to go. She should be happy with herself at this stage. But I guess every time you fall off, you're frustrated, whether you're in a free surf or a competition. But she was holding priority. She has started with a nice 10 and just couldn't finish off that manoeuvre. But her and her mum up there, and there's Daisy going for it again. Walking up to the nose, a little bit of a wobble, but she pulled it back pretty nicely. Daisy knows which waves to take. There's no question about it. She is the most experienced at this spot. Oh, nice turn. Hang on to it. Bit of a layback there. It's not going to pull it through. A shame.
Yeah, that was looking like it was going to be a really great wave. Still a lot of work done before that one, though, Jerry. I feel like she's still going to get rewarded for those first 2 moments because they were hang five in two quite steep parts of the wave, which is the hardest part of the wave to do it on.
Yep.
And I actually thought that was really well surfed, just unfortunately couldn't hold on to that last turn. But
no, it would have been nice. Again, that's where we are, in that white building, the white building on the left. The beautiful Urbiztondo Beach at San Juan, La Union. Super cool place, nice restaurants, nice beach, good waves, and as we said, good peeps.
Great people. No last wave scores factoring into anyone's top two, so just hit that 5 minute mark. So we do have the clock starting to wind down here. Got 2 more heats coming up, and then Will Hayden Smith and the team at WSL have made the call that we're going to finish with the round of 16 here today, and we'll be back for more action tomorrow. Right now on your screen, Dia looking to get herself back in this heat, needs a 5.77, beautiful walk up the board, but again, just really poor wave selection. Unfortunately, there's just hasn't been those connections with her and her waves out here.
No, and she just doesn't have the experience. I know she was here last year, but you know, even if she came a week early, there was the World Juniors beforehand, so you're not really getting any practice. So you know, it's unreal for us. It's unreal for everyone that there's one event after the other. But there is a little downside, and that's the lack of practice these longboarders can have, and that is obviously factoring in a fair bit. You know, you come from Bali, and you don't have a wave like this to practice with there. And normally, if it's a standalone event, you'd be practicing beforehand. And I'll give a lot of credit to the local surf crew who tried to stay out of the surf during the pre-event time to let these surfers have a chance. But, of course, we only had 1 day off in between the World Juniors and this event, so there really wasn't much time for everyone to practice.
To be fair, though, they were out there giving it a nudge amongst the juniors, and longboarders can sit that little bit further out so they can paddle in.
They drive me crazy.
They can paddle in before the wave is even broken. It's such a power play that they have in the free surfs. But 3 minutes 20 on the clock. Priority is with our heat leader, so that's a pretty good spot to be in. If you're Kayla right now, she's got the lead over her mum, Daisy, who is currently in second. Daisy probably would just be stoked that Kayla's in the lead.
Absolutely, right now. And just a little bit of information from my friend Densho that Antoinette is Daisy's niece. So I guess she's Kayla's cousin. So thanks Densho for that info. So there you go. It's a full family affair out there.
Wow, that is actually wild. I've never seen a family heat like this before. The only time I think you'd probably see something similar to this is with the Alapayos at Siargao.
Yes. There's a sister and 2 brothers there.
What's Nita's last name again? Nita and Nilby and Nildy.
Well, Nilby has had a name change when she's married, but I think she's gone back to her original name, Blancada. So
Blancada. There'd be a lot of Blancada family matchups for sure.
Absolutely. They've got a couple. There's a lot in the family. They've got brothers and sisters, and they were 2. Well, Nita is still, for mine, the best female surfer in the country. Nelby was, but she's kids and family, and things change. Here we go with Dia again, trying to get those points up, and again struggling with the actual wave. She just couldn't get down that. I think she lost a bit of power, lost a bit of speed. But yeah, there's a few family dynasties down there in Siargao as well, but especially here there is.
Here we go, this replay. Great start to this wave. I feel like that little off-balance moment really kind of put her off for this back end of the wave. You can tell she's almost trying to force it because she knows how badly she wants to make this heat. So she's kind of giving us her best, but in the wrong parts of the waves. That's where longboarding gets super technical, because you have to be able to put the right maneuvers in the right part of the wave. If not, the board isn't going to sink or
Correct.
float.
Yeah, and there's no pumping on a longboard. In a short board, you kind of lose a bit of momentum. You can pump sort of to get through, but the longboard, you just have to know where you're at and what the wave's doing.
Looks like a safe bet to not go that one. The nose of her board was unfortunately going under there for Kayla. Down to the final minute here. The last 50 seconds are on the clock. Priority is with Daisy. Looks like she's having a look at this one. Big, hard paddle. Can't get into that one, though, so bit of priority shuffling going around between
mum and daughter are making that a habit.
Mum and daughter. Looks like Kayla, I thought she was going to go sit on her. I was like, wow, she's going to go and do
like the last heat.
But, 30 seconds on the clock. This will be a huge bragging rights moment for Kayla if she can take the win out over her mum.
But it's just, at this stage, it looks like mum and daughter, because they both hold priority. There doesn't seem to be a wave for Dia, who's paddling out there at this stage. So, yeah, if mum and daughter get through, that'll be terrific.
Yeah, that'll be pretty fun for the family. Unfortunately, niece or cousin Antoinette, she won't be able to get through this heat with 5 seconds on the clock. And we do say goodbye to our Indonesian surfer, Dia. Beautiful style and grace, but unfortunately it just didn't quite happen for her in this one. So this wave is going to be after the buzzer. You can see a bit of disappointment on her face there. So happy family though for Kayla and Daisy. Moving on through, we're going to go to a short ad break and we'll be back for the final 2 heats of the day. It'll be John Carby and Luke Landrigan signing us out. Don't go anywhere, more action coming up.
It's all happening at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. Where'd he go? He's out!
Katie takes off so deep on this one at backdoor.
Spit through top to the Johnson. Seth Moniz spit and he comes out.
Molly put her head down, grabs the rail, pipe one, super deep. Mamiya comes out.
And we're back. Heat 3 of the women's LQS 1000. In red, we have Hiroka Yokishiwa from Japan. In blue, we have Sakura Inoue from Japan. In white, we have Leryong Lee from Korea. And in green, we have Yushan Huang from China.
All international affair down here in La Union. This is our first heat without a local in it, which is pretty cool. And we have Japan, Korea, and China. China, I guess you'd have to say, is in our Asia region a sleeping giant. Obviously, they are who they are. I believe at some point we're going to end up with longboard in the Olympics, hopefully. And then we'll see China make a real move. They've got themselves an Olympian already in the shortboard division over there in Tahiti.
There you go. Our previous heat winner, mother and daughter, Daisy Valdez and Kyla Jane.
Pretty awesome, huh?
Surfer in white from Korea. Nice turn. Waiting for this section to build up. Waiting for it. She's waiting patiently. And she's out of there.
Yeah, Young, she's been on tour here before, I believe. She came last year. She took part in the Korea Wave Pool event, which was that was 2 years ago now. We didn't have one last year, so that was in 2023, I believe, the Wave Pool event.
That was the event where it was snowing, right?
Yeah, pretty out there. It's, I think, one of the only events in the, like, surfing events you're going to in the world see snowing. I remember seeing a few of our Philippine competitors there, like, just completely blown away by snow. But epic. Like, what a way to remember an event. Snow.
So our surfer in red, Yoshikawa Hiroka, has been here a few times. She's actually won a few events here, the single and unattached. Here we go. Cross-stepping, waiting for this section.
I did notice the wind picking up a little bit more down there, so things are getting a little bit trickier for the girls. You can sort of see it in the waves. There's a few more ribs running down them now, so Hiroka doing a great job with this one. This is definitely going to be the scale for the heat. And there's blue.
Green.
Thank you. We can go back and forth all day with our wrong calls.
And surfer in blue is Taka's sister.
Oh yeah, the
Sakura
Inuis.
Inoue.
They also come in quite often. They come in for every event. Big names. You see them in basically every longboard qualifier throughout the Asia region.
Yeah.
And they're always in the discussions of definitely a few of them going through.
Here we go. A long nose ride, hang 5 there.
She's the young sister?
Nice turn. Yes, she's the younger sister. Just waiting for this section to come up. Waiting patiently. Another nice turn off the shoulder there. Waiting for the inside section. And she just slips off. So that's Surfer in blue, Sakura Inoue. Surfer in green, Yushan Huang. Nice footwork. Waiting for this section, cross-stepping, and she's out of there.
Alrighty, we have Camille down on the beach with our last heat winner, which was Kate Inouye, and I believe Mama Tucker is down there also. So down to you, Camille.
It's
sorry?
Daisy.
Sorry,
Daisy and
Valdez.
Kyla.
Ah, my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Local girls, I got that completely buffed. Yeah, makes more sense.
Here we go, Surfer in white.
All right. Thank you. I am here with Kyla and Daisy. This might be the cutest interview ever because mother and daughter are both advancing to the quarterfinals. So tell us about that heat. Did you have a strategy? Did you work together, or did you surf individually and you didn't mind each other?
We surfed with we have a plan actually.
Can you tell us more about this plan, or it's top secret?
No, it's as you said, it's a strategy like get first wave and like put the pressure on them, not on us. So, but it kind of like the blue jersey got the first wave, but it's all good.
I love that. Put pressure on them so there's no pressure on you both. It must be amazing to have this level of surf coaching when everyone in the family is an excellent surfer. Kyla, you have improved dramatically over the years. What is your favorite thing about competing?
My favorite thing about competing is having fun and being nice to each other in the lineup.
Yes, that is true. Do you like beating your mom though?
Yes.
And what about you, Daisy? What does it feel like now that you've seen Kyla progress so much? How does it feel to be her coach and her mom?
Really, I'm super proud of her because we're coaching her, and every time we had a competition, we always bring her, and to know more about like the strategy, how to surf, and how does it feel to compete.
So thank you for passing on your knowledge to the next generation. Do you want to say thank you to anyone who supported you in your journey?
Thank you very much to Manong Ronald Singson for always supporting us in every competition.
And yes, thank you also to Manong, to Kudu Surf, and to Ian Zamora. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll see you in the quarterfinals. Back to you guys.
I apologise again to Daisy, of course. I know exactly who they are. I just had lunch a little bit in Kalia. That was really cool. Nice heat and good interview.
How good was that? Like mom and daughter just dominating that
And
heat.
just saying that she's out there for the vibes and the fun and wants everyone to have fun. Like, that's the sort of host that Filipinos have. Locals down here. And they just want everyone to enjoy themselves. Is super important to them.
Here we go, Surfer in white from Korea. And the wave just dies off.
Yeryong from Korea.
Here we go, Surfer in blue, Sakura Inoue.
So this is the one I was trying to introduce.
Nice setup, nice long hang five. And
nice board too.
Nice turn. And a nice way to end that wave.
I think, looking at the scores, that's in danger of going to the top. Hiroka got a 5.33. I have a feeling it might be around that area. There's only 2s and 1s, 3s around that. So
here's some of our young guns. Longboarder from La Union, Bree. Mom is down there for sure, cheering her daughter.
And what's mum?
Mum's Mikey.
That's Mikey. Mikey is actually a part of our media crew, taking photos and running the Facebook from our end of things. So once again, this is just, you can tell it's just a true surfing community because of just the amount of names and people you see sharing each other. Even our design of our banner, as you can see there, that's actually designed from Luke's team.
Yep.
And J.R. Esquivel he's the guy on the print that you can see.
The poster boy.
He won the event last year, and obviously poster child here. So there's Bree. She's only young also.
Yeah, she's like 30 or 14 years old.
13 or 14.
Good exposure for these young girls. and boys, the ones that are, I know
Ooh.
Pongpong's like 13 years old, and he competed in the men's.
Interesting
Open.
there. I wonder if they're going to call that a priority paddle. I don't think so. She was just sort of looking. Oh, they did. So dropping out a priority that was interesting. She almost could have made a deal about the interference from red, but sort of got away from her. So the beach announcer giving them the news there. That's usually fun to watch the reactions. Priority is one of those things. It's a bit way more competitive, I feel, in the shortboard.
For sure.
You would have seen arms going up. Longboard, I guess they're sort of still new to this level of with the WSL system, with the interferences and stuff like that. The Nationals crew here in the opposite national tour is pretty on point with where the rules are at, particularly on the WSL. We sort of followed their guidelines on this.
Here we go, surfer in white from Korea, Lee Ryong. Nice small turn, another turn. And going back.
She's got a very nice composed style. Oh, little leg flick. That one wasn't so composed. That's a bit of commentator's curse there. I was calling her composed and she just went over. Waiting on the scores. No, from Hiroka, they're dropping in her last wave. It was a 5.33. And Sakura got a 5.27 for her last wave. So at the moment, Sakura is now in first place. Hiroka is in second. Yurong is in third, needing a 3.77. And in fourth place is Yushan.
Shout out to our sponsors, Mega World, Department of Tourism, our local government unit in San Juan, our provincial government of La Union Surf Club, and Alima.
Yep, so a lot of agencies and friends come in. Mega World, our major sponsor. Without them, this isn't possible. They're a project development group, and just all-round good people, like to help us out, kick in to help this event be as big and showy as it is. It's awesome.
Here we go, surfer in red, Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan.
She's only looking for a 4.44.
Nice, hang 5.
Can she get right out of this one? What do you think?
Close. She got a quick tap on the nose on the outside too before that. Nice, stylish footwork from surfer in green, Song Hyo-hyun.
Once again, good to see a Chinese competitor here also. It shows that our Asia region is actually growing and becoming stronger and stronger because of it.
You're getting serious with surfing down there, huh? I know one of our local guys here has just...
Big things happening in the world of surfing with the introduction to the Olympics. That's our surfer in our next heat.
Park Soo-jin from Korea, just vibing it out. Wonder what she's listening to.
Korea K-pop for sure. I don't know. We were talking about this before. What do you think's going to be the best way? Do you want to put something a bit faster beat, or you want to get into the cruisy beat?
I think with longboarding, you want to be like smooth.
Smooth?
I think if you listen to Metallica, you might be surfing.
So Jack Johnson over Metallica, you reckon?
Air reverse and backflips out there.
I was actually talking before about the Inui crew, Tucker, who went out before. I've seen him do a Superman attempt on a longboard.
Yeah, I think I do remember that. I think that was in Hawaii.
Yeah, he was somewhere, and yeah, it was actually super close too, which was amazing.
Yeah, he's a really good shortboarder too, and an SUP.
And surfer, like all the, I'm sure one of those just all-round watermen, and has fun doing everything, which is the most important thing. A nice wide set, and look at that, the beautiful, beautiful landscape of
San Juan Surf Town. That's the point where the competition is at, and that little bay on the right side is where most of the surf schools are operating. That's the original Surf Town Beach.
There's also that highway running through is actually the national highway.
Yeah, so anyone from traveling, if you guys take the bus, just get off the highway and you're already actually here.
They'll literally drop you off almost at the door of one of these resorts along here. There's a 7-Eleven, the most used and abused 7-Eleven in the country, I believe.
The most famous 7-Eleven.
Absolutely.
And shout out to our friends from Flotsam and Jetsam.
Ah, yeah.
To John C. and
John C.
Carla and Mia and the crew down there. We're going to have our after party there for the longboarding.
Are they ready for it again?
They're ready. They're so ready.
So ready. There we are. So, not too much changing at the moment. Hiroka's in first place. Sakura, there was a change actually in that last one, a 4.60 for Hiroka, so she's now back in first place. So she did get there. She got that requirement needed. Putting Sakura now into second place. Sakura with a 4.50 and a 5.27. Not too bad totals, considering that Yushan Huang needs a 6.60 to move into second. So, and Yurong Lee also needing a 7.37. So, by no means is anyone safe with 9 minutes and 20 seconds to go. But if you're in those two top spots, you're growing in confidence at the moment, and you feel a bit of relief knowing that the requirements are pretty high for.
Yeah, it's amazing how you can stay so stylish when even there's a lot of lumps and bumps on the wave.
Yeah, and you can sort of
just so smooth.
You can see as they're panning out there, you can sort of see the white caps starting up. That means these
Northerly.
northerlies are blowing in, which is sort of helpful because it sort of keeps down the line nice and clean. Generally speaking, when the wave sort of blows cross-shore in the opposite direction, you're going to get a lot more ribs, lumps and bumps.
That's what we were getting for the World Juniors.
Which is perfect. That's why they were ramping it up and doing like all these amazing airs and spins and everything like that.
So thanks to Mother Nature for providing us for our junior shortboard events and for our longboard event.
And thank you to people like you, Luke, who sort of advise everybody when the best time to run this event is, knowing the seasons, the schedules. When would you say the season is peaking around here? Is
I
it
would
this
say
time?
by November till Jan is our best months. Yeah, that's when we get the big swells that I guess it's called like the cold front that comes from Japan that pushes down here.
Yep, it's known generally as the Amihan season on the west, which is northeast.
What's
basically.
Amihan in English?
I think it's northeast.
Northerlies?
I think it's the northeast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so. There's because you got Habagat, which is the west wind.
Correct.
I believe. What's the other one? What's karting and when is shop
Habagat, Amihan.
Kanawai is also another direction, I believe.
Oh.
So I believe it's a direction.
Here we go. Surfer in blue from Japan. Kaidi Inoue.
Oh, that was a nice.
Oh, Sakura Inoue, sorry.
Sakura. I think
Sakura is in second place.
Kaidi is in the next heat. Here we go.
In green, Lee Yuryong needs a 6.60.
Oh, styling through that hang five then.
Very, very stylish surfer.
And getting the board there. That's a beautiful board too. I swear boards are just getting better and better and better. Look at that. Just crisp on the top, well designed on the bottom. She's surfing it well. Here she goes. So fading a little bit on the takeoff, just so she won't get too far ahead of it. Gives her time to get to the nose and just styles through for a nice lengthy hang five. And getting a little foam
good
climb.
Finish.
Yep, and kicking off. So that's also the judges do like that. She's looking for a 4.67. Again, that conversation is definitely going to be tight.
And
she may get there.
We know that the longboarding judging is a little different from the shortboarding. With the longboarding, there's style grace.
Yeah.
And the criteria also is to use the entire length of the board, meaning you do your proper footwork up and down the nose to tail and using the entire length of the board.
And that last one for Sakura wasn't enough to move her back into first place. Still secure in second with 6 minutes to go. Maybe a little bit too short on that wave. She basically only had the hang five into foam climb. If she had made that next part of the section, she may have doubled and added to that score. It was a nice hang five for sure, but obviously not enough for the judges to sort of go to that next level, considering the length of rides. Length of ride doesn't necessarily come into it, but it obviously gives more opportunity for linking those manoeuvres, some more major manoeuvres, and more use of the length of the board.
Yeah, 5 minutes and 30 seconds left in this heat. So in our next heat, 4, we have in red from Japan, Kaede Inoue. In blue, we have Park Sujin from Korea. In white, we have Song Hee-hoon from Korea. And in green, we have Brianna from La Union.
There we go, going through their pre-game rituals. There's the single fin with the 2
side bites.
So what's your thoughts on the side bites and the fin setup that you'd be using out there?
Yeah, some surfers do prefer those side bites. It's easier for them to do turns or even big turns.
Yep.
And some just prefer to use a traditional single fin log.
Do you find if you've got the side bites, does it add to drag in any way, shape or form? Maybe slow you down a little bit with the extra resistance?
You could pivot it faster.
Yeah?
And easier, yeah.
A little bit easier sort of maybe to trim and sort of get the speed just because you've got that more grip. It is interesting because obviously shortboards you can play with twin fin, twin +1, quad setup, thruster setup. This is longboard's version of playing with that. You don't see any thruster, the shorter fins centers
high
anymore.
Performance style. You get 2+1 like what Kaede was using. I see Taka using that a lot when he's on the world tour riding big waves, especially in Bells and in El Salvador. Same with JR. He would use his Thomas 2+1, but JR prefers it just putting in a big fin in there.
Okay, so just extending to the fin?
Yeah.
Are you playing with the length of the fin or the width of the fin? It all sort of comes into play?
The base of the fin, how much
rake.
Yeah, there's a lot into it. Like, I know in shortboard, fins do make a lot of difference. It's the same in longboard. Like, you put a different fin in there and the board seems like a totally different board.
Yeah, and sometimes you might have a horrible board, but you don't. You've just got the wrong fin setup. But there's a lot in the board design when it comes to nose riding and trimming, and so
more critical than what we just know, like how they pull in the nose, the rocker underneath, how thick the tail is.
Yep. So you can go from a great turn board, and there could be horrible for nose rides, but then you can have that nose ride board that's terrible for turns, right? So it's an incredibly tricky balance that these guys need to sort of figure out almost every time.
If you remember during JR's heat in the World Tour at Abu Dhabi, he was using a different board on the right, and he was using another board on the left.
Yeah, which they did that. That was a big talking point. Abu Dhabi, you got to surf that wave. How was it?
So fun.
Yeah?
It's so fun.
Leg
so
burner?
good. Thanks to WSL crew for giving me 2 waves.
Ooh, did you get any wrong? How was the pressure?
It was alright as long as I caught the wave.
Yeah, it's pretty cool new wave pool, and again that is part of the World Longboard Tour, I believe, coming up. Also a part of the WSLCT this year, so Abu Dhabi, the longest man-made wave in the world at the moment.
Here we go, surfer in white, Song Lee Yeryong from Korea. She needs a 7.37 to advance. What do you think, John?
It's 2 minutes. This wave, little carve work to set up, a little bit of stall before the nose walk there, maybe a little bit wide on a stance on the nose ride there. Again, this downtime doesn't help scores. I can probably confidently say this time that I don't think it's going to be a 7.
Yeah, I agree. She has a minute and 30 to get out there, and hopefully she gets another one.
Yep. What do you think the forecast looks like for tomorrow?
Seems like it's going to stay the same.
Yep. Hopefully we get less wind, right? That's our goal.
Yeah, we're going to do another call. We'll come here again early and just check it out. Here we go. Surfer in blue, currently in 2nd place. Nice, hang 5. Just going back to that power section. And a nice quick turn. Nice quick tap 5.
I was hoping she could get up on that section in time. It was just a little bit late, and you could see she had to sort of go the low road option on that one. Again, for me, she's surfing really well. We've got a little exchange from our 2 current heat leaders, Hiroka and Sakura.
Obviously from Japan.
Yeah, and probably very good friends at this stage. And it looks like Hiroka is not going to take a rest. At that point, she just dropped out of 3rd priority, but I'd feel confident if I was her. And she's light enough to jump up on her knees and paddle back out. Another good bit faster paddling. Okay.
Surfer in green.
Yushan
needs a 6.67. This is her last chance. Let's see what she's gonna do. Nose riding, going back to the tail. Nice turn.
Oh, and white. Oh, a little sit down job. That never feels good. Nice little tail stall. I went for the two combined. A stale. Coined some new terms. She's just taking this one to the beach. No highlights on that for me either, I believe.
She needs a 7.31. That's a pretty high score.
With Sakura dropping a 4.57 wasn't enough to get her any higher up. We'll wait for these graphics to flash across the line, but it looks like we're going to go on a break. We'll catch you up on the results of that one when we get back.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
It's all happening at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. Where'd he go? He's out!
Katie takes off so deep on this one at backdoor.
Spit through something to jump in. Sesmoni spit and he comes out.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail, pipe one, super deep. Mamiya comes out.
And we're back. Last heat for today. Heat 4. In red, we have Kaide Inoue. In blue, we have Park Soo-jin. In white, we have Hyu Hyun Song from Korea. And we have our local girl in green, Brianna Gabrielle. Brianna's like 14 years old. Good exposure for her.
Yeah,
good experience.
I found the local girls here all quite young, so it looks like the future for Philippine longboarding is in safe hands because there's been a lot of the young crew advancing too. So
yeah, this event is like they've been waiting for this all year.
Yeah, and I'm glad they're here. So it's doing really well. Looks like the results of that last heat also went according to plan. Hiroka in red coming in first, and Sakura Inui coming in second. The Inui's hoping to get Katie, who's in this heat, and the sister. There's a little debrief and a little chat from two of the girls in the last heat. Having fun. That's
Here we go. Surfer in red, Kaidi. Just a quick up and down. It's Taka's little sister. Yeah, shout out to our base here at the point, the escape crew, AC, manager, and Jerry and wife. Thanks so much, guys. Here we go, surfer in white. Hyun Song from Korea. It's her first wave. Going back to that inside section. Cross-stepping. Quick 5. Waiting. And she's out.
And red?
And surfer in red. Kaidi Inoue from Japan. Nice. Long hang 5. And she's down, and local girl is down too. Come on, Bree.
Come on, Bree. Mum's down there on the beach. I'm pretty sure she'd be pacing it out by now, taking 1,000 photos. I saw them down practicing at Kirill Point around the corner from here. One of the longest, most reputable point breaks here in the Philippines. I think it's when it gets bigger out here, probably 6 to 8 foot, then Kirill lights up. Oh.
Here we go. A surfer in blue, Sujin Park from Korea. Waiting for this inside section, walking to the nose. And quick turn. And nice. Quick hang 5. And another turn. Let's see if she gets another opportunity here. And she's down.
All right, as we wait for those scores for that last exchange to drop in, let's get down onto the beach with Camille and that winner of our last heat, Hiroka.
Thank you, guys. I had to chase down Hiroka because she couldn't believe that she got first place. She actually thought she didn't make it. And as you said, you were only surfing 20% of what you can give. Tell us more about your experience in that last heat. How were the conditions out there?
It was so hard to pick up the waves. It's bumpy and windy conditions. So the first 10 minutes, I couldn't get any good waves. So I feel a little bit nervous.
Okay, so it must be, yes, very, very nerve-wracking out there. And you're almost, she almost really believed that she didn't make it. But still, even with just 20% of your full capacity, you were able to advance to the quarterfinals. And you've been coming back to La Union year after year, and you've consistently gotten second place and other podium finishes. So, hopefully we can unleash full 100% tomorrow and in the coming days. Do you want to say anything else to your friends and supporters back home?
Thank you so much. I always supported my sponsor, my family, my friends. Thank you so much. 今のちょっとヒートは風が入ってたコンディションでうまくサーフィンできなかったんですけど、なんとか通過することができました。明日はもっともっといいサーフィンできるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, and Daijoubu desu, Hiroka. Thank you so much, guys.
Hard thing about our sport sometimes, Luke, unless English is your first language, it might be hard to keep up with the beach announcers' scores.
Yeah, true.
Like it's something obviously we don't consider. Philippines, English is very ingrained in your language. Everything written is English.
Yeah, sure. Like in school, when I was in school, we had 9 we had 9 subjects, and 8 of those were in English.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So someone from obviously Japan speaks Japan, or Nihongo as they say there. So it can be a little bit tricky when you're out there trying to concentrate and hear numbers and updates.
Here we go. A surfer in white, Yuhin Song. She's now has a 3.0.
What do you think with these conditions? Do you think the tide filling in plus that wind is sort of making things a little bit trickier out there to read? We heard Hiroka saying it was really hard, she didn't even know, so...
Yeah, that's mainly the wind. Just making it too bumpy for the competitors out there. That's why I said earlier, it's so amazing that they can still be so stylish even when it's bumps and lumps out there.
Yeah, and sometimes these camera angles don't give away all the secrets. Oh, I wonder if Katie will lose priority on that one. The priority's judge's job is to deem if... Nope, looks... Oh, here we go. And...
She thought she had priority, maybe.
And that's one of the dangers, unless they did have priority and it just didn't flop in our screen. But if she didn't have priority, this will be a put it down to experience for Gabrielle. Brie Gabrielle. I don't think she even looked.
No, she didn't.
So the board still has, it has, at the moment, it has Brie as priority. So it may have just lagged on our screen.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's another glitch.
Yep, so it looks like Katie gave it up there too.
Correct.
So I believe...
Brie had priority on that one.
So I reckon as they were taking off on the wave, the beach announcer was announcing it, and that's the experience of Katie. because she could have been done for an interference if she had crossed the path of Bree at that stage. So
correct.
Our screens weren't really relaying the correct information as it hadn't just filtered through yet, but the beach announcer had obviously announced it to them because you could see the way Katie sort of... And I wasn't sure where she paddled for that first one. Did she?
If Katie knew she had priority, she would have went straight through with that right-hander.
Absolutely. And in that case, Bree had great maturity to take that wave, knowing she had priority.
Lots of our national events too, where we incorporate this style of priority and judging. So
yeah, definitely helps grow the experience. As soon as a lot of the board riders around the world, which is the most of the events, I guess, they won't do priority, and it sort of changes the game. That was dramatic. They won't do priority. It's usually this level. All the WSL events basically will have the priority because it just helps even the playing field a little bit. But then there's that whole new strategy of how to use it and how to not use it.
I think it's pretty good to have. That's one of the best things that they did for
absolutely
competitive surfing.
So here's Katie's last wave. A nice hang 5 to get things started. Back to the nose as that foam ball sort of, and the wave steepens up. Little down carve. She actually sets up for a massive carve here, and this is where she sort of lost it. So this turn, she got that foot onto the tail, and she was about to dig in for a nice steep turn. Unfortunately, that was sort of where she lost it.
Yeah, currently she has a 1.7 and a 0.53, I'm pretty sure.
So Bree on that last wave again. Very nervous spot for Bree because she would have heard that priority call and then she would have seen in her peripherals Katie taking off. It was really good that she actually held her nerve and surfed that wave, dropping a
3.6.
Oh, hang on a minute. We're wrong. We have got a priority interference. So a little bit confusing on our end here. So we have had an interference. So it wasn't a paddle. We were reading that completely wrong.
So the screen was right.
The screen was right. It didn't
But it was correct too that earlier during the men's heat we had a bit of a glitch.
Yep, absolutely. So sorry for the confusion on that one. So Bree did drop in on Katie at that stage.
I was just amazed Katie didn't.
Well, she didn't put her hands up. She didn't call
Yeah.
anything, and she went left and got a score.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a right-hand point break, so the judges have to take into account that that's what the wave is.
Yeah.
If that was a beach break situation and Katie didn't actually look right, it would have been a normal sort of ride, I guess. But unfortunately,
she got an interference priority.
Yeah. So we were completely off. Sort of assumed the situation, and
so the last two waves of red, that left-hander a 1.8, and her last wave is a 4.33 that pushes her into first place.
Yes.
In second place, we have surfer in white needing a 3.14 to take the lead, and in third we have Sujin Park in blue. Currently needs only a 2.07 to advance. And
halfway through the heat, so sort of plenty of time for everybody here. But yeah, priority interference. I'm sure Bree will remember that one. And what we were talking her up was actually her detriment. It went from maturity to inexperience, which happened. So
here we go. Look at this.
So here we go. So she was looking right. It's a right-hand point break. It was at this stage, our confusion was who had priority.
Yeah.
Bree didn't even really look at her. She should have. She was in second priority. Katie was in first priority.
That was nice of Katie, though.
And she went left. She didn't make a big thing of it. Katie probably knew her level of experience. She knew what it was. She obviously doesn't want to dash the hopes and dreams of a 12-year-old.
True.
But it is what it is. The rules are there. Bree went from first place into last place, and now she's going to need a 4.73 to get back into this race. She was sitting on a 3 if she had kept that score, so I think it's within her capabilities to get a score, but now it's going to be how did that affect her.
So her priority inference removes your highest scoring wave?
And the wave that she's on. So the wave that she rode it disappears because she shouldn't have been on that wave, which was her
highest
for 3.7 around that score, and then that one disappears. So then she removes her highest score, which was her second highest score. So now she only gets her highest score to get through, one score to get through. So you lose the wave that you interfered on them, and then you lose your top score as well. So now Bree's out there probably thinking, what do I do and how do I bounce back? But I'm sure she's just going to get herself in priority. Well, Katie's staying super busy. She knows that she wants to throw away her 1.80 and she wants to do it quickly. And that's what she's going to do. So Katie and Sujin up and riding at the moment. Oh, if she can get through that section, that would have been a nice score. So Sujin up behind her, going past. So Sujin's down also. This is
10 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Hyun Song.
Hyun Song, surfer in white.
And so we got 3 scores to drop in. And Gabrielle now sitting out the back with priority. Here we go. So here's blue, which is Sujon. Up and riding.
Only needs a 2.072. Oh,
she went down, so she won't have that. So I believe Katie may do better. And this is Hyun
Song.
Only
needs a 3.14 to take the lead from red, Katie Inoue.
So quite a bit of downtime on that wave. So nothing much of that exchange apart from Katie will probably be the only mover and shaker in that lot.
Here we go. This gives the local girl
a chance.
So
3.27 for Katie. She's increased her lead.
So after this, we're gonna...
After this, we are done for the day, as that wind will probably continue to pick up throughout the afternoon.
Yep.
Or it may maintain this level, but the best conditions are most likely going to be tomorrow morning. The swell's got to maintain this or better, and there's a bit of swell out there. Strange conditions, a lot of it takes some refracting to come in, and that means some outside winds. Like out there towards the sea, it's probably blowing at about 30 knots, sort of gale force winds out there, and all that needs to do is bend a little bit to send some more waves our way.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky with this point because the Baknotan headland actually blocks a lot of wind coming from the north.
Yep. And that's Baknotan.
Yeah, that is it there.
Up in the north there's a cement factory. That's sort of the name of the wave up there, the cement factories.
There's a good beach break there and a good right-hander too.
Keep some secrets.
Oh.
Jeez. You'll be killed. Okay, so how that exchange went last time. Hyun actually got a 2.80, enough to move her up into second place. Pushing Sojin with a 1.43 is now in third place, needing a 3.13. And Bree needing a 5.80 on a single wave. So she hasn't moved since that incident at all. She's got her spot on the lineup. She's a regular out at the point, is she?
Yeah.
Yep, so she obviously knows where she wants to sit and what wave she's looking for. She has local knowledge. It's just now, can she dig herself out from that? It'd be interesting to see if she even has a look anymore. And it's a good learning experience for someone young, understanding the priority rules of an event. I'm sure it'll be talked about after this for her.
Yeah, for sure. I know JR has been coaching her a bit in the past weeks heading into this event. So 7 minutes left. In first, we still have surfer in red, Kaede Inoue. In second, surfer in white, Song Hyun Song from Korea. And in third, we have surfer in blue, Sujin Park. Only needs a 3.13 to advance. And local girl Bree in green, now needing a 5.8 to advance. There's 6 minutes and 30 seconds left.
I believe these women are also locking themselves into a spot in the quarterfinals after this round.
Correct.
So I think it goes to
one-on-one
after this, which is pretty cool also. a lot more time to catch some waves and a lot more time to sort of pick out, probably stick around that 20 to 25 minutes. 25 minutes, these girls are catching a lot of waves. Katie is now on her 7th wave, and this one, again, she seems to be getting more comfortable. This is a beautiful wave with that drone. She is definitely building her house, so to speak. Oh, she keeps getting that critical nose ride right up in the pocket there. If she can ride out of one of them, then she's going to go really well. But I think, again, she may improve. That was a beautiful looking wave. That drone angle, obviously a little bit hard to give us a full story, but watch this again. You want to go through it, Luke?
Yeah, here she is. Nice, hang 5. And waiting for this inside check and a bit of a float on that wide wash.
I love that section.
And nice, just quick check turn and hang 5, holding it, and just waiting for it again. And a nice turn, straight to the nose, hang 5.
Oh.
And she just loses that.
If she had held that, I reckon she would have gone really good. She would have gone into the excellent. She's dropped a 7.0, getting to the very good range. She's definitely growing in confidence. That was her 7th ride and a 7.0.
There you go.
An 8 for an 8, you think? 5 minutes. So Katie Inui has, you dare say, almost cemented her spot in there, with Bree being in the position she's in at the moment, and Sujin being on a 2.67 and a 1.43, only needing a 3.13 to get into second. But at the moment she's got Hee-Han Song needing an 8.33 to move into first. So Katie, I dare say, safe at this stage.
Yeah, for sure.
And which means she'll be joining her sister. The Inui girls will be going through.
Yeah,
and so will Tucker. He came in second in his heat. So 3 for 3 for Mama Tucker. She'll be happy.
For sure. She'll be down there writing notes, taking notes, and filming her.
Yep, that's one of the beautiful things they do. They go through the footage that Mum takes, and she can she literally films every minute of every heat that these 3 are in. And I can imagine
she's always there. Free surfing, heat surfing.
Yep, very cool.
Very committed.
Well, if I got to travel around with my kids for surf events, I'd be okay. My young girl, shout out to Chili and Asher. One of them's quite the little gymnast, the other one's into wakeboarding at the moment.
Nice.
Yeah.
Here we go. Surfer in blue, Sujin Park from Korea, only needs a 3.13 to advance. She's walking to the nose. Hang 5. Nice turn, just waiting for this inside section. Waiting for it. And cross steps to the nose. Another hang 5. And another tap on the nose. And a nice turn. And that's it. She only needs a 3.13.
What do you think? I love making you think.
3 minutes remaining.
Yes?
3 minutes.
I think yes.
You think yes? Yes, I got Luke to commit to something. Ooh, okay. So Bree is out there with priority. Did she paddle enough then to make Hee-Han Song pull off? Because that's what they'll be looking at once again. Doesn't seem like it. Looks like Red is just going to do whatever she wants.
So Sujin Park currently...
There we go, look at this paddle. So, I don't know. I'm not the priority judge. For me, it looked like a paddle from wide at least, but she's still sitting in. But then Katie just paddled for a third one, so things are as they are.
There you go. Surfer in blue just moved into second place, dropped a 4.5.
Good call, Luke. You committed it and you got it.
I can still judge, I think.
I think you can still judge. You've still got your certification, don't you? ISA certified level.
So now Surfer in white is in third place. Only needs a 4.18.
Okay, Gabrielle, now's the time you go. There we go. Good use of priority from Bree. Gabrielle on that one. I think she was nervous. She was probably second guessing and questioning everything at this stage. She did have priority, and this is a nice wave, but going down.
Big number, 7.17.
Yes, 1 minute 30 seconds. So this poor Gab just Bree. I keep wanting to call her Gab. Poor Bree probably really second-guessing everything on that one. With the interference, you sort of do question everything.
Imagine all the boys yelling at her on the beach.
There's going to be a lot of noising, a lot of waving, a lot of whistling. And luckily she got that wave. I don't think it's going to be the number.
Here we go. We have Surfer in white in priority and only needing a 4.18. She's currently in third place. 1 minute to go, sitting out the back.
And she has got a 3.0. So, within range?
I'd say so, yeah. 4.18.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like some sets are rolling in at the moment. If she's going to get a number and she's got the ability to swing on one of these bigger ones, she may get the number. It looks like Sujin is paddling on the inside. And here she goes.
Oh, she just lost her priority.
That's going to hurt, and Katie is going to make her pay for that by going on this second one. So Katie cementing herself in there, which is just a great competitor. She didn't even take that one to the beach. That was sheerly because she knew she got into priority there. Hayan then Song just...
Here we go. Catch this. 8 seconds.
Maybe
7,
knowing.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, there you go. Needs a 4.18. Straight to the nose.
Get to the nose. Get
to
those
the nose.
toes
High
over.
five. A quick 10. And just waiting for this wave to build up on the inside.
You never know. Will she get this double up reform? It looks like it's going to run away. That little delay of her toes on the nose might have cost her. And then a 10. So we are going to be waiting for scores on this one. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, but last time I said I didn't know, I said I did know, and I got it totally wrong in one of the men's heats. Initial feelings for me is probably a no. But it's very, very hard at this stage. We're going to ride this one out. This is our last heat of the day. I'm going to say that Katie Inui safe in first place. There we go. Definitely not enough. We have Katie Inui going through in first place and Sujin Park coming in second place. Condolences to Hayan Song and Brianna Gabrielle. We are going to sign off from the commentary booth. Our next call will be 7:30 tomorrow for an 8 o'clock start. Get on Facebook, get on YouTube, get following. We have plenty more action in this WSL La Union Pro 1000 here in the beautiful La Union San Juan.
I'm here.
It's all happening at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti.
Judgement, where'd he go? He's out! Katie takes off so deep on this one at backdoor.
Spit through top of the Johnson. Sesmoniz spit and he comes out.
Molly put her head down, grabs the rail, pipe one, super deep. Mamiya comes out.